doors be open. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government response to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
By ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
All committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Changes to the standing orders. If the House will give unanimous consent, I propose to move the concurrence under the heading motions today.
Committee, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Protection of Peoples with Disabilities. In relation to the motion adopted on Wednesday, April 13, 2016, regarding the main estimates 2016-2017.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Tabling of private members' bills.
Saganash.
Mr. Saganash, seconded by Ms. Ashton, asks for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Ensure that the Laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to mention that I'm greatly honored to rise in this House to introduce this act to harmonize the laws of Canada with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples. As you know, Mr. Speaker, a central component of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action is using the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation. So if this bill is adopted, Mr. Speaker, that would provide the legislative framework for national reconciliation that is long overdue in this country. This will entail a collaborative process to ensure that federal laws are consistent with the Declaration and a national plan of action. Monsieur le Président, c'est avec grand honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very honored, to table this bill. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, in its recommendations and its call for action, it's number 43 that provides that the government should provide and deal with this United Nations Declaration, and that's what this will do. I remember the first question that I asked in this House of the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. She saluted the work that I was doing on this bill over the last 4 years, and in fact, she asked for help from all members of this House to move forward with this reconciliation, and this is what I am trying to do today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash, seconded by Ms. Ashton, moves that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Premier lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, if the House will give it consent, I move that the 8th report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, tabled in the House today, be concurred in. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent To move the motion. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Would it please the House to adopt this motion? Adopt it.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Nobody got the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pride to present on behalf of the Archdiocese of Winnipeg and many of the Catholics of Manitoba a petition to this House, and I'm very proud to have talked to Archbishop Gagnon. Even though I'm not a Catholic myself, I believe it's important that every citizen have the right to have their voice heard in this chamber, and I represent all citizens of Winnipeg. And so they bring attention to the House that vulnerable people and people with disabilities, such as seniors and all people, must be protected from the abuse and the practice of assisted physician suicide and euthanasia, as now allowed pursuant to the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada in Carter versus Attorney General of Canada. And further, the rights of conscientious objection on behalf of the healthcare providers in Canada must be safeguarded. All citizens in Canada should be able to avail themselves of quality palliative care. And so I'm very proud to present this very large and thick petition on behalf of the Archdiocese of Winnipeg and my fellow citizens.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex has a petition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one's one that touches, I think, just about anyone that has read about it. Canadians in Parliament might remember about a tragic story that happened to Cassandra Cake when she was 31 weeks pregnant. When she was murdered in an area close to me in Windsor, Ontario. Tragically, there will be no justice for Cassandra's preborn child, a little girl that they named Molly, who was also killed in this violent attack. And because our criminal law does not protect the preborn child, it is not recognized as a separate victim against the attacks against their mothers. So basically, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, and these petitions come from across Canada, are asking that we start to consider justice for victims like Molly. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Number of Yukoners who feel that where the number of MPs a party's supporters elect does not reflect the number of voters who cast ballot for that party, that they would like the House of Commons to undertake consultations across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act, to ensure that voters are governed by a fairly elected parliament where they can live under legitimate laws approved by a majority of elected parliamentarians representing a majority of voters. I also have a petition, Mr. Speaker, from a number of Yukoners who feel that where the transparency is a goal of the Yukon government, that they make mandatory the labeling of genetically modified organisms, GMOs, in Canada. Merci.
Thank you.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the government's response starred questions number 70 be made into an order for return that would be tabled immediately.
It's the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all the remaining questions at this time be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply. Commencement du débat de la motion.
The opposition motion debate concerning the Canadian dairy industry, standing in the name of Ms. Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Brosseau, seconded by Ms. Quash, moves that since the government is signing trade agreements that are undermining supply management and that will have a negative impact on the Canadian dairy industry, the House, A, recognize the magnitude of the economic losses to Canadian dairy producers from the importation of diafiltered milk from the United States, which totaled $220 million in 2015. B, recognize that each day of government inaction contributes to the disappearance of a steadily increasing number of family farms across the country. C, recognize that the entire industry is standing together to call for the problem to be resolved immediately. And D, call upon the government to keep its election promises and honor the commitments made since the start of its mandate by immediately enforcing the compositional standards for cheese for all Canadian processors. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi today. I'm always proud to rise in the House to speak on behalf of the constituents of my constituents of Berthier-Maskinongé. It's always an honor to table an important motion on diafiltered milk. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I often ask questions on this subject, and I put questions to the government. I would like to know why there's such a lack of action on their part. So I'm pleased to be debating this motion here in the House today, and I hope very much to have the support of all of my colleagues here in the House. I also want to emphasize or highlight the presence here today of many producers with us here in the House today. You know very well that producers are people who work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They're passionate and dedicated people. We're very proud of them. And I want to point out their presence, people from Montérégie-Ouest, Lanaudière, Mauricie, and other regions. And they are participating in the debate today here in the House. And I hope they will also be here for a question period. I'm just going to explain to you and sum up what the situation is. Diafiltered milk is a protein concentrate, a dairy protein concentrate that comes from the United States. And as you know, it was created to circumvent the Canadian laws and regulations because no processor uses them in their country of origin. Because of the slow speed of the previous government and this government's action on diafiltered milk, this diafiltered milk, which is in a gelatinous form, is used in the place of fresh milk for our producers and has been for the last 2 years. In 2015, the imported quantities of this product have considerably increased, which has resulted in economic losses of $220 million for Canadian dairy producers. On this issue alone, the producers are losing an average of $15,000 per year, each and every one of them. The situation is disastrous for dairy producers, and they need a party prepared to stand up and defend them, and that is the NDP. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, our producers are on the edge of the abyss. I think it's going to be important to share some of their testimony with you. We've received many calls in the office, and I often meet with the producers. I meet with them daily, and I think it's time to share some of their testimony with you. I'll start with comments made by Jean-François Allier from Saint-Léonard-d'Aston, who wrote to us and said, Mr. Prime Minister and dear Liberal government, my farm is at risk. The standard milk price is $68 to $70 per hectoliter, which is making me think of selling. My farm is my life. It's everything that I have. With the European agreement, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and the importation of diafiltered milk over the last few years, we have lost a great deal. I'm losing almost $2,000 per month and have been since May 2015. It's been a year, therefore $24,000. Please help us. These 3 points give us a perspective that is really devastating. So Jean-François Ali, he has 40 cows at Saint-François and he's a species at risk. The second one is from Anna Maria Martin from the Laurami farm in Henryville, Quebec. Dear Prime Minister, what a disappointment for me to see that I had believed in you during the last elections and that now you are letting us down. The inaction in this moment on the dye-filtered milk issue seems as though you have carelessly done away with supply management, because this is being done insidiously and it's destabilizing the market. I've been a dairy producer on a family farm with my husband. We bought this farm from his family in 2013 and invested in 2014 in mechanization with a stable that makes the comfort of the cows a priority. We wanted to become one of the top elites in terms of the excellence and the quality of the milk, and to be efficient producers in terms of the management. But the money we've lost through dye-filtered milk is now up to $60,000. This factor is out of my power to deal with, but it is within yours. You are demolishing Canadian dairy production in order to not offend your dear friends on the other side of the border. So while the giants are sending their money to tax havens, we are reinvesting in our region. I am the mother of 4 boys, and it is imperative that this lack of action stop before it's too late for many of us.
I have another letter from a dairy producer in my region. This is Jean-Félix Morin. He said, "We are losing over $3,000 per month, which is more than my actual salary. I have seen my friends lose even more and be forced to sell their farm in the fall. I find this very difficult. Would I change careers? Well, it would mean going back to school. It is appalling to see that this is nothing but politics and the government refuses to get involved to help us. I don't want to be a millionaire. I just want to survive, and that's the same as all my friends." Mr. Speaker, I have a number of other letters and testimony that I can share with you, but I would encourage the members in this House to meet with the producers who are here. I encourage all of them to meet with these dairy producers and discuss with them. We're talking about the importance of acting and acting now. Besides this testimony, in the space of less than 48 hours, Mr. Speaker, we collected over 4,500 signatures for an online petition that is calling on the government to solve the issue of dye-filtered milk. Mr. Speaker, all these people are disappointed, frustrated, angry, and I am too. I think there are many members in this House who understand the situation, but there's a lack of political will on the part of the government in place. It refuses to act. It's being apathetic. We have asked many questions in this House. We have received no answer, and we've seen no action being taken on the part of the Liberal government. And yet during the election campaign, the Liberals promised to fix this problem. And even the Minister of Agriculture told dairy producers in February that dye-filtered milk was never supposed to be used as milk. And yet 2 months later, he is not even applying standards that already exist. Mr. Speaker, if I was in the government shoes, I would be extremely embarrassed. Worse yet, 2 departments in the same government categorize dye-filtered milk in 2 different ways. The CBSA lets dye-filtered milk be shipped across the border as a milk protein concentrate, and CFIA lets processors use dye-filtered milk instead of fresh milk in their cheese. I've never seen such a lack of coherence, Mr. Speaker. Now, if the government hadn't been aware of the situation, if the problem wasn't urgent, I might have understood, but everyone knows about this problem. This is a problem that has been ongoing for over 2 years. We asked questions in the House. We even had the opportunity to discuss this at the Agriculture Committee. The Minister of Agriculture has met with dairy producers on many occasions. The Quebec dairy producers, the Canadian dairy producers, even the processors. Everyone is on the same page. They know, they say that the government must apply the standards that already exist because this situation is dire. We're talking about lives, we're talking about livelihoods, and we're talking about the Canadian economy. We're talking about family farms, entire regions that are being threatened. And yet the solution is simple. So I certainly hope that with the debate today on the issue of dye-filtered milk, I'm hoping that there will be a good debate, a fulsome debate. I know that many members are going to rise to speak, but I truly hope that we can find a consensus that the government, I certainly hope, will be supporting our motion, but especially that the government takes action now, because now even the Americans are exerting a lot of pressure. We are wondering, will the Liberal government stand up for Canadian dairy producers, or is it going to bow to the Americans? So I certainly have a great deal of hope that we can find a solution, and I'd like to thank you for the time today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Qu'est-ce commentaire? L'honorable secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member, and I can just reflect on the number of occasions in which the Minister of Agriculture was afforded the opportunity to provide comment on the issue of supply management, and reassure members that, in fact, that the government has been fairly clear in terms of recognizing the importance of supply management to Canada's economy, and obviously that affects our dairy farmers. The question I have for the member, and it's something in which I had to try and come to grips with when I was an MLA, Mr. Speaker, and that was in regards to trying to get milk into northern regions, in particular northern Manitoba at that point. And I'm wondering if the member might provide some sort of a comment in regards to the breakdown of those milk components, and to what degree we would be able to see that milk at more affordable prices in northern regions. In particular, I'm asking specifically with regards to northern Manitoba.
Député de Berthier.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. But today, we're talking about the issue of dye-filtered milk. We're talking about the inaction of his government on this file.
Speaking a lot about supply management, mais je veux faire référence à un commentaire.
But I would refer him to a comment that of the fact that they have to walk the talk. There was a motion adopted in the House regarding dairy farmers under the TPP and CETA, and in the last budget, there was absolutely nothing. There was not a cent of compensation for these people. The Conservatives had even announced a considerable sum for the compensation for the dairy industry, but there's nothing in this Liberal budget. They're trying to, they talk a good game, but we're not seeing any concrete action. We've heard empty rhetoric. They say, yes, we understand the situation, we're behind you, but we want action, Mr. Speaker. We want real measures, and today we are talking about dye-filtered milk.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to the presenter. On this one here, we have some agreement, without a doubt. Many times we don't because of our political affiliation. But let me just say, my background is in agriculture and in dairy, and so today we are talking about dye-filtered or liquid protein concentrates. Listen, when we stood up, we actually used to talk also about supply management and support for it. Actually, we didn't just talk about it, we took action. Not only in Article 18 of GATT, we did it in terms of the cheese standards, WTO. So actually when we approved CETA, and before the election we were timed for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, in that was an agreement to deal with this through border security at the issue around border security. That has not happened. The government next has decided not to deal with TPP, so now it is likely a year off. So now there's no protection. I'm just wondering, have you had any talks with anyone that would give you any sense of security about it, or do you just think this is hollow talk about supply management with no action?
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
I think we're both veteran members on the Ag Committee now, and we are on the same page on a lot of issues, trying to study the TPP Ag Committee, trying to look at the Emerson report and make sure that some of the provisions in C30 actually stay in place. But when it comes to supply management, the TPP and the CETA, there was a compensation package that was announced by the previous government, and we didn't see a follow-through on behalf of this government. There's so much uncertainty. I know that the producers of Canada, the milk producers of Canada were going to be okay if there was some kind of compensation. Now that's not on the table anymore. And we've been dealing with milk proteins for the last few years. The situation is getting worse. There's companies that have built up in the States. They have a lot invested in it. There's millions of dollars at play. But we have to stand up for Canadian farmers here. I'm standing up for my constituents. I'm standing up for the supply managed sector. We need to see that the government is going to be standing up for farmers and taking care of this milk proteins issue, because we're going to see farmers sell their quotas, close up their farms, and leave. So what we're asking is the government take concrete action, confirmed to us today, with a date when they are going to stop milk proteins coming in from Canada, and reassure Canadian farmers instead of letting us be had by the Americans.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate in this debate on the protection of our dairy producers, and I'm very proud of my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, who is devoting herself body and soul to the Canadian dairy producers. And we're talking about diafiltered milk that is crossing the border, and this motion is calling on the Liberal government to stand up and to do something. Simply to respect its own rules. That's what we're talking about. It is a very simple solution. The Liberals have not applied these rules, their own standards. Sure, they talk a good talk, but, you know, they say that they're going to do something, but the dairy producers are waiting. They're still waiting. There are hundreds of them outside right now, and they want to talk to the members of Parliament to make them aware of this situation. So I'm very proud to rise today in this House to defend dairy producers in my riding and across Canada. So we're talking about an issue that is very important. It affects tens of thousands of people across the country, and it costs hundreds of millions of dollars a year because of diafiltered milk. And this is especially harmful since the dairy producers pay $3.6 billion to the three levels of government, and we're talking about 200,000 full-time jobs. Quebec is a major player in this sector with close to 40% of the dairy herds. The problem is that the Liberal government is not even applying its own standards of cheese composition. Milk contains about 3% proteins, and diafiltered milk that crosses the border from the States undergoes a technological process that makes it 15% protein, and therefore this is a process that allows the manufacture of these milk products at a much lower cost to what dairy farmers here can ensure. Currently, the CBSA considers diafiltered milk as a milk protein concentrate, and therefore it is not subject to tariff fees that are advantageous for our processors, whereas the CFIA considers diafiltered milk as milk when it inspects it. So, within one single government, two different departments considered diafiltered milk as completely different products. Completely different. So it is completely incoherent, and it is scandalous and insane, and it means that there are many harmful and even disastrous consequences for dairy farmers, for jobs in this country, but also for consumers who buy these products without knowing where exactly they come from and what exactly the composition is. In other words, diafiltered milk from the United States, where the standards are different as well, is mixed with Canadian milk so as to reduce production costs, and this hits dairy farmers hard. The losses are estimated at over $220 billion in 2015 for Canadian producers. Just in my region in Montérégie, dairy farmers lose $15,000 each because of dye-filtered milk that is coming across the border from the States. Throughout the election campaign, and even now, I have heard hundreds of dairy farmers. They have come and met with me. Even during the election campaign in my riding, there was a gigantic demonstration at the border itself, at the customs office, to demonstrate the significance of the impact that this has had on the dairy farmers' production. These people came to my riding office. People have called me in tears to tell me that their family farm is being shut down, that they have to abandon it. It's their life's work. They thought that they would be able to continue and bequeath their farm to their children, but now it won't be possible because they are at their wits' end. They have no more money. And so the Liberal government must act, and the dairy farmers are wondering when this is going to happen because the Minister of Agriculture just keeps telling us, yes, he's listening. He's aware of the situation. He's met with the Canadian dairy farmers to say that he would act. But nothing has been done, Mr. Speaker, nothing. In my writing, Mr. Montpetit wrote me to tell me about the problem of dye-filtered milk, and he said, I think that I will never have a profitable dairy farm. Mr. Speaker, I defend the buy local philosophy, and dye-filtered milk flies completely in the face of this principle of buy local. And in fact, the Liberals had all voted in favor of buy local. So it is a real contradiction with their own convictions, with their own policies when they were in opposition. Now, all of a sudden, they're in power. It has changed. They've completely flip-flopped. The more things change, the more they stay the same, in fact. I want to be able to buy Canadian cheeses that are made in Canada with Canadian milk. Milk produced here at home and not with the milk protein concentrates that come from the United States. This is a problem that has genuine impacts for workers here in Canada. It has impacts on the food that our citizens eat. So the minister must understand the scope of this problem and consider the consequences of his inaction. Mr. Speaker, this is a problem that is urgent. The dairy processing stream represents 5,000 jobs in Montérégie alone. If the federal government does nothing, it will be responsible for a collective loss of jobs. It will have that on its conscience. And, you know, we're talking about strengthening the regions. Well, in the regions, there is farmland. It is in the agri-food sector. This sector contributes 1 out of 8 jobs in Canada. It is one of the most significant sectors in the Canadian economy, and I don't understand what the Liberal government doesn't get about this. Dye-filtered milk has never been considered or used as fresh milk. During the campaign, the Liberals promised to fix this problem that cost millions of dollars to our dairy producers, but they're dragging their feet. A Liberal candidate said this during the last campaign. If the Liberals win, in the 90 days following an election, they would meet with all the dairy players involved, and they would put in a solution 6 months at most after they were elected. The Liberal government would assume responsibility and fix the problem for the 20 coming years. Wow, isn't that great? But until now, I haven't seen any action. They've completely broken their promise again. This is smoke and mirrors, Mr. Speaker, and yet the solution is simple. They need to apply the standards for cheese composition that already exist. If the Liberals truly believe in supply management, if they care about it, if they care about our family farms and our regions, they will support our motion and fix this problem once and for all. That is why I'm calling upon my colleagues across, especially those from Montérégie, Outaouais, and the other regions, to vote in favor of our motion, but also they have to intervene and apply the rules. We are trying to push the minister to action. And if not, why is he abandoning our dairy farmers across Canada in their various regions? The other problem is the concern about the free trade agreement. Not only has Canada signed free trade agreements that attack supply management, but they are challenging compensation. Whether it's the Conservatives or Liberals in power, it's all the same. There is the risk that other milk proteins will cross the border into Canada without the dairy producers being compensated.
According to a studied commission, 40% of the processing might be outsourced to other countries, and therefore our production would be sacrificed because of these free trade agreements. So we're going to be saying this again and again today. And those listening outside and those to whom we will speak, it is very important that we uphold the standards for cheese compositions here in Canada. We need to give the inspectors the resources they need to do their work, and we need to stand up to provide the necessary resources to those that do the inspections as well at the border, so that we can apply the criteria that exist. This is very urgent, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about our industry, our economy, and as well our food supply for the Canadian public. The Liberals need to take action on behalf of all producers in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too congratulate the member for putting forward the motion. I do disagree with the fact that they blame this situation on the trade agreements. The situation we're facing with DIO, and I think that's a problem in the motion, and I hope it's not a poison pill. But it isn't the trade agreements that are causing the problem, Mr. Speaker. It's the fact that DIO-filtered milk is allowed into Canada and coming into Canada when it should not be allowed into Canada under a regulatory system. Fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, one of the most stable industries in Canada since supply management came in is the dairy industry. And it's been stable because we've been able to manage supply to meet market demand. And the way we do that is we control the amount of milk or milk products coming into Canada. Industry has found a way to break that down into ingredients, allow the ingredients in, and reconstitute that into dairy products, and as a result, it's affecting the market for Canadian producers. So my question to the member is this. Could she explain out what is wrong in terms of allowing these ingredients in the country, these biofiltered products into the country and undermining the system? Could she explain that so that parliamentarians can understand it, because that is an absolutely valid point. It's undermining the dairy industry in this country.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Sirois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say I'm a little bit surprised by this comment. These products come into Canada. The U.S. doesn't even use them, but they are crossing the border because the Canadian government is letting them in. They have been in office for 6 months now. They recognize the problem, but they are continuing to let these products in, and then they are used in the composition of cheese, in the processing process, because they are not considered milk for import purposes. Now, the responsibility for applying Canadian standards comes under the Minister of Agriculture, and I'm very surprised to see that he says that it is important, but we all realize it's an important issue for the dairy industry, which is a major industry in Canada, so they're going to have to take action here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate the two colleagues who already spoke. I am totally in support of their motion. I come from Richmond, Athabasca, and in that region, this is a very important industry, and few people realize how important the dairy industry is to the economy. So I would like to hear from my colleague what she thinks of the real political will that may or may not exist on the part of the government to take action. The budget did not even mention agriculture, and we know that nothing has been announced to support dairy producers or farmers in general. Does she think that there is any political will? What does she think of that situation? The honourable member for Salisbury-Silwa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear that my Conservative colleague will be supporting the motion. The Liberals, indeed, put nothing in the budget about compensation for producers or the problems at the border with respect to the importing of these ingredients. But it was the Conservatives that created the problem with free trade agreements that, to some extent, undermined supply management. That started a couple of years ago, this problem of imports of these products. So the Conservatives were in office then and didn't take action. So we have to be aware of that. However, the producers are going to be happy with the support that they are being given, but the ball is really in the Liberals' court. They have to take the bull by the horns, if I can use that expression, and apply the cheese composition standards. Before resuming debate, I see that there is a great deal of interest in this issue and in participating in the debate. So while the upcoming speakers do have the floor, I would ask colleagues to keep their questions and answers short so that everyone can take part in the debate. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
je remercie la députée de Berthier-Masquinongé d'avoir soulevé cette importante
for raising this important issue here in the House today, and I also want to thank the producers who are here. The government fully supports supply management in Canada. We are all aware of the concerns in the industry. The minister and I are both former dairy producers. We know the challenges very well that face dairy producers every day. My family farm is not far from here. It's a fifth-generation dairy farm. Supply managed sectors are essential to ensure a strong industry and a prosperous economy. The dairy industry, poultry, and eggs create 500,000 jobs, and there is an overall economic impact of $32 billion. This is the most important agriculture sector. $6 billion in revenues come to producers, and in processing, there is over $16 billion. It includes the innovative cheese industry that continually is awarded prizes abroad. All regions of Quebec are involved in this industry. There are over 600,000 farms that provide have $22 million worth of income. This is why we are working on consultations to find long-term solutions. Canada is also a world leader in exporting genetic material. Nearly $200 million worth of sales go to various countries abroad. In January, we announced a new federal investment of $1.75 billion in dairy research. This is a major investment that will facilitate the work of our researchers in agriculture and agri-food in Canada in two key areas: increasing increasing milk production through better feed and a higher butter fat content and reduction of diabetes. $13 billion will result from this investment. Our message has been clear from the beginning. The Government of Canada supports supply management wholeheartedly. Investment and research are key to this industry. We are producing 3 times more milk than 50 years ago. We are making great gains in productivity and sustainability. Our producers are leaders in the world when it comes to environmental measures. The dairy industry in Canada has a smaller carbon footprint than before, and we are a leader in that area. In La Prairie, our farmers are very concerned about the environment. We are conserving water and the health of the soil for future generations. Whether in the pastures or in the barns, our actions have an impact, and we have to take the environment into account at all stages of production. And this is a concern for the health of our families and our environment around the world. We have announced $27 million in investments to help our producers to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from their production. This is among the many efforts that our government is taking to help the sector and to be more innovative. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions will require technologies that are adapted to this type of production. Canada has a commitment to support the Research Alliance into agriculture around the world. The ministers of agriculture and environment have announced an investment of over $1 million to help young people to get involved in the green economy in the agricultural sector. This is because the government made a commitment in Budget 2016 to provide opportunities for post-secondary graduates to do environmental research in the area. This will include building fences. The honourable member for Drummond has a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to my colleague for a few minutes, and it seems to me he is quite far from the issue that we're debating today. We're talking about diafiltered milk and the seriousness of that issue, because diafiltered milk comes into Canada, and this is a problem. So I think that the government member needs to talk about this. it's all very well to talk about improving the environment in the agricultural sector. It's very interesting, very relevant, but we should address the issue here. I think that he should talk about the topic at hand, and I haven't heard him do that to this point. I appreciate the honourable member's intervention and his point of order. It is true that the issue has to be addressed with some relevance in members' remarks. At the same time, I recognize that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has only spoken for 7 minutes, and he has 20 minutes at his disposal to make his arguments. So normally, the House does expect that the Parliamentary Secretary and other speakers address the issue before the House. But the standing orders allow all members to use the time that they have to give their arguments and to eventually deal with the matter that is before the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will get to the topic. As I was explaining, the assistance will help improve fencing to protect water, wintering of animals far from the water, and pasturing on land that is properly looked after. So this will help the agriculture and agri-food industries and encourage young people to get involved in them. Last Tuesday, a new initiative was announced to involve producers in improving the standards with respect to food safety, biosecurity, and environmental standards. Producers are very involved in wanting to be responsible and accountable. They want to have a sustainable production that is based on health and food safety. We want to make sure that the food is safe and that the animals are looked after properly. We are certainly aware of the concerns that the industry has. As producers have said on a number of occasions, diafiltered milk and its use in the composition of cheese is a problem. We're looking for sustainable solutions. The minister and I have had lengthy consultations with producers across the country. We are working to make sure that the standards are clear for everyone. This government supports supply management fully, and we want to make sure that imports are in keeping with the rules of free trade agreements in place. The minister is working with the representatives of the industry on this very serious problem. Our team is making every possible effort to ensure that the standards are clear for everyone. And once again, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada does support supply management wholeheartedly. We have already resolved some problems, and I am happy to talk about that here. Every problem is accompanied with opportunities. Producers are doing an excellent job of exploiting new opportunities with high-quality cheeses and new innovations. Canada's dairy producers are leaders in the world. In Quebec, we know that our cheeses are among the best in the world. Quebec cheese producers produce over 60% of the cheese in Canada. We have 450 types of cheese that are available on the market. Some 100 small dairy producers produce cheese, and Quebecers are very proud of the quality of their cheese. They have been finalists in the Canadian competitions, and we are proud of that. 15 of our cheese producers have seen their cheeses awarded prizes in this competition. One prize for Gouda and other prizes show that we have been innovating and improving our quality. We have been awarded a total of 27 prizes. We are among the best cheese producers in the world. When you have Quebec cheeses that are world-class, you have a winning combination. We are continuing to work with our industry to help dairy producers to fully exploit the opportunities of marketing to the world.
We're determined to work together in order to help this sector to take advantage of the incredible opportunities that are presented to us. We've begun discussions with the industry, the provinces and territories on a 5-year pan-Canadian plan for agriculture. We will communicate with all producers to establish a framework that is geared towards the future. For the industry itself, I'm very pleased about the discussions between the producers and the processors, and I think there will be innovative initiatives. I encourage them to continue these discussions. I firmly believe that collaboration with the industry is the best way in which to meet the challenges that the sector is faced with. According to our discussions with the dairy sector, I think that the industry is ready to seize opportunities for growth. When we look forward, the future looks bright. The world population that never stops growing will need 60% more food to feed the next generations, and this food will come from world-class businesses that are present across the province of Quebec. Meeting these challenges and taking these opportunities will require a lot of hard work and collaboration. I firmly believe in teamwork. Together, we will establish a partnership for a bright future within the agri-food business in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I remind the honourable members that they must keep their interventions to 1 minute. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I congratulate the member for La Prairie for his speech. It's nice to see a dairy producer on the government side, and obviously I do not question his dedication to supply management, but now he's a member of the government, and he has the ability and the obligation to make decisions. We know that supply management, and in his speech, he talked about the problem here is a very serious one. So the question is simple. Now that he's in a position to take decisions and action, I have a young dairy producer who was benefited from the UPA program, but he decided to leave the business because his margins were too tight. What is the immediate solution is what I would like to know. What can the government do? The parliamentary secretary, when looking at the known problem of diafiltered milk, the possible solutions exist. What is the parliamentary secretary prepared to do to prevent other closures and to prevent other producers from leaving the business. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I thank my counterpart. You know, the problem existed before we came to power. As is the case in many other files, the problem already existed. The diafiltered milk issue was there. So I'm wondering why, when he was in power, they were in power, did they not do something? The previous government had put into place efforts in 2008 that were never implemented. So we're in power now, we must act quickly. But before acting, clearly we want to, as I said in my speech, but we have to put some time in to negotiate a sustainable agreement. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech and his work on agriculture. Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to inform the member and his colleagues that I have spoken with the dairy farmers in Alberta. I've just today spoken again with Albert de Boer, who used to be the Alberta representative in the Dairy Farmers of Canada. And he has again repeated to me his deep concern on behalf of the Alberta dairy farmers that we urgently need action by this government. If ever there was a time in history when we needed the Liberal to live up to its promise to diversify the economy, this is the time, and the dairy farmers are an important part of not just the Alberta economy, but the Canadian economy. So will this government live up to its promise and take action on this matter?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her comment. And indeed, yes, I met with the producers from her province, and they understand very well that currently, yes, we want to act, but as I explained to you earlier, we really need to implement a solution that will be a sustainable one, and currently it's an issue of the time, but we want to act quickly. So that will always be the answer that I will have to give, that I want to do something, and my minister also wants to put forward sustainable solutions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very surprised at what the Liberal members are saying this morning. Everyone in this House recognizes the importance of our farmers. They are doing the most important work, and like everyone in the House here, they're saying the support supply management. But to solve the diafiltered milk issue, it's simple. They just have to enforce the law, quite simply. After 6 months in power, they are not respecting the campaign promise to do something, despite the rhetoric of this morning. This is a flagrant lack of will, and when we know that those who are benefiting from diafiltered milk, it's the big producers like Parmalat and others. So I ask the Parliamentary Secretary what the government prefers to do. Who are they going to support, the big producers or our dairy farmers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. You know, we are the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food, which also includes the processors. So the decisions we have to take must be those that represent all of these stakeholders. So it's an issue of time. I know that. I know it's urgent, but we are in discussions with the industry as well. And even the producers are in discussion with the processors. And so we know that we want to have clear directives in the future.
Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for presenting the complexities involved with this milk protein concentrates file. In fact, at the Agri Committee, we have discussed this topic, and we are showing the problems of imports from the USA, which have increased the imports from 4,841 tons in 2010 to 27,051 tons in 2015 under the previous government. Could the Parliamentary Secretary help us with the discussions that might be happening on Tariff 3504, which is one of the items that is being reviewed, and also the innovation needs within the processors to compete against the American imports?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. Currently, we are checking over all of this regulation and see how we can enforce it as best possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary, indeed, because he himself is a dairy producer and because he understands supply management issues very well, should know that the time for discussions is past. When people are protesting on the Hill, it's because the discussions should be done. It's time to act. Yes, there are discussions between producers and processors, but now the government must decide whether it's not finished, that we should prevent the diafiltered milk coming over the border when it goes over to the processors. The government needs to act now, and they know that. Why are they not doing so? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. As you know, it looks so simple, but the things that look the most simple on the surface are often the most complicated. You know that this has taken on a certain scale, and it's an issue of time, as I've explained earlier. We don't want to implement something that is an agreement sketched out on the corner of the kitchen table. We want a sustainable one. That's why it's taking more time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe just a comment followed then by a question. If you look at it as an industry issue, I think the Parliamentary Secretary hit it right on when he said this isn't an issue that just appeared out of nowhere, that in fact it has been around now for a number of years, and that the government does have an obligation to do its homework on the issue, and that is what I'm hearing from the Parliamentary Secretary, that there's multifacets that have to be taken a look at, and at the end of the day that the government is making progress on it. That's what I'm hearing from the PS, but I'm wondering if he could just maybe put some emphasis on in terms of when he believes or how long he believes this issue has been here. I was a bit surprised that the NDP were in official opposition, and I don't recall them ever introducing it as a motion when they were the official opposition. They've chosen today for whatever reasons. The point is not the Government of Canada looking into the matter in hopes to resolve it so our dairy industry will in fact be protected into the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I thank him for the question. And indeed, the problem has been present for over 3 years. So, you know, when we came to power, that's been barely 6 months, the problem already existed and the rules had already been established in terms of cheese compositional standards by the previous governments, but they never enforced it. So we come to power and we're asked to do something immediately when the problem's taken on more scope. So we need a sustainable solution to this problem. Thank you. I congratulate the honourable members for a round of questions and comments that was really excellent. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate in this debate, which is of the greatest importance for many dairy producers in my riding and across Canada. I will speak to you today about the inappropriate use of certain milk protein matter in the context of diafiltered milk for the production of cheese in Canada. It has a negative impact, and this has an impact on dairy producers in Canada. A dynamic dairy industry equals good jobs and better access to infrastructure. That means spin-offs for other industries like banking, animal sales, machine sales, veterinary services, and many others. It's important to emphasize that the Canadian dairy sector brings a great deal to Canada's economy. Indeed, its contribution to GDP is $18.9 billion, and this results in $3.6 billion every year in tax income. It ensures 215,000 full-time equivalent jobs across the country. Let's recall that the Canadian dairy sector is governed by Canadian agricultural policy that we call supply management, and its objectives are the following: to ensure producers that they have fair access for work in their investments, to provide processors with a steady supply of milk so that they can plan their production properly from year to year, and to provide consumers with a constant supply of milk and milk products that has unequaled quality at a fair price. The Canadian dairy industry was the first targeted by supply management, a system that in the end was adopted by the egg and poultry sectors as well. As far as the dairy sector is concerned, supply management is administered by the Canadian Dairy Commission. The principle of it is simple: to manage production so that supply corresponds to demand. Mr. Speaker, supply management is represented by a stool that sits on three legs of all equal importance. The first is the price of the production that the producers obtain for their milk, and that has to be established in light of production costs. This includes manpower and investments and the overall conditions of the Canadian economy. It's important that neither the Canadian Dairy Commission nor the marketing boards in the provinces fix the price of milk. The price paid by the consumer in restaurants and at the grocery store has always been established by retailers or restaurant owners. The second pillar is the discipline, production discipline, so that this corresponds to consumer demand. Each dairy producer has a quota for a market share that establishes the quantity of milk that they can produce. According to consumer demand, the quantity that the person is allowed to produce is adjusted up and down according to demand. The third pillar is control of imports. For sectors under supply management, imports are controlled through tariff quotas. This allows for a predetermined amount of dairy products to be imported at preferential tariff rates, usually duty-free, while maintaining control on the quantity imported. When the three pillars of supply management play their role properly, it allows for the dairy industry to resist any economic storms and disturbances and to ensure it will be a long-lasting industry. However, if any pillar is unstable, it threatens the entire system. So this brings me to the reason for our presence here today. Milk protein. In the past, Canadian milk was used as the main component for making milk products. So many cheeses and yogurts still use 100% milk. A growing number, however, add other ingredients such as protein isolates and milk protein concentrates and diafiltered milk to replace fresh milk. These ingredients can be produced in Canada or imported. When they're imported, they are not categorized under Chapter 4 on custom tariffs, which would include dairy products. They are rather classified under Chapter 35, which includes ingredients such as milk protein concentrates. In the beginning, these products were imported in dry form. However, over the last 5 or 6 years, we have seen a change in the import model, and the quantities of milk proteins imported in liquid form under the same tariff line has significantly increased. Once they come into the country, these milk protein products are used as ingredients in the making of cheese and yogurt. The situation becomes more complex when the same product isn't treated in the same way by two different governmental organizations. For example, when an organization considers a product as an ingredient, whereas another treats it as if it is milk, well, there we have a serious problem. Under Canadian cheese compositional standards, a minimum percentage of proteins used in the production of this must be this milk. So the percentage varies from one cheese to another. For example, casein in cheddar must come from at least 83% of fresh milk, but there's a maximum of 17% of the total content can come from other ingredients, including milk protein concentrates. The Canadian Inspection Agency is responsible for the enforcement of cheese compositional standards. This means that it has to check on the ratio of milk ingredients and ensure that it is respected for each and every cheese. Because milk protein is one of the cheapest ingredients, processors use this to complete the minimum of the required milk in the production of cheese rather than using the allowed percentage of added ingredients. This situation is inconsistent with the classification of ingredients at the border, or they're not treated with, they're dealt with under the chapter on milk and milk products and brought into the country duty-free. One of the most important issues today concerns the growth of uncontrolled milk protein isolates. They're imported in more and more significant amounts. They are competing against solid skimmed milk and milk protein products within the country, which changes the competitive context and undermines income for dairy producers.
The import of milk protein isolates has been growing exponentially since 2012. Canada has put in place tariff quotas on milk protein concentrates. In fact, it did so in the mid-1990s. Some 10 years ago, some companies began importing milk protein concentrates, isolates, to obtain greater protein concentrations. Milk protein concentrates are a product of skim milk from which has been removed to different degrees lactose and permeate, that is, mostly water. These high concentrated proteins are imported to Canada duty-free, which allows people to circumvent tariff quotas. The Canadian dairy producers tried to fix this problem by bringing it before the Canadian Trade Tribunal. The concentration of milk proteins in skimmed milk from the farm is about 35% of dry product. Any product which has more protein concentrates than 35% is considered a concentrate. That means that skim milk has 40%, and therefore, even up to 84%, it is still considered a milk protein concentrate. The Canadian Trade Tribunal determined that a product with a concentration of more than 85% is an isolate and not a concentrate, even if it is used for the same purposes. This product was created with the sole purpose of circumventing the tariff quota on the milk protein tariff quota. This decision flies in the face of the common understanding of anyone, and it does not correspond to the government's policy. In fact, the Canadian government did try to fix this problem. In 2008, it established a new tariff quota and tariffs for milk protein isolates. The only problem is that these tariffs do not apply to countries that signed NAFTA, that is, the United States and Mexico. Therefore, the border with the United States remains porous. Dairy protein isolates cross the border as ingredients, but unfortunately, they can be used in Canada as milk. This is an irony that leaves us with a very ambiguous situation. Now, supply management was protected under international trade agreements, so now we must protect it from within our country. The Conservative government took important measures in 2007-2008 by enforcing cheese compositional standards to limit the number of ingredients that could be used, but recent imports of diafiltered milk from the United States are once again threatening supply management. This product that is used to circumvent the rules is a strategy that was developed with the sole aim of getting around border controls and circumventing Canadian cheese compositional standards. These proteins are replacing skim milk in the manufacturing of cheese and yogurt. In fact, there is no technical limit when it comes to manufacturing with regard to the use of these proteins. And this tactic is unacceptable. At the border, this product is considered an ingredient by CBSA, which allows it to come into the country tariff-free. However, when it comes to manufacturing yogurt and cheese, it is considered milk by the Canada Food Inspection Agency. This means that its use, Mr. Speaker, is not limited by the standards of manufacturing for cheese and yogurt. The federal government, therefore, has a key role to play in this regard. Diafiltered milk must be considered an ingredient according to yogurt and cheese compositional standards. In this way, the concept will be respected both in the letter and the law. In addition, the inspection rules for these standards must be reinforced. Mr. Speaker, we must all work together to find a solution to the problem of diafiltered milk. We know this. And I think that there are a great many members of Parliament who are aware of this problem and are afflicted thereby. Well, we saw the problems of solid proteins. And there was also the problem of the pizza kits, and the Conservative government stepped in to solve this matter without delay. The dairy industry says it has no choice but to use diafiltered milk in its milk products. But as I said earlier, diafiltered milk was created with the sole purpose of circumventing the rules at the border as well as manufacturing rules. I was able to confirm this in response to one of my questions put to the Agriculture Committee. No one in the United States manufactures cheese using liquid protein concentrate with a protein rate of over 85%. Processors don't do it. It simply does not exist south of the border. In Canada, processors are using this product now, and they are doing so for competitive purposes for one single reason, that is, to save money. And yet, this doesn't make sense, because this way of saving money does not benefit processors. They simply don't benefit from it. It is downstream from the processing that it becomes profitable. But honestly, Mr. Speaker, this situation must stop because all of the industry is doing this to the detriment of supply management. Now, until such time as the matter of diafiltered milk is solved, it is certain that processors will seek at all costs to reduce their costs, in fact. What we want is a level playing field for everyone, and we are urging the Liberal government to act in this regard. The processing industry in the United States produces cheese without using diafiltered milk. This means that Americans eat cheese that has been manufactured without diafiltered milk. So Canadians should not eat cheese manufactured with American diafiltered milk. Nothing can justify this, absolutely nothing, because there exists no economic incentive to do so. There is no reason to act this way. The only thing that could compel Canadian processors to import diafiltered milk is because this ingredient is cheaper, because it is not subject to tariffs, and therefore can be used without restriction in production. That is the only reason. With regard to imports coming into Canada, how much do we need to meet the demand, to meet market demand? Mr. Speaker, we don't need any. And do you know why? Because in Canada, there is an abundance of skimmed milk that we can use to produce these ingredients. If the government decided to monitor the use of these ingredients, well then, we would produce them here at home at a competitive price and we would use them. We don't need imports because we have an abundant quantity of skimmed milk at our disposal. Whether it is imported or produced here in Canada, the product used by many processors is composed of milk protein substances containing 85% or more of milk proteins. This complies with the definition of ultra-diafiltered milk. According to this use, the use of ultra-diafiltered milk has no restrictions in manufacturing ordinary cheese and other dairy products. If we do not control these imports, then we cannot manage supply to make sure it corresponds to demand. This lack of control will lead to overproduction and an instability of the system. Furthermore, it is not enough to have good regulations in place. The validation and audit processes are just as important as are the enforcement of these regulations. Currently, the people who want to circumvent the rules are fully aware that when it comes to dairy products, the application by Canada of existing border controls is not done coherently or uniformly. Therefore, it is essential that the enforcement of these laws and audits be done adequately in order to discourage those who might seek to exploit any gaps. People can become quite creative when it comes time to circumventing tariffs and quotas. All we have to do is think about the business of pizza toppings. The Canadian dairy system is unique, Mr. Speaker, and is tried and true. It provides dairy producers with revenue that allows them to cover their costs and ensures a stable environment for producers, or rather for processors. It helps maintain the social fabric and the economic development of our communities while ensuring that consumers have quality products at competitive prices. It appears to us clear, justified, and more important than ever that all partners work to support supply management. As part of recent trade agreements, the Conservative government managed to maintain high tariffs at the borders. This is an indispensable pillar when it comes to maintaining our dairy system. We hope that the Liberal government will not gut everything that the Conservative government has built up to protect the supply management system. When it comes to border controls, at least 4 departments are concerned by the question of effectiveness and efficiency. The Department of Finance by the payment of tariffs, the Minister of Public Safety for border controls through Canada Border Service Agency, and the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food when it comes to agricultural policy. Also, global affairs, because we have trade agreements and have made commitments with our partners. Our trade partners also have agricultural policies and particular requirements. In closing, Mr. Speaker, if we devote all our efforts to fix the problem of diafiltered milk and other milk substitutes that cross the borders into Canada, we will reestablish a balance in our supply management for the benefit of our Canadian dairy industry. And we will reestablish a climate of harmony in the entire industry, from the producers to the processors. We have managed for the past 45 years to satisfy Canadians with high-quality dairy products at a fair price according to the wishes of this House. According to the wishes of this House, Mr. Speaker, to succeed, the industry needs a political and regulatory climate that supports it while conserving supply management and its 3 pillars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He reassured us, because what we can see is that the Liberals aren't destroying the Conservatives' work, they're actually continuing it. Because at the end of the day, the trade agreements that are creating gaps in the supply management system is not just due to the Liberals. We look at the Trans-Pacific Partnership, it's the Conservatives who negotiated it. So, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have a lot of responsibility to shoulder. They haven't done their job to date, but the fact remains that we can agree on one thing with the Liberal Party, is that many of these problems were created by the Conservative Party. So I'm wondering how my colleague can dare defend supply management when it was his party that created gaps in the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very disappointed at how my colleague has put his question, because this is a problem that can only be solved if we all work together to fix this problem to help dairy producers. Never would I play politics on the backs of dairy producers in Canada, which the NDP has just done. The dairy industry is in constant evolution, and the agreements that were signed by the previous government were good agreements, and it's a lucky thing that the dairy producers and processors have alerted us to this problem with regard to diafiltered milk, because it is a very secretive problem, and we need to work together to solve this problem. Never will you hear the Conservatives play politics on the backs of our dairy producers.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleague's speech, and we worked together on the Agricultural Committee. We heard from the Canadian dairy farmers at the committee and the opposition. So, in fact, we weren't able to hear what the dairy producers had to say because the opposition was stalling. Now, we talk about being asleep at the switch, and I see that in 2010, there were 4,000 milk proteins, tons of milk protein that came in. In 2014, there were 13,000 and then 28,000. So I really think that the Conservative government was asleep at the switch for so many years, and that is why we have this problem today. And I would like my colleague to comment on this, because why didn't they do anything for so long? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we solved that problem. There are no more milk protein concentrates that come in as solids, thanks to us. But we have solutions, as I laid out in my speech. The government, in its speech, did not ever mention one single measure that could help dairy producers so far today. The solution is up to the CFIA. It needs to change the standard. Diafiltered milk must no longer be considered milk. It must be considered an ingredient, and it's only in that way that it will be controlled in the manufacturing of Canadian cheese. That's the solution. They didn't even talk about it because they are scared of putting it in place. It takes political courage. And when it comes to political courage, they are absent, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd really like to congratulate my colleague for coming to the defense of supply management and dairy farmers. I was with him when we defended milk protein concentrates that were trying to come through from New Zealand. We did so recently with the pizza kits just a few months ago. The Conservative governments, when we were here, everyone says that they're for supply management, but it takes action. We acted, but now the current government should be acting. And my question to my colleague, I would say he's my favorite colleague from Lévis-Lobinière, what can the government do? Because what is the solution with regard to ingredients? Can he explain to us clearly what our expectations are from this government? Will they show political will, political courage? And if so, what real measures must be put in place that won't cost taxpayers a cent and that will protect our dairy farmers? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. The solution lies in the classification of diafiltered milk. Diafiltered milk must not be considered milk. It must be considered an ingredient in the composition and manufacture of cheese. And it is the CFIA that looks after classification. So it is up to them. It's a Canadian regulatory question that must be solved by the government in place. And so I'm calling upon the federal Liberal government to have the political courage to step up to correct this problem, to pull up its socks and get going. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we're talking about the previous Conservative government's actions. That's not playing politics. It's just expressing facts. And it's not the first time that we in the NDP have talked about dye-filtered milk, it dates to before the election of the Liberal government. So I'm wondering what happened, because I'm seeing my colleague there has all of a sudden has solutions, and he's telling the Liberal government what to do, whereas when he his party formed the government, they did absolutely nothing. It's as if they just woke up. Now that they're no longer in power, they have all the solutions, whereas the dairy farmers told us about this problem well before when the Conservatives formed government. So why all of a sudden is my colleague just waking up on this file and now is bringing solutions when it's too late? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did my colleague put forward any solutions before or after the election? Come on, Mr. Speaker, that is pure hypocrisy. The NDP has never shown or never mentioned any solution to solve this problem. Never, never in their lives. And I don't even think they understand the nature of the problem, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have put forward concrete solutions that can be put in place in the short term. We're calling on this government to act, but unfortunately, the NDP right now, they're not in any shape to achieve anything at all. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague, the member for Lévis-Lobinière. We're very impressed by the rhetoric of the Liberals this morning that are defending supply management, even though there are these problems. So up to now, the government it keeps going back on its promises. The member for Lévis-Lobinière has raised possibilities of solutions. There should be no delay. We should just go ahead very quickly. But the Liberals are saying that we need to take time. It's a long and involved problem. So I think that they need to resolve the problem. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was not impressed by what the Liberals have had to say. There is no solution being offered. They just are closing their eyes to the problem. They didn't give us any possibilities for solving the problem. The CFIA needs to have more teeth. We need to give them the resources. There is a crisis in agriculture. They just stand up and say anything. I think that they just need to take action, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have to admit that the entertainment on the other side of the House is becoming very interesting. But I refer, Mr. Speaker, to the Milking Times, a newsletter that was published back in December 2015. A newsletter, Mr. Speaker, that represents the many dairy farmers throughout Alberta as well as industry partners. And in this newsletter, and I quote, it states that the industry is working with the federal government to ensure that these issues are dealt with urgently. Those are solutions. Those are what the government's doing presently and into the future to come out with these solutions and bring recommendations forward on behalf of this industry. My question, Mr. Speaker, through you, is what is in fact the opposition parties both doing currently in comparison to the federal government?
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing? For 6 months, this government has been in office, and if they didn't want to do anything, they shouldn't have become the government. We need to make sure that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has the resources it needs. We need to protect our cheese industry. They need to act now. They are the government, and we are going to be following what they're doing very closely.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't have a chance to ask a question, but I might start my remarks by saying that the Conservative Party member asked us what we were doing about this. We are the ones that have brought this motion to ask the government to take action. Now, they didn't bring forward the motion. They don't think about this issue very much. So one thing that they have put forward is new, so that's good. But the Liberals are happy to hear us criticize the former Conservative government, but in fact, it is up to the government to take action because they're the ones with the ball in their court. They're there, they've been in office for 6 months, and they should be listening to what is being said. For 5 months, the industry has been telling the government about the problem. Now, to resolve the problem of diafiltered milk, we don't need to change the regulations. It's not complex, despite what the parliamentary secretary was telling us. There are American companies that produce this diafiltered milk, and they're taking advantage of a loophole in our legislation to get around the rules. What we need to do is enforce the law and perhaps change the regulations slightly. It isn't really very complicated, but for the Liberal government, it seems to be very complex. Maybe they should open not just their eyes but also their ears, because there are dairy farmers that are protesting on the Hill, not just here on the Hill, but also the member for Shefford has said that there are producers that are protesting near his office because they are being hard hit by this issue. So the member for Berthier-Maskinongé has been working hard on this issue during this parliament, but also in the past. Now, diafiltered milk is part of the problem, but the whole supply management sector is suffering because there's not enough respect for the industry. We need to make sure that the industry can go on into the future and be sustainable. The member for Berthier-Maskinongé has stood up for the dairy producers. It's a good thing because the Liberals don't want to do so. In the last parliament, we introduced, there was an agreement that was brought in. Now, the Liberals have said that this new agreement is something that should be signed without even reading it. We brought everything to the table, despite what the Liberals are saying. Now, what has the Liberal government done? It has announced nothing. We want the compensation to be announced that was promised to producers because of the losses that they would suffer under the new trade agreement. Now, what we've seen is the Liberal Party in the last election campaign talking a lot about this. Now, all members adopted, supported the motion in the last parliament by my colleague, the member for Berthier-Maskinongé, which called for compensation for producers. Once again, like the other day, I was stunned to hear my colleague, the member for Lévis-Lebinière, defend supply management. I just want to say that I'm sharing my time with the member for North Island Powell River. But this issue of compensation is another issue on which we need to have the Liberal government stand up. They made commitments on that, as well as we have the problem, of course, of diafiltered milk. Now, we found it very difficult to get any answers from the Conservative government. They couldn't say if there'd be or rather what kind of compensation there would be, when it would come into effect, and so on. We couldn't get any commitments, and now we're finding the same thing. This makes it difficult for producers to have sustainable operations. We are just asking the Liberal government to tell us whether they will keep their promise about financial compensation to make up for the loss in the supply managed sectors under the new agreement. We have heard rhetoric from them, and with respect to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the Liberals said one thing in the campaign, and they're saying other things now. And that is another agreement that will impact the supply management. Producers will be negatively affected by the negotiations that took place. It was the Conservatives Party that negotiated the TPP. The Conservatives have worked against our producers. The two ministers, the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister for International Trade, talk a good line, but they've said, we'll sign the agreement and then we'll see. But that certainly doesn't reassure producers who are in an increasingly difficult situation. They aren't standing up for producers. This is very unfortunate because it amounts to betrayal of our producers. In the election campaign and even before that, they were saying, don't worry, when the Liberal government takes office, we'll fix everything. But what are we seeing? They can't even change the regulations in a simple way to prevent diafiltered milk from coming into the country. And this amounts to millions of dollars in losses to our producers. So they can't even keep their commitment to hold genuine consultations on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They can't keep their promise on compensation for our producers. I look at what is happening, and I have serious questions when I hear the parliamentary secretary in his speech saying, we need to study this matter. It's very complex. Well, yesterday we had a time allocation motion on Bill C-10. The government said, the debate's over, it's very simple, we need to move ahead. Well, it didn't seem to take much time for the Liberal government to start acting like the conservative government. They are doing the very same thing. The Conservatives used to bring in time allocation, bring in closure. We have to move ahead quickly. The debate is over. They brought in legislation without giving us the chance to speak or debate the issues. And here we have the Liberals saying, this is very complex. We need to take our time. So when it suits them, time allocation is brought in. But when there is a simple issue, they can't just stand up and say, we didn't do things right. We didn't keep our promises. And what we need them to do is the opposite. They need to stand up and say, yes, we will enforce the laws and the regulations. We will prevent diafiltered milk from coming into the country. This is harmful to our dairy industry. We will make sure that we defend the industry and that when we negotiate agreements with other countries, we will at least consult people. We will talk to producers because up to now, governments have not listened properly. They have not kept their promises. And this is why I'm so pleased to speak today in support of the motion introduced by my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masconanger, and we will keep going on this issue until the Liberal government shows respect for our producers and this sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I also have a long memory, and I remember that his leader said during the campaign that he was going to balance the budget. First and foremost, that was the priority. There is a need for compensation, but with a balanced budget, that would have been impossible. The Foreign Affairs Committee is consulting the community on the positive and negative implications of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. How would he have honored that commitment when the NDP wanted to balance the budget at any price? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Belleuil. I want to thank my colleague for his question. A budget is a question of choices, and our priorities were clear far before the election campaign. If the government were to negotiate agreements that undermined supply management, then compensation was necessary, and that promise had to be kept. So we are clear in this motion that we had a motion in the last Parliament that was supported unanimously and by all parties to provide compensation and to protect supply management. We would provide that compensation. And with respect to consultations, well, that's all very well, but it's a problem once we've signed the agreement. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. I listened to his speech, but there seems to be some confusion about the issue of diafiltered milk. He talks about legislation, but in fact, we think it's a problem with the regulations. So I want to hear from him whether he thinks it is a legislative or a regulatory problem. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, that's what I said, Mr. Speaker. I said we just needed to adjust the regulations and respect the legislation. So that's all we need the government to do. We don't need a long debate and so on. The government just has to stand up and do what it needs to do. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals keep saying that this is something that will take time. We have to take our time. It's complex. But I don't really think that's the case. In the meantime, there are a lot of dairy producers losing a lot of money, $220 million a year. That's a lot of money every day. And many of those people are in Quebec. The producers have asked the government unanimously to do something right away. So maybe they need to think more about the producers than politics right now? The Honourable Member. Yes, I want to thank my colleague for her question. The producers in my riding and throughout Quebec are very concerned. The representatives from Quebec need to stand up to defend them. We in the NDP are doing that. The Liberals are saying that we need to take our time. But now the election campaign is over. It's time to govern. And we are calling on the government to enforce the law and the regulations. And as my colleague said, the producers are suffering because the government is just treading water with this. They keep saying that this isn't very urgent. In fact, producers are losing money. This is an urgent issue. We have time for a brief question and answer. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to repeat the question that was asked previously concerning politics. Everyone is working together for supply management. As he said, the election is over, and now the Liberals are in office. They've been governing for 6 months. We want them to work with us, the NDP, to make sure that the CFIA does its work and that we don't allow in more filtered milk. Does he agree with me on that? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'm pleased to support the work done by the party in office, but it's in fact because of the Conservatives that we're in the situation that we're in. The Conservatives stand up now and say they're going to defend supply management, but this betrayal of our supply managed sectors is something that started years ago. We had the Liberals and then the Conservatives who created these problems, but the NDP are going to stand up. Maybe that's politics, but I'm proud to defend these producers.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague for bringing this motion forward. From all the questions raised in the House to the Agriculture Committee, I want to acknowledge and thank the great work that this member has done since the election to bring this issue front and centre. It is an important issue because across Canada and in my riding, these are real jobs for people. It is about good jobs for members of all of our communities, and I am honoured to stand in this House today to speak on behalf of the wonderful dairy farmers in my riding. In a world where jobs are at a premium, keeping a thriving domestic industry may be more valuable than cheap milk or imported diafiltered milk. For this reason, I'm very happy to speak in support of this motion today. Dairy farmers are speaking out in BC. The dairy sector contributes many millions of dollars to the provincial GDP and is responsible for over 15,000 jobs, 21% of BC's agriculture jobs. The NDP stand proudly next to our dairy producers. They are the pillar of our economy and our food sovereignty. In my riding of North Island Powell River, we have farmers losing out simply because the Canadian government cannot do its job. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. The problem of diafiltered milk has been going on and is a battle for our dairy farmers for at least the last 2 years. The diafiltered milk is a U.S. product, part of the great family of milk protein concentrates. These are ingredients mostly used for cheese that are less costly and made from heavily subsidized U.S. milk. They are designed to exclusively get around Canadian rules. It is important and is used instead of milk from our farmers, which results in financial losses for them. Currently, the Canadian Border Services Agency considers diafiltered milk as a milk protein concentrate. It is therefore not subject to dairy chapter of the Customs tariff schedule, entering the country tariff-free. But for its part, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency considers the diafiltered milk as a milk in its inspection work of these cheese standards. So we have two departments under one disorganized government considering the same product in two different ways. Under the cheese compositional standards for Canada, it is required that a minimum percentage of the protein used in cheese making be sourced from milk. Some processors have taken to using milk protein substances as part of their required minimum percentage of milk when making cheese, instead of using it as a part of their allowable percentage of added ingredients. This is how U.S. producers and large-scale Canadian transformers are getting around the rules. Consequently, this is a considerable financial advantage for some processors, but not all processors can use or have access to milk diafiltered, which causes unfair competition specifically for small cheese processors. The solution is quite simple. We need the diafiltered milk to cease to have a dual identity in the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. We need it to enforce its non-dairy character so that processors do not use it instead of Canadian milk. Knowing that Vancouver Island alone, where I reside, the dairy sector is responsible for over 1,300 jobs, it is estimated the financial loss caused by diafiltered milk to be $220 million across Canada a year. That is an average loss of $15,000 per year per producer. Mr. Speaker, why is this problem persisting? The issue was raised during the campaign. The dairy farmers were persistent and continue to advocate. As Liberals do, they pledged to solve the problem. But now we see the Liberal government continuing to drag their feet. It's starting to look like a broken promise. Yet the solution is simple. Enforce the cheese compositional standards. If the Liberals genuinely care about supply management, our family farms, and our regions, they will support our motion and solve this problem once and for all. The Liberals have said repeatedly that they are going to protect supply management. With our motion, they have an opportunity to put their words into action and make this pass. Let me quote Ms. Caroline Edmond, the Executive Director of Dairy Farmers of Canada. The government is responsible for enforcement of Canada's border measures and must act quickly to limit damages caused to the Canadian industry. This role will be even more important when the service imports enter into Canada as a result of CETA and TPP. Let's be clear. All we're asking is that the government enforce existing rules and allow only the amount that has been agreed to in trade agreements to enter this country." End quote. The Quebec National Assembly voted unanimously in favor of a motion asking the federal government to apply its standards and protect the integrity of our supply management. So when will the Liberals keep their promises and stand up for Canadian dairy farmers, like those that live in my riding and those that live in many ridings in this House? Our producers are worried. To add insult to injury, Canada signed a trade agreement that opened a breach in the supply management. The sum of access granted to the dairy industry projects to be 3.25% of Canada's 2016 milk production. The milk displaced by this agreement will never be produced in Canada and will result in perpetual loss of revenue for our farmers and for the Canadian economy. This month, Joe Stilts, winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics, sounded the alarm for workers. Why are the Liberals determined to move forward with this agreement? And then there was the Canada-Europe trade agreement. These concessions will cost the dairy industry an additional $300 million in market losses. In the 2016 Liberal budget's lack of compensation for cheese producers for concessions made as part of the CETA and this has angered Canada's dairy industry. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party are in power and they're doing the same thing. We're seeing this happen again and again, and we're not protecting the jobs in Canada that make this country strong. Let me conclude by quoting Mr. Wally Smith, President of the Dairy Farmers of Canada. All of Canada's dairy farmers speak with one voice on diafiltered milk. We are collectively disappointed on the lack of action on enforcement of the cheese standards. The government does not need to pass a new law or new regulation. The solution is simple. The government needs to enforce the existing standards. Mr. Speaker, I hope in this House that we can make sure today that this job is done. And we need to enforce these standards to move forward in a positive way for our country, protecting dairy farmers, and moving in a positive direction for Canada. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important that we recognize that the Government of Canada is, in fact, aware of the situation. And as it has been pointed out earlier, it is not the current government that ultimately created the problem. It was the former Conservative government, while they stood by and did nothing, And now we are being asked to look into it, and the government does have a process in which it needs to go through. And we are very much, and the Minister of Agriculture has been very clear in the issue of supply management. The Government of Canada supports supply management. What I find interesting is that this has been an issue now for a few years, and the NDP have chosen today, the day in which there's a protest, to use it as an issue by bringing it in the form of an opposition motion, and that's fine. But I would have liked to have seen, when the NDP were the official opposition, why didn't they raise the issue back then and put pressure when the issue was there and it was being embellished upon when it became even a larger issue to the degree it is here today, Mr. Speaker? And maybe the member can provide some comment as to why she believes, while they were in official opposition, that they were so negligent on the issue back then, and why it is. And Mr. Speaker, we agree in the Liberal caucus it is a very serious issue. It's an issue in which we are attempting to deal with in government. But why it is she believes the NDP, while they're official opposition, were so negligent on this file.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to just say that I'm so proud to stand with the member who moved forward this motion today, knowing the hard work that she's done both in this parliamentary session but in the past. I was very grateful to watch as the questions were asked and heard numerous times from my community's dairy farmers that they were appreciative of the voice that was coming out again and again to fight on this issue. And I want to point out again, this reality is small farmers, dairy farmers around this country are losing up to $15,000 a year. They are hurting. They are asking for help. During the election, they were very clear. They asked for 100 days if they could have that change. This is something that is simple, and I'm surprised that the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, isn't interested in supporting this motion, as he's reiterating again and again how passionate his government is to move forward with this. So I invite the Liberals to support us in this motion today, and we'll all move forward supporting the Canadian farmers that need us so desperately.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start, may I say today is the birthday of Queen Elizabeth, and may I take this opportunity to wish her a happy birthday. I had a great honor and pleasure to meet her when she was on a visit to Canada. So to the Queen, to our Queen, happy birthday to her. I'm sure everybody will join me in wishing her a happy birthday. And, secondly, to my colleague over there from Winnipeg, the Parliamentary Secretary, may I wish him congratulations on his daughter's victory in the elections, Mr. Speaker. And as for the NDP, my colleagues on the other side, Mr. Speaker, reference to trade, I've been here for 18 years. I have never seen them supporting any trade deal anywhere, Mr. Speaker. And so because they will never support any trade deals, Mr. Speaker, this motion here, it is not possible in any country for us to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, I thank you for the acknowledgement that so often these trade agreements that are negotiated really undermine supply management and undermine the hardworking farms and people across this country. So I'm sorry to hear that they won't support it, but we know what our job is over here in the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Our job is to stand up for people in this country that don't have that voice and make sure that it is heard in this House. So I'm proud to stand up today and say that we need to change something, that we need to move forward and make sure we're protecting small farms and making sure that dairy farmers can move forward. That is the reality, and they're facing many challenges. They are here raising their voices today for a reason, and it's important that this House listen.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share my time with the member for Avignon-Amétis-Matane-Matapédia. Importation of dye-filtered milk affects many people at home, and I have the honor of representing the people of Glengarry Prescott Russell, which is a vast industry with a vibrant agricultural industry. My riding includes 300 dairy producers, and also it has 2 processing plants, including one that produces cheese that uses 100% Canadian milk. Moreover, It includes the only Francophone agricultural college in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising in the House today on behalf of Jasmine Benoit and her family, for the Lassite farm and for the Lafrance family, as well as the Bilodeau family. I rise to defend the interests of all of our dairy producers at home. Whether they are small or large-scale producers, each and every one of them contributes to the collective well-being of our communities. Electricians, mechanics, veterinarians, and other professions are all called upon to work for dairy producers. They're a real economic engine in the rural regions of Canada.
Strongly disagree with the assertion of my honourable colleague that we have undermined the interest of Canada's supply-managed sectors, and in particular, the dairy sector. The issue of milk protein and diet-fertile milk is not new, and I know the official opposition makes hay about this issue, but where were they when the problem was less substantial than it is today? Unfortunately, we have seen the former Conservative Finance Minister's recent comments in the National Post, in which he rails against supply management. Now I believe I really understand the true agenda of the Conservative Party. And I can assure all members that our government fought hard for and implemented supply management, and we know that it provides Canadian consumers with a stable, affordable supply of dairy and poultry products, while assuring farmers of a good and predictable income. Unlike the Conservatives, who cut nearly $700 million out of Agriculture Canada, our government is committed to reinvesting, including over $700 million in the budget for research and infrastructure, and $38.5 million for food safety. And we are also investing $500 million to extend high-speed internet to hundreds of rural communities across the country, which is much needed for Canada's agricultural industry. Our farmers are moving from pitchfork to iPads, but they need access to internet to be able to use the application. That's how we create an innovative country. Each and every day, Mr. Speaker, Canada's innovative dairy and poultry farmers bring nutritious, wholesome food to our tables, while creating jobs and adding value to our economy in rural and urban Canada. Combined, the sector drives over $30 billion in farm cash receipts and processing sales. That has translated into close to 300,000 jobs for Canadians. That is why the government continues to support the current supply management system. At the same time, the Government of Canada continues to pursue an aggressive trade and export agenda. Agriculture and food export hit a new record over $60 billion last year. And there are more opportunities for growth to come. The facts are clear, Mr. Speaker. Supply management has not prevented Canada from signing any free trade agreements with any country in the world. From poultry to pulse crops, our government will continue to support a strong agricultural industry in Canada. The country's economy and the well-being of Canadians depend on it, and the demand for food is only going to go up in the future. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to talk about the CETA agreement. The Government of Canada is committed to ratifying the Canada-EU CETA as soon as possible to open the world's largest market for food to our industry. This agreement, while not perfect, is the most comprehensive and ambitious trade agreement since the North American Free Trade Agreement. With Canada and CETA the agreement and NAFTA, Canada will be one of the few countries in the world to have preferential access to the world's two largest economies, some 800 million of the world's most affluent consumers. We understand the importance of compensation to the dairy sector in the context of Canada-EU CETA agreement. And let me repeat it again, we do understand the importance of compensation to the dairy sector. Engagement with the dairy sector is ongoing. Notre gouvernement est très clair avec nos partenaires.
Our government is very clear with our international partners. We are unequivocally supporting them, and we will defend our supply management system at any price.
While pursuing an aggressive trade agenda, because Canada's export sector depend on trade, and they create economic growth across the country. We are working in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. we are talking with industry stakeholders and listening to their views on compensation. We have heard how important compensation is to the supply managed sector. We will protect the integrity of the supply management system and fully recognize the importance of import controls. And we are aware of the industry's concern regarding the use of dyed filtered milk in the making of cheese and are committed to continuing to engage with the entire industry on the best way to achieve a long-term, sustainable, and agreed-upon agreement to fix this issue. Je suis constamment en conversation.
I'm in constant touch with the farmers in my riding on these issues, the issues that affect them, and I've set up a local agricultural committee to be able to fully understand the issues and give them a real voice in the House of Commons, not only when it's on the front page of the papers.
This conversation so that we can ensure that we work together on finding a sustainable solution. Our party fought hard for the implementing supply management, and we will continue to work for what is in the best interest of Canadian farmers. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight that we are helping to grow this vibrant sector of our economy by supporting commercialization of innovative dairy products. In February, the Dairy Farmers of Canada's at the annual meeting, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture made an investment of $1.75 million in the dairy research cluster under Growing Forward 2. This investment will support research by our scientists at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada in two key areas. One, increasing the quality of Canadian forages to help increase milk production, and the second, understanding the role of dairy fat products, including their impact on type 2 diabetes. That brings the total federal investment in the dairy cluster to $13.75 million over 5 years. In closing, Mr. Speaker, my message to you today is this: the government is committed to keeping the Canadian supply management sector strong and profitable. We will promote a balanced trade agenda for all sectors of our economy. Demand is growing around the world for the high-quality, sustainable food that our farmers and food processors can deliver. As we all know, a strong agricultural industry means a strong economy. It's a simple equation, but it works. And I can assure this House that the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture, a farmer himself and a dairy farmer himself, and the Minister of Agriculture and myself and all of my colleagues and the Prime Minister are fighting hard for all farmers in this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There's a lot of fine talk, and I know that he speaks to dairy farmers, but once again, I think it's just rhetoric. We're not seeing any action. This problem's been going on for years. It's not new. We made the Conservative government aware of it. They were aware. Then we talked about it during the election campaign. All the parties agreed, yes, fine, we need to solve the problem of dye-filtered milk. Now it's the Liberal government in power. It's already for 6 months now, and there hasn't been any action on dye-filtered milk. We're going to talk a fine game, we're taking measures and so forth, but the farmers and processors know what the solution is. The government must act. Will the Liberal government go forward, move forward, and solve the problem of dye-filtered milk today and stand up for Canadian dairy farmers? The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. I'd like to thank my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé. And that's what we're doing today. It is fine talk, and that's what this motion is too. It's not going to do anything to help the dairy farmers. And in fact, yesterday we heard from the dairy farmers, and my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé talked so that we couldn't hear from the dairy farmers of Canada in committee, so I can understand, because all of a sudden it's on the front page that she is standing up for this issue. But where was she in 2010? Well, okay, she wasn't here yet. But 2011, 2012, 2014, we didn't hear anything from the NDP. And even her leader during the election campaign promised to balance the budget. So how can he balance the budget when he wants to give compensations? The math just doesn't add up.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de... Est-ce que...
The honourable member? Is there... Oh, I'm sorry. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Robinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Words, words. All I've heard today is words from my Liberal colleague today and his government. And unfortunately, I would have liked to hear, yes, we have studied the problem. Yes, there are solutions. Yes, we intend to put forward a regulatory procedure that will finally allow once and for all to not consider diafiltered milk as milk, but rather as an ingredient, and in this way to be able to control it in the manufacture of Canadian cheeses. If my colleague had said those things, I would have applauded him, but unfortunately he did not do so. We put forward a solution this morning. Will it be applied by the Liberal government, or are they going to wait till the end of time? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. You know, when the house has been broken, renovations take a long time, and that's the situation. As one might say, we were caught with our pants down because of what the Conservatives left behind. So he doesn't have to yell to defend his interests on regarding diafiltered milk. Here's an example. In 2013, there were 10,000 tons imported to Canada. In 2014, there were 13,000 tons. And in 2015, 27,000 tons of diafiltered milk. Where was my colleague at that time to defend the interests of dairy farmers? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell for his speech as well as his knowledgeable input on the Standing Committee for Agriculture. Could the honourable member please comment on the progress of the agricultural policy framework and how this relates to today's debate?
Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Guelph for the question.
Saddened about the state of our politics. And let me tell you, I've only been in politics for 6 months, but I was in the private sector. And in the private sector, this would have never have happened. But in front of witnesses, both the official opposition and my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé kept talking and talking rather than hearing about our dairy producers of Canada. We could have heard about their issues at committee, but they decided to speak. And speaking of the agricultural policy framework, why do they refuse to study on this issue? What's wrong with the official opposition and the NDP? This is a 5-year program. It's important for the agricultural sector.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to address the House on this very important issue. First of all, I would like to underline the work that is being done by both the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture and Agri-Food, ainsi que tous les membres du caucus,
as well as all the members of the Liberal caucus, especially the members of another caucus who come from rural ridings in this country. They work very hard. I can assure you that the Parliamentary Secretary especially has worked so very hard, much harder than what was done during the past 5 years by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, Canada has always counted very heavily on international trade and investment for its economic welfare. We live in a great country, which has not a very dense population, and we have a high standard of living. We produce more goods and services than our population consumes. Therefore, we sell our products and services abroad, a factor which contributes to maintaining a strong economy. We seek to increase access to foreign markets as an open trade and investment economy allows us to provide better jobs for the middle class. The government has committed to increasing trade activity in Canada and has made investments that will generate and create jobs in our country. In Canada, 1 out of 5 jobs depends on trade. In 2014, Canadian exports of products and services represented just a bit less than 1/3 of our GDP. Over 40,000 Canadian businesses, mostly small and medium-sized businesses, export. Canadian consumers also benefit from international trade, which gives them a better choice of products at a better price. In addition, we know that there is more innovation and productivity among businesses that participate in commercial exchanges.
Of slowing global economic growth, Mr. Speaker, it is important for Canada to continue to strengthen our competitive position and extend our reach, including to new markets. The competitiveness of Canadian businesses in the international marketplace will be enhanced by breaking down barriers to trade, both internal and abroad, and providing the appropriate tools and policy framework that allow Canadian exporters to take advantage of new trade opportunities. Canada employs a variety of trade policy tools to do this. These trade tools improve operating conditions for our firms by committing countries to transparent rules-based systems. This helps establish a more predictable environment for trade and investment. Free trade agreements open markets to new opportunities, but also give rise to concerns, sometimes about the concessions that have to be made. It is important to remember that Canada has always been a trading nation, and the government will continue to pursue opportunities while protecting Canada's interests. This government has not wavered in its commitment to supply management or the people that earn their livelihood in these sectors. Far from it. The three pillars of our domestic system of supply management, namely production controls, import controls, and price controls, have been maintained in all our free trade agreements. And, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade has been tasked by the Prime Minister himself to continue to promote Canadian agricultural interests during future trade negotiations. So we are very aware of the issues with enforcement of our rules surrounding supply management. As my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, has repeated numerous times in this House and elsewhere, this government supports supply management. And we're working hard with the industry to find a long-term solution to this question. Let me say a few words about CETA, Mr. Speaker. L'Union européenne est le deuxième.
The European Union is the second largest trading partner of Canada, and its relations with our country are of fundamental importance. The European Union is the largest trading market in the world, with over 500 million inhabitants in 28 countries, including, with a GDP of $20 trillion. CETA, the agreement between Canada and the European Union, is a model of reference. We have also addressed the concerns of Canadians concerning the protection of the investment ISDS, that is, investor-state dispute provisions. So this will create a conflict resolution mechanism that is very transparent. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to see that this progressive agreement is now going forward to implementation next year. Canada intends to be a leader that respects principles that guide investment in the 21st century, and this this comprehensive trade agreement has laid the foundation for this. Our government believes that this agreement will bring about positive spin-offs for the Canadian economy, including in the agricultural sector. Once the agreement comes into force, 80% of tariff lines on Canadian merchandise will be duty-free. Once these progressive phase-outs come into force after the agreement is implemented, these lines will be 99%, including 95% of tariff lines on agricultural products. The phase-out of duties will increase export opportunities towards the EU for Canadian producers, including for exporters of farm and agri-food products. Furthermore, as expressed by the Prime Minister in the mandate letter to the Minister of International Trade, this government understands the importance of cooperating with departments and the provinces and territories in order to support the adjustments that will be necessary in sectors such as agriculture, where supply management prevails. This is an important issue for the Minister, Mr. Speaker, and for the entire government. In fact, the Minister of International Trade has already met with the 5 sectors governed by supply management, and she will continue to work in close cooperation with this sector. We will ensure that the implementation of CETA offers a maximum of benefits to Canadians in all regions of the country.
Partnership, Mr. Speaker, our focus is to ensure that Canadians can have a good look at the TPP and that they can ask questions and can express their views on whether the outcomes of this agreement are in the best interests of Canadians. The government has made a commitment to consult Canadians before taking a decision on ratification, and that's exactly what we've been doing since we've taken office. The Minister of International Trade has undertaken an extensive consultation process to offer Canadians the opportunity to provide their views on the agreement and Canada's participation in it before the government makes a decision whether or not to ratify. The Minister is also working closely with her colleagues whose portfolios are implicated by the TPP to engage Canadian stakeholders and hear what they have to say. Since the Minister of International Trade was sworn in last November, the government has been part of more than 250 interactions with over 400 stakeholders to discuss the TPP, including all the provinces and territories, industry, civil society organizations, think tanks, academics, and the general public. Mr. Speaker, Parliament now has a sense of the consultations the Minister has undertaken thus far. The engagement with Canadians will continue in weeks and months to come. The government's TPP engagement has already touched many areas of Canada. Consultations are a good vehicle, not only to learn about views on the TPP, but to have a constructive conversation on broader issues of importance to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the government understands the fundamental nature of the agricultural and agri-food sector to our economy. That is why, as I mentioned already, the Minister of International Trade has wasted no time in meeting with representatives of all the supply-managed groups after taking office. This government fully supports supply management, and we know that if a decision is made to ratify the TPP, we will need to work with sectors affected in the transition. We're also pleased, as you know, that the House Standing Committee on International Trade is currently studying the TPP, and in fact, they are beginning to consult Canadians in their own way. As mentioned, this government is committed to being fully transparent and hearing the views of Canadians on the merits of the TPP before deciding whether to ratify the agreement. On this motion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, trade agreements are good for Canada, provided they provide benefits to Canadians. We think CETA is a good one. We're studying the TPP to see if it is or not. And with respect to diafiltered milk, Mr. Speaker, we are working with other members of the government, with farmers in the sector, knowing the complexity of the issues in order to find a just and equitable solution for Canadian farmers.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, but I didn't hear really anything about the motion that we're debating today. I've heard very little, in fact, about diafiltered milk. I heard him talk about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the importance of trade agreements, and I understand that's true, but I think I need to explain to the honourable member that we tried to have a study of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, and that was refused by the government. The Liberal Party voted against a motion that I put forward on the Standing Committee of Agriculture to conduct a study on the TPP. So you're talking about transparency and openness, but you're not even willing to conduct a study on the TPP within the Standing Committee on Agriculture. So I would like to know what the member intends to do to continue to exert pressure on his own government so that once and for all we can fix the problem of diafiltered milk. We know very well what the solution is. It's simple. The dairy producers and processors know what the solution is, so the government has to apply the regulations that are already in force. What does he intend to do? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé for her question. In the first line of today's motion, it talks about the negative effects of trade agreements. And so my purpose was to underscore the fact that there are also very positive impacts of trade agreements. And that is part of the motion itself. As concerns diafiltered milk, we are working diligently to find a solution, Mr. Speaker. If it was as simple as as our members on the other side would have us believe, it would already have been fixed by the previous government. But it isn't as simple as all that. There are different interpretations, and therefore we are working very hard on it, and we will definitely reach a solution that is fair for everyone. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for his excellent speech on international trade agreements that the previous government negotiated, because the previous government was the one that made the economy progress the most. But unfortunately, he forgot the subject of the motion in his speech, which is the imports of dye-filtered milk. I can't understand this government, Mr. Speaker, because on one side, they can solve problems by putting forth a gag order, by rushing legislation through without allowing people to debate it. And here there's a problem that has existed for many years, and this problem can't even tell us that it's working on a solution and why it can't put forward a solution. So it's quite simple. Why can the government solve a problem that doesn't exist, but it can't solve a problem that has existed for a long time? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. That's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question and for his passion as well. The speeches of the government members should be looked upon as a whole, and there's a basic presumption in the motion that free trade agreements are a bad thing, that they have negative impacts. My role, Mr. Speaker, is to clarify the fact that free trade agreements can be positive. They can have very positive impacts on the Canadian economy, and I do hope that I have succeeded in doing so. The question of dye-filtered milk is extremely complex. It's not as simple as the opposition would have us believe, and we inherited a very difficult situation from the previous government, which did nothing at all for 5 years. We're trying to find a solution for this problem. We're working very hard. We're cooperating with industry and with, obviously, all partners.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Sherbrooke. Well, it's all very well to say that the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is here speaking about dye-filtered milk. There are some 500 companies that are directly affected by this, and 1,500 dairy producers altogether. But what I do want to say is that every member here is affected when supply management is threatened, because supply management benefits retailers. Every riding has poultry, egg, or dairy producers, whether we are a very agricultural riding like mine or urban areas. Supply management was established to ensure that producers and we all can have a balance between supply and demand. We want to make sure that we have enough eggs, milk, and poultry. On the American side, we've seen scarcities when it comes to eggs, and here we don't have that. We also ensure high-quality products. Canadian milk is of high quality. We have our producers that have to meet high standards with respect to food safety and their processes, and we don't have those guarantees when we import milk from the U.S. We have seen the problems that arise in the American market. Now, in Canada, we have established the supply management system so that we have an assurance regarding quality and safety. Yes, the price might be lower in the United States, but here in Canada, when we go to buy milk, we know that the price will always be reasonable and that it will be a fair price for consumers. So we need to understand here in the House that this issue concerns all of us. We need to understand what we are talking about when we talk about diafiltered milk. We hope that everyone will support the motion introduced by my colleague. Diafiltered milk is really a way of getting around the rules. When it comes across the border, it is considered a milk protein concentrate, and as such, the Canadian Border Services Agency does not apply the same rules as if it were milk. And then when it is used in processing, it is considered by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency as being milk. So since there are not the same guarantees, we don't know if the environmental standards, the food safety standards, and other standards were met. The parliamentary secretary is telling us that we don't understand. It's a very complicated issue. That is not the case. What is happening is importers are getting around the rules, and we know that milk contains some 3% butterfat, and these are concentrates that contain 35% and more. Dairy producers receive no subsidies in Canada, and the government is enabling milk to come in that is subsidized. So not only do we not subsidize our producers, we are penalizing them by allowing these imports. The dairy producers in my riding are telling me that they are losing $25,000 a day. There are people here protesting on the Hill today. Young producers are saying they're losing the equivalent of their salary. We have a system that gives us high-quality products. And are we going to have a system where young producers can't make a living? The issue affects producers across the country. In Quebec, 257 farms have closed down. I talked to dairy producers, and they are desperate. They don't want to see more operations closed. They just want to have a viable industry. In Canada, we have all of these family farms closing. Do we want to see just huge operations? I come from a riding which is only 50 kilometers from Montreal, but these villages have no bank, they have no bakery, no grocery store, and often the schools in other areas have been turned into seniors' homes. So we know that these issues affect dairy producers across the country, whether we're talking about Abitibi or other regions. These family farms need to be able to continue to operate. Are we prepared to threaten the supply management system by letting in diafiltered milk? We're being told by the government that it's not really a big problem, that we need to look at it, take our time. But I know in my riding, just for last year, $220 million has been lost in revenues for producers. Last year, there was a press conference where the Chambers of Commerce, the producers, the economic development agencies attended, because all of these groups know that when the family farms close down, then the whole region will be hit, all of the businesses. It is very important that we take that into account, and that is why we are all affected. We can't just say that it is the producers who are suffering, the producers that are here on the Hill. Today, when we are thinking about the issue and preparing to vote on the motion, we all need to realize the importance of supporting my colleague's motion. But the government says it's complicated. In fact, it is very simple. The government just needs to enforce regulations that already exist. The House of Commons does not need to adopt new legislation. The regulations exist, and they have to be enforced. They are saying on the other side that they are holding discussions, but the producers that have come to see us are saying, enough discussion. We need to apply the regulations that already exist. We need to enforce the cheese composition regulations. The government could have enforced these at the border. We had the mozzarella that was coming in the pizza kits, and that practice was stopped. But for some reason, the government does not want to take action on diafiltered milk. We have the current regulations. They need to be enforced. I don't know what the government is waiting for. Last week, the National Assembly of Quebec adopted a second unanimous motion to call on the federal government to deal with this issue. I think that this is clear. When we hear from the producers, when we have two unanimous motions from the National Assembly of Quebec, we can't understand why the government still wants to consult and discuss this issue. We think it's time to act. In the context where we have the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Canada-Europe Agreement that threaten supply management, we have to make sure that supply management doesn't suffer because of these agreements. This is, there are sensitive issues elsewhere, like in the auto industry, the pharmaceutical industry, but supply management is also a sensitive issue, and we need to have the government act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for her intervention describing supply management. We are in agreement about supply management and our support for that very critical system for our farming community. As our parliamentary secretaries have both said, our government is working on the issue of diafiltered milk, and it's something that we have discussed at the Agri Committee as well. Would the honourable member maybe comment on the need to discuss the complex issue of our comprehensive agriculture policy, something that our Agri Committee has been blocked from doing, that could help us with this discussion today?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Well, we're talking about enforcing regulations on diafiltered milk. The discussions are over. When we talk about agricultural policy as a whole, we have standards for food safety, animal well-being, environmental safety, and so on. So yes, let's talk about agriculture so that we have policy for the future, but that is not the issue today. The issue is, what are we going to do to enforce these regulations for cheese composition and to make sure that family farms can continue to operate? Honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague and congratulate her on her speech. I come from a region where there is a lot of agriculture, and we are training our young producers. Now, her riding is largely agricultural, and we have to listen to what she has to say.
Our dairy producers have come to meet with us. They've talked about their financial problems, how difficult it is to make ends meet at the end of the month. They just can't understand why this government is not taking steps right away. I assume that members on the other side of the House have been approached by producers and have heard the same thing. So could my colleague, who comes from an area where dairy production is so important, could tell us why nothing's being done? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. What we understand is that there is no political will to resolve this issue. When the Quebec National Assembly, that understands this complex industry, I'm sure there is a Minister of Agriculture in Quebec that understands agri-food issues. Well, they have understood in Quebec what the issues are, and they know about this. They've shown it that through their 2 unanimous motions. It is important for my region. Yes, that's true. But this is an important issue for agriculture and for dairy producers across the country. So my colleague's region is affected as well. Young producers have, in many cases, been trained in Saint-Hyacinthe. They know that when the government doesn't enforce the rules, it is impossible for producers to be prosperous. These young producers are going without their salaries. They are passionate about the work they do, and they are producing the food that is on our table. The government needs to take action. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, for introducing the motion today. I would like to quote for the record the BC Agriculture Minister's remarks during the election campaign in August. There was a press conference with the current Foreign Affairs Minister, and producers had spoken to the minister about the dairy, about supply management. And she said about supply management, keeping our family farms operational is important, because if we undermine supply management, then family farms will suffer. So I agree completely. The problem we have here is that the imports of dye-filtered milk do undermine supply management. They get around the rules, and this dye-filtered milk is used as milk in cheese and other productions. So I see that my colleague, my Liberal colleague, defended this system during the election campaign, but does not seem to be doing so now. So I'm pleased to speak today on behalf of dairy producers across the country, and in particular in the Eastern Township, where there are over 500 dairy farms. There are 5,500 jobs that are directly or indirectly involved. We have over $220 million worth of output. So this is a very important industry in the Eastern Townships. And I want to again thank my colleague for bringing the matter forward. We hope that the government will keep its promises made during and even before the election campaign. They have been in office for 6 months and still have done nothing to resolve the issues. This has been raised by other colleagues. We have the dairy producers speaking to us and telling us that they're losing money every day. And this is true across the country, including in my area of the Eastern Townships. Many, many producers have decided to raise their voices. Christian Beauport from the Cabaran farm made a video that has been watched 900,000 times. And he criticized the system as it stands, and he talked about his situation. For 30 years, he's been a dairy producer, and he's thinking about having to perhaps close down his operations because there isn't enough respect for the producers. The producers are the ones that provide their product to producers. Not all producers, all processors are using these imported products. We can't put them all in the same, consider them all in the same way. Now, there are other producers that have talked about these problems. The Béjean farm has raised issues about this, and other producers. In La Patrie, for example, David Côté in Magog said that the situation was causing losses of $30,000 a year in Magog.
Benoit Simard also has spoken out against this situation. So many Eastern Township farmers have spoken out against it, and they've also participated in protests to say that this is unsustainable. They're in an untenable position because the government is not enforcing the rules. If they just enforced the existing rules, if there was the political will to do that, it would be different. There were hundreds or dozens of protesters that went to Stansted, and they went close to the American border to speak out against those imports. And at that point in time, Ms. Walker at the time said that average farms, on the average, were losing $1,000 a week. If the problem isn't solved, that's $1,000 a week. Family farms we're talking about here. They don't have huge incomes. These are family farmers who have trouble making ends meet and continuing to make the necessary investments on their farms, and who are losing an astronomical amount of money every week, year in and year out. We're also talking, and I think everyone agrees about this, I mentioned it earlier, we are talking about economic vectors in our regions, and that's what farms represent. I think that many members could say so, particularly my friend from Saint-Hyacinthe-Lagotte, who knows what the importance of family farms are in our regional economies. They're important vectors for the vitality of our regions as well. And indeed, they allow us to keep our communities alive. And they also support indirect jobs, because if our producers aren't healthy, there are also people who push the economy along in the region. So today I really want to speak out loudly against the fact that the government is dragging its feet, that the minister says many fine things and has said many since the election. It's clear that the agriculture minister is aware of this. It existed before the Liberal government came to power. It's an issue that could have been settled a long time ago. And today, the producers are obliged to come and protest in front of Parliament to ask for action, because this government and the preceding government did not act. And yet, the solution isn't such a complex one. People are telling us, oh, it's too complicated, there are too many things to do, it can't happen overnight, but that's not true. And even the Conservative member who was talking about solutions, and yet they could have implemented solutions when they were in power, as if this was a new issue. But this is a 2-year-old story, and it has just become a bigger and bigger story over time. So it's unfortunate that the Conservatives didn't do anything, and I think now we need to concentrate mainly on the Liberal government, which has the power. If the minister had the simple political will, it would have already happened. And I think today, all of our colleagues, even the Liberals, they talk about consulting the producers and be more familiar with the problem. They could do that, and they would have solved the problem if the will was there. So it's really unfortunate that we have to talk about it here to push them to action. They didn't hear the producers' message in the end, and yet it's not very long ago that they came up on the Hill and talked about the problem. So I think today we're seeing the real face of the Liberal government. They seem to listen very closely to some processors, and maybe that's what's slowing them down in their decision-making. But this is an issue that is extremely sensitive, and I think that our producers, those who have gathered before the Parliament buildings here, deserve at least an answer from the federal government. But what we really want is action now, and the issue should be settled, I hope, as soon as possible. So I urge the government, I beg them to act once and for all and give the means to the producers to continue to support our regions. Questions and comments?
Big Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Sherbrooke. I believe supporting farmers is very important. In fact, I think we all love farmers. Who doesn't love a farmer? But as someone who represents one of the poorest ridings in the country, the price of milk and cheese affects the health of many of my fellow citizens. Now, I've been working with dairy farmers in Manitoba, trying to come up with some of the issues surrounding the accessibility of food in Winnipeg Centre. When people have the choice of buying a pop at $1, a large jug of pop, or buying milk at double that price, this affects the health of the children, of the adults, but it also affects northern communities especially. And I know I'm not trying not to be partisan or anything, but I was just wondering if you had any practical solutions in order to deal with this, of what we could be doing, how the farmers could be working to ensure greater accessibility to high-quality foods in this country for more of our fellow citizens. Thank you.
Before the honourable member for Sherbrooke begins.
Members that they're going through the speaker and not directly across the floor. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his question. It's not quite related to the dye-filtered milk issue, but I would answer that the NDP is a great defender of food security. My colleague mentioned it earlier. And it's important that we give our farmers the means to produce, but above all to be supported by the government, that they feel they are, so that we can offer our people in this country food. I think everyone here agrees that Canada is extremely proud of its production and of the quality of the products that are delivered across the country. And indeed, when we open our borders and open up agriculture to free trade agreements, there is a potential risk. And it's the case for agriculture. This is a domain that must be protected and that has to be paid attention to, particularly in terms of free trade negotiations. Questions and comments?
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for his very thoughtful comments on my colleague's motion. Mr. Speaker, it's not we in the House that are raising this issue repeatedly has been shared by my colleagues, and frankly our colleagues over the way from the Conservative Party, that it is the dairy farmers of Canada who are calling for action on this. They've been calling for action for 2 years. And if I could quote Mr. Wally Smith, the President of Dairy Farmers of Canada, where he says, in quotes, all of Canada's dairy farmers speak with one voice on diet-filtered milk. We are collectively disappointed with the lack of action on enforcement of the cheese standards. The government does not need to pass a new law or new regulation, and the solution is simple. The government needs to enforce the existing standards. And yet, from the Liberals, we keep hearing, oh, it's complex and it's complicated, oh, and it's the member's fault, and he's talking too much in committee. I mean, it's frankly insulting, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud of my colleague for standing up today. I'm so proud of all the colleagues in the House standing up for dairy farmers. Let's not change the channel talking about the price of milk in Canada and northern communities. They're talking about the TPP or CETA. This is a law that is in place now, and it simply needs to be enforced to protect our dairy farmers.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague who's quite right. It's not the NDP asking for this today. It's the producers who are out front here of the Parliament, and there are many stakeholders in the industry who are asking for this. Also, even the Quebec National Assembly is asking for this. 58 producers are asking for this, provincial associations and the National Association as well. The only obstacle to action right now is the Liberal government. They're turning a blind eye. They're finding pretexts for not acting. And even our Conservative friends today are asking for action. So the only thing that's missing is political will on the part of the Liberals. They've been in power for 6 months. They've said for 6 months that they recognize it's an important issue, and yet nothing changes. The only obstacle is the Liberal government. And it's the producers, the NDP, and the Conservatives who are asking for a solution. And the only thing missing here is the Liberals. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Châteauquay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to let you know that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Davignon-Matapédia. And thank you also to the member for Berthier-Masquinongé for having raised this particularly important issue. And it's a very sensitive one. For raising this before the House, it's important for all dairy producers in Quebec, but also for those in the rest of Canada and for the many producers in my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle. It's not political will that's lacking here. I'm very aware that the dairy producers in my region are suffering the consequences of what their industry is going through now quite directly. And our riding is right next door to the United States and has one of the 10 biggest border crossings in Canada, Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle. I'm very pleased today to say that I clearly support industries that work under supply management in Canada. And of course, the object of today's motion is to deal with these issues in the dairy industry, but I'd like to draw the attention of members to issues in other supply managed sectors, which would be poultry and egg production. In Châteauguay-Lacolle, production of turkeys, chickens, table eggs, and hatching eggs are very important sectors. Indeed, our riding has some 10 rural municipalities. Mr. Speaker, these industries are in full development right now and are supporting many communities across Canada. I want to emphasize that our government fully supports the Canadian supply management system. This is an indispensable tool for family farms and producers that are small or big and that are proudly part of the Quebec agricultural trademark. We are determined to maintain and protect the three sectors under supply management: dairy, poultry, and eggs. For example, the poultry industry brings in $3.9 billion to farms every year and contributes to Canada's GDP to the tune of $1.3 billion per year. Moreover, this industry provides some 100,000 jobs nationally at the farm, in processing plants, and in other areas. In Châteauguay-Lacolle alone, there are more than 16 poultry producers. We can also take pride in the producers of Canadian eggs. They offer the highest quality product because they're subject to standards that are among the most stringent in the world. In our riding, we also have the luck to have two table egg production sites. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to describe the situation, and I think you've already heard this story, before the supply management system was put into place, to show you how it has become an indispensable tool. First of all, in the 1960s, some provinces started to restrict the entry of agri-food products from other provinces in order to protect their own producers and market risks and their products often wound up in oversupply. Naturally, and because of the supply and demand mechanism, this overproduction resulted in a great decrease in prices. It was at this point that the Farm Products Marketing Act was passed in order to provide essential structure and regulation at the federal level. The national agencies balance the supply and demand by defining the production levels that are appropriate for each of the provinces. And this is after having taken into account import forecasts. Supply management was first introduced for the table egg industry and later on for the poultry industries. Following that, the hatching eggs industry was added towards the end of the 1980s. For each of these products, the national agency works together alongside the provincial councils in order to allocate production between the provinces in order to meet the market needs fully. All in all, supply management has worked well and continues to do so in the poultry and egg sectors because this system imposes a shared responsibility between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments and farm groups in order to ensure stability and proper operating. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, as elected members here, we all have an important role to play in the protection of this system, which has proven itself and can be considered as a model. As the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle, I need to listen to the needs and demands of my producers and keep abreast of issues that affect them on behalf reporting to the government. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my producers and all Canadian producers by repeating that our government offers absolute support for trade and supply management in the poultry and egg sectors. We recognize the critical importance of these industries under supply management to the Canadian economy, and that is why we are doing everything possible to maintain the strength and profitability of these sectors. More specifically, we continue to support the three major pillars of the supply management system, which is to say production control, import control, and price control. Our government, this hope of our government is also achieved in our efforts to develop new lucrative markets for our agricultural producers, particularly through free trade agreements with major importing countries. We also can turn to other effective means to support the poultry industry, including strategic investments in the areas of research, science, and innovation. The ultimate objective is indeed to help producers and processors under supply management to increase their productivity, to increase their competitive abilities, and finally to be able to maintain the sustainability of their enterprises. Of course, we work in agreement equally with partners in the industries for the well-being of animals. Over the years, we have made strategic investments in this industry, even in the Canadian economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in my speech, I just wanted to remind people that our government fully supports the supply management system and that we constantly work in the highest interests of communities, producers, and Canadian families. We position ourselves strategically on the international scene in order to maximize our commercial achievements that must be shared between all agricultural sectors, including those under supply management. Our government is very optimistic when looking to possibilities of growth that could flow from our participation in new international trade agreements that will be profitable for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. She has demonstrated that she's been listening to producers in her riding. She's demonstrated her knowledge of the supply management system. But when she says that the government's going to do everything in its power and that they believe in supply management, I think in supporting today's motion, she could walk the talk and show tangibly that she will support the suppliers in her region, that she'll support supply management. We already have had $220 million in losses in 2015 in this sector. How many hundreds of millions of losses are we waiting for before we support them? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Indeed, this is a problem. And indeed, I appreciate the fact that this motion's been tabled today so that we can discuss this, because I haven't heard much about this issue over the last 3 years in the House. Mr. Speaker, we are working hard. Our government is seized with this issue. I can testify that the parliamentary secretary is working on this issue constantly. It's going to take some time, but it will come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
Joliette,
rather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague says it's going to take some time, but that it will be solved. What's going to take time? Why is it going to take time to enforce existing legislation? It's simple for us. They only need to do that if they have the will to do so. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, as my honourable colleagues have already explained, it's not as simple as that, this problem. It's more complex. It involves several different components and factors within the industry. We have to find a solution that is a long-term and sustainable one that will be to the benefit of everyone involved in this problem. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and my question to the member, and maybe just a brief comment, she made reference in terms of just the process of 3 years, and I think it is important that we do recognize that this is not an issue that came from nowhere. In fact, had the Conservative government been active on this issue, and quite possibly, if the NDP, while they were official opposition, been more active on this issue, it might not have hit the point where we've hit it today, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member is, would she not agree that there is a responsibility for the Government of Canada to work with the industry reps, as it has been doing, in order to try to do what's in the best interest of the industry as a whole, and it is just a question of time, and to reaffirm that the Government of Canada does, in fact, believe in supply management.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
And I thank the honourable member for his question, because indeed this issue is of the highest priority for this government. It was the first study undertaken by the parliamentary committee. It is an issue that I have certainly been made aware of from earliest days in conjunction with my colleague, who is the parliamentary secretary for agriculture. It is something that we inherited from the previous government, and yes, it's been 6 months, but you will see it will not be 6 6 years before this problem is solved.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable
Resuming
député.
debate, the honourable member for Avignon Métis, Avignon Métis Matane-Lapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to study this motion. Obviously, the important issue that was raised in this House. So the Government of Canada is fully dedicating itself to agriculture, which is a key sector of our economy. Our government's mandate is clear. We must support the agricultural sector so that it can be a leader in job creation and innovation. And that includes the supply management system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with our colleagues in the House, the provinces and the territories, and with the help of the sector, we are implementing the government's action plan that is to strengthen Canada's farm sector and to help grow its innovation and its safety. The government will put forward its policies and its financial tools to support agriculture in accomplishing its essential work. It will help the sector in many areas, including product marketing, research, innovation, food safety, and support for exports. In order to do so, we intend to invest in food processing in order to help transformers develop new value-added products that will take into account the changing tastes of consumers and market opportunities. We will invest in research on agriculture to support scientific discoveries and innovation in this sector. We will promote Canada's interests in the field of agriculture at the national level. We will work jointly with farm producers and provincial governments to determine whether the series of income protection program meet the needs of Canadian farmers. We will implement a new 5-year strategic framework for agriculture, and jointly with the provinces, territories, and other interested partners, we will help the sector adapt to climate change and to better solve the problems of water and soil conservation, hydraulic management, and land development. Mr. Speaker, the agri-food sector is a powerful driver of the Canadian economy. After all, we're talking about a sector that creates 1 out of 8 jobs and which, along with its industries, employs over 2 million Canadians. It contributes 6.6% to our GDP, that is $108.9 billion, and generates over $60 billion in exports. That is why our government is determined to support a Canadian supply management system. Overall, the dairy, poultry, and egg sector create close to 300,000 jobs and create global economic benefits of $32 billion. Our budget, tabled in March, contains significant support measures for the Canada farm sector. The budget includes the following investments: $70 million to support research and infrastructure in order to mitigate biological threats for agriculture that are associated with climate change. $41.5 million to support the renovation and modernization of research stations and agricultural laboratories in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec. There is also a maximum investment of $1.9 million in the agro-environmental internship program to prompt young people to apply for green jobs in the agri-food sector. This is further to a commitment of the Canada government set out in Budget 2016 to offer opportunities to post-secondary graduates who are interested in helping the agricultural sector and putting in place beneficial activities for the environment. The budget includes funding of up to $500 million to broaden and improve digital infrastructure to help Canadians in rural and remote communities to seize opportunities to contribute to the digital economy and access government services remotely. These investments will foster the establishment of a solid farm sector, including supply management sectors. Our government continues to make many efforts to stimulate innovation in Canada's dairy industry. The researchers in our research centre in Sherbrooke are developing state-of-the-art tools to foster competitiveness in the Canadian dairy industry. For example, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada researchers have discovered that vitamin B12, which is present in cow's milk, is easier to absorb than when it is taken in the form of a supplement. This type of research can really help industry because we know that consumers today are especially mindful of their health. With regard to dye-filtered milk, we are aware of the industry's concerns about the use of dye-filtered milk in the manufacturing of cheese. Our officials are making efforts to ensure that the standards are clear for everyone. We communicate regularly with industry partners in the dairy industry concerning this serious problem. The Government of Canada fully supports supply management. We will also continue to defend all Canadian interests in the agricultural sector while we examine trade issues. This includes sectors that are governed by supply management. Once again, the Government of Canada unreservedly supports supply management. Mr. Speaker, by continuing to work hard, the farm sector will continue to prosper and stimulate our economy, which will reach new highs. Canada is a country with tremendous economic potential and an unprecedented spirit of innovation. Our farmers produce world-renowned food that they sell on international markets that are overflowing with possibilities. The future is promising. We are seeing an increase in global demand for nutritious food, and that food can come from productive and progressive farmers in Canada. We continue to cooperate closely with all our partners to ensure that Canada's agri-food sector continues to succeed. We will continue to defend all interests in Canada's agricultural sector when examining trade issues. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his speech. It's really good to hear that the government supports agriculture, and I was happy to hear the previous speaker talk about poultry and chicken and eggs. I have a few chickens at home, which I can assure you are outside the supply management system. But we're here to talk about dye-filtered milk, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that the Liberals could fix right away, and we just keep trying to get an answer on how much more time do we need to get the Liberal government to fix this problem.
L'honorable député d'Avignon. Honorable member for Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It is a question that is very important, and obviously what we want is to find a solution. But we want to find a solution that won't be a Band-Aid solution. We want one that will be lasting and that will support our farmers in the long term. And that's a commitment we are making to ensure that we conduct the consultations required to clearly understand the issues so that we can find a long-term solution to ensure that our dairy farmers will be able to develop their businesses appropriately. Questions and comments?
For North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for his speech today. But what I've heard in the last two presentations is much rhetoric around what they're going to do for Canadians in other ways, bringing Wi-Fi to the rural communities and so on. What we need is a fix right away for this issue. I've heard from dairy farmers in my riding of the North Okanagan Shuswap about how they're actually, in other parts of the country, having to actually spread powdered milk on their fields because they have no market for it. There's millions and millions of pounds of powdered milk sitting in warehouses that they can't sell because dye-filtered milk continues to come in across the country. What we've heard is a lot of rhetoric, but what we haven't heard is what they're really doing right now to try and work to get this problem fixed as soon as possible. I'd like to hear what they're actually doing right now to get this problem solved. Thank you.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague once again for his question. and I'd like to put a question to him. I'd like to know what the Conservatives did over the past 3 years in order to fix this problem. This problem has existed since 2013. The entry of diafiltered milk coming across the U.S. border into Canada, that's been going on since 2013, so the problem's existed for 3 years, and obviously I'd like to know what the Conservatives did concretely. What we're doing concretely is to meet with our farmers. I've got 200 dairy farmers in my riding, and they came to my office, and I had the opportunity to discuss this matter with them to clearly understand the issues. So what we're doing is consulting them to make sure that we make the right decisions so that we can be sure that we can support the economy in the long term and our producers. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is absolutely right. We hear from the official opposition that we need to act now, but they've been asleep at the switch for 5 years. They've done absolutely nothing, so that is why this problem has landed in our laps. And when the ADP talks about compensation, their former leader said that he wanted to balance the budget at all costs. So the math between a compensation and a balanced budget simply doesn't add up. So I would invite my colleague to comment on this. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. I am particularly proud of our government. We have a minister who is a farmer himself. We have a parliamentary secretary who comes from the dairy farm sector. He's a farmer. He is a dairy farmer himself, and he understands clearly what this issue is. Diafiltered milk is a very important issue, and we understand that there's a lot of diafiltered milk that's coming across the border, and it impacts the revenues of our dairy farmers. But we need to ensure that all parties have been consulted. We need to understand all the issues so that we can find the right solution so that we can support our dairy farmers over the coming years. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, as the member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia, it's almost as if he regrets being elected because he has to make decisions. It's true that the Liberals were elected, but it is up to them to assume their obligations and to stop finding excuses. Mr. Speaker, today we have here in the House with us dairy farmers from Lanaudière, Mauricie, Outaouais, Centre-Sud du Québec, Montérégie. I had the occasion to talk with dairy farmers from Saint-Boniface, from Mauricie, and they are very disturbed to hear what the Liberals are saying today because the Liberals are trying to find any excuse to justify their inaction. We don't need a legislative change. We don't even need a regulatory change. We need a change of attitude. When is milk not milk? Well, when it is diafiltered milk. I mean, come on. According to the Canada Border Services, it crosses the border because it's not milk. So when diafiltered milk is milk, well, come on. When it's put into milk, because CFI requires that cheese be made with milk, the same milk that wasn't milk when it came across the border as diafiltered milk. That is the unbelievable error that the Liberals would have us swallow today. But it's understandable because the Liberals are finally showing their true colors. It took some time to realize that Conservatives always hammered on the weakest, but the Liberals are showing also that they will also get down on their knees before the most powerful and the well-connected. We saw it yesterday with the Minister of Transport saying, hey, come on. It's not important if Air Canada doesn't abide by the law. No problem if thousands of mechanical workers with good jobs in the aeronautical sector lose their jobs. No problem. Air Canada asked us to change the law retroactively to remove offences, so the Liberals bowed to this demand. The same government that says that it respects the official languages, Well, because it's not normal that that Air Canada should be the only one not to obey the Official Languages Act. The problem is that they came begging for billions of dollars in taxpayers' money. The public said, okay, as long as you do your maintenance in Canada and you comply with the Official Languages Act. And now it just took one Liberal government to say, you know what, even if they broke the law, there are two laws in Canada, one for the ordinary people and one for the all-powerful and the cronies of the regime. That's the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. When I look at the empty rhetoric of the Minister of Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia, I find it appalling for the people of his region. There are many, many peoples and many dairy farmers in his region who are very worried, as there are people in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. And I would like to say that I will be splitting my time with the extraordinary member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, so she can tell us about her region and the dairy farmers there. Mr. Speaker, this is an unbelievable situation. $220 million were lost last year.
Catch 22. So when is milk not milk? When it's diafiltered milk. And therefore, the American producers of this product don't have to pay customs duties. That's what our border services have decided. Same government, same product, it becomes milk. Because the food inspection people say, no problem, you have to have milk when you're making cheese, but this stuff is milk. It wasn't milk when it crossed the border. It would have been taxed, but now it's milk that it's entering cheese. It's not a catch-22. It's a catch-220 million. That's the problem, Mr. Speaker. But I really wish that some of the brain trust on the other side, like the member of Parliament for Winnipeg North, would actually go and speak to some of these milk producers. They would understand that the banks in this country are holding back investments for these producers. Why? Because they don't know whether or not they're going to be able to be paid back. That's the insecurity in the lives of those farming families. That's the insecurity in their communities. That's why the NDP is standing up to fight for the government to start enforcing these laws. Que des phrases creuses.
We're just hearing empty rhetoric. The member for New Brunswick, the member for Matapédia. This is beyond understanding. The government is putting money into place for the tools that will be necessary. They have the financial tools. It's called supply management. We need to maintain it. We need to respect it. They aren't asking for favors from the Liberal government. They just want the legislation to be applied properly. They will do their work. The banks know that they can lend to producers, but the Minister of International Trade supported American proposals instead of helping our producers. She will pander to the Americans because this is the same minister who said that we should have let the auto companies in Canada go bankrupt. There are families in difficulty, there are workers without work, but she is above all that. We ask the dairy producers to obey the rules. They know, these producers, that there are regulations because they have to follow them, but the American producers that want to export their product here to Canada, they don't have to obey those regulations, and we need to put an end to those practices. Can we stop allowing for loopholes in our supply management system? Can the government stop listening to people like the Minister of International Trade that refuse to defend supply management because the Americans don't have that kind of system? The member for Winnipeg North said a little while ago, milk is expensive, as if the supply management system was responsible for a rise in the prices. If you look at the American side, if you buy milk, you don't see the real costs. Their system is even worse because Americans pay through their tax system to subsidize American dairy producers. Here it is a user pay system, and the result is that families that own and operate these farms, often that are centuries old in the case of Quebec farms, are worried. We're talking about families, we're talking about human costs, people that are deeply worried. That worry could be eliminated if the Liberals just kept their promises. They promised to make sure that the supply management system was upheld. They promised that they were going to find a solution for diafiltered milk. Well, that solution isn't difficult to find. All we have to do is apply the rules to everyone.
After Liberal try to justify the unjustifiable, there's a very simple solution here. Apply the law equally to everyone. This diafiltered milk is being allowed in to the tune of $220 million a year now, and it's only going to increase. You can't have it as milk when it's put into the cheese by the Canadian government. They say it's milk, and then it's not milk when it crosses the border. It's milk. It should be under our system of supply management. We've got to start protecting those dairy farming and poultry farming and egg farming families that have been able to hold on to their farms thanks to a very fair system of supply management. Stand up, defend that system, and start enforcing the law to these American companies.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, very entertained this afternoon here in the House. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, we must stop with the rhetoric and the sound bites, Mr. Speaker, and the grandstanding. Where was the member, the leader of this party 2 years ago when this was an issue? Where were the recommendations? The animation is breathtaking. And of course, the entertainment, once again, Mr. Speaker, is breathtaking. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is it wasn't dealt with in the past by the government. It wasn't dealt with in the past by the opposition party. This government is dealing with it. We don't have to deal with it by standing on our soapboxes or being very animated or entertaining. This is business, and this government is dealing with it. My question to the leader of the Democratic Party, sometimes not Democratic Party in this case, with respect to transparency and democracy and working with those that are in the industry, is what in fact, or how in fact, Mr. Speaker, is the leader going to actually sit down with this industry to ensure a sustainable resolution with their input, democracy I might add, which is critical. How is the leader going to sit down and come up with a true sustainable resolution?
The honourable member for Outremont.
That was pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Talk about rhetoric. Obviously, the new member from Niagara Centre didn't get a chance to listen to what his colleague from Avignon, Métis La Matapédia, had to say before, because he actually read talking points from the election campaign that completely ignored the subject at hand, as did he. So he talked about the government as if the Conservatives were still in power. This just in, I know I hate to break it to you, but you're in charge, you're the government, you're supposed to find the solutions. He had the audacity to say that they were dealing with it. Oh yeah? How? The problem is there in the galleries. All of these dairy producers, and a lot of them from Ontario, wanting to know why, when diafiltered milk crosses the border, it's not milk, but when they want to put it into cheese, it is milk, and how it's getting in the border free and taking $220 million out of the pockets of Canadian farming families. That's what's happening. The families are worried, the producers are worried, the banks aren't lending, the communities are being hurt. Instead of standing up and playing the clown, why don't they stand up and defend the dairy producers of their region?
Questions and comments? L'honorable
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I have to say to my colleague, member for Outremont, that I agree with him on certain points, especially the empty rhetoric by the member for Matan-Métis, Matapédia. We agree on those points. We know that the Liberals didn't think the same way. They're back to their old ways of giving things to their friends. I would like to know whether he agrees with me through the Speaker. Does the member think that the ministers might get out of their limousines at some point and actually look at the situation on the ground? The member for Outremont. That's an excellent question. We know that in the Mirabel area, supply management, including in the dairy sector, is very important. There are many family farms that have had to close down, and that was happening before the Liberals. There were family farms that were there for centuries, and then the Liberal government decided to expropriate the farmland and build the white elephant that was the Mirabel Airport. For centuries, farmers have been working hard. It is time for the Liberal government to take care of them, to apply the rules, to stop this loss of $220 million a year. This is hurting families and communities. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe that, to begin with, the easiest way to understand the problem is to read a short message that I received from a constituent at the end of May. She says, "Hello, I would like to ask your help to defend our interests with the government. We have a farm at Saint-Jutra, which is a family farm. I need your help to defend supply management, which is a world-class system that requires no subsidies and is suffering a great deal because of the imports of milk protein concentrates from the United States. My farm and a number of other producers are having difficulty because our production costs are not being covered properly, according to the Dairy Commission. The government needs to take action to stop the imports of these protein concentrates that are hurting farmers. It is harming our economy and our industry. So I hope that after you read this, you will choose to defend us and make the right choices. She then goes on to say, to show the situation that dairy farmers are in, she says that for a number of years, dairy producers have felt abandoned by governments. There are agreements that are signed that put us increasingly at the mercy of the market. The government doesn't seem to realize that we are suffering and that a number of family farms are at risk of being sold or closing down because they can no longer make a living. Agriculture is important because it feeds the world. Farmers feed people. Thank you for reading my letter. I appreciate it, and I hope that you can share this message with others. I think that this summarizes the situation very well. Many producers are dealing with these difficulties. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, between 2008 and 2015, there was a decrease of 15% in the number of farms. Almost 1,200 jobs were lost in my riding. And in the dairy sector, there were many jobs lost, as well as in the processing industry. We have quite a number of cheese factories that have won prizes, even internationally, because of the quality of their cheese. Every year, because of the inaction by the Conservative government, now the Liberal government, the annual losses of between $12,000 and $15,000 per farm occur. Do you think that most people can compensate for a loss of $12,000 to $15,000 in income? Of course, a number of Liberal members don't have the same salary that they used to, but I can tell you that that kind of loss hits most people hard. There are 80,000 jobs indirectly and directly in the sector, $1.9 billion in revenues altogether, and $164 million of that goes to the Quebec government. There is almost 3 billion liters of milk produced. So in Quebec alone, this is a huge industry. We have the same problem as elsewhere. And it is a very dramatic situation because we are seeing an industry become very precarious because the government is not applying the rules that already exist. That's the big problem. Everything is there that we need. All we need to do, all the government needs to do is to say, okay, we're going to stop these kinds of losses. We are going to say milk is milk. Nobody can convince me that an American cow doesn't produce the same milk as a Canadian cow, even though the kind of controls may not be the same. Now, this is pretty easy to understand. So it is high time that this government understood that the border services need to take action. We need to use the same definition for milk and prevent American producers from importing these products. In less than 1 week, if the government wanted to stand up for Canadians, they could resolve the problem. There is no legislation that has to be amended. All they have to do is apply the rules that exist. So all we want to say to the government is do your job. This should be the first step taken. They can't say that they weren't aware of the problem. This was raised during the campaign. The Liberal government doesn't seem to remember what was said during the election campaign. I don't know what happened, but they seem to have just had a memory blank. They just don't remember at all what was said before the election. So what I would ask the government to do is to protect dairy producers in our ridings. People have chosen to work in the sector even though it's a difficult job. There are the quotas that have been provided to them, but they don't regret their choice. They want to work in this area and produce milk and cheese, but they have to have the financial means to be able to put money aside. I would remind the Liberal government that managing a farming operation isn't what it used to be. It is very complicated. Farmers need to have management and financial skills. There are a lot of challenges. They have to be properly trained. To operate a family farm, a dairy producer has to have the financial means to enable their children to get the right education as well. So this is what we hope that will happen, is to be able to continue to have food for Canadians. That's what producers want to do, and I think that makes sense. Now, I just hope that the government has understood that action can be taken very quickly. I hope that they will realize this. I hope that they will wake up from their post-election sleep, that they will think about what needs to be done. They will take the proper steps to help the ridings and family farms. And I hope that they will do that, because it is shameful to see that they have not taken any action. I will end there, Mr. Speaker. I hope that producers in my region will have good news soon. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Nous avons le temps pour une...
Questions and answers. We have time for a quick question. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a very good speech. In Wonderland, the budget could be balanced, producers could be helped, but the NDP made the choice of wanting to balance the budget, and that could never help the dairy sector in Canada. I can guarantee that the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Agriculture is defending producers, and the member for Lamitis Matan Matpedia is also standing up for producers. Even if the solutions suggested here were brought in tomorrow morning, does the member not understand that we need to work in cooperation with the producers to make sure that the system is viable in the long term? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, the border services are the responsibility of the federal government. So the government needs to talk to the CBSA and to the Food Inspection Agency and say, okay, milk is milk. If too much comes in, it will exceed the quota and will not be allowed. All day, the Liberals have been making speeches without talking very much at all about diet-filtered milk. They even asked what the name of my colleagues' hens were just to talk about something else. The issue here is diet-filtered milk, but the Liberals are talking about everything but that. This is an issue that can be resolved very quickly within the next few days. They just need to take action, and then everyone will be happy. There will be 3 minutes left for questions and answers for the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue after question period.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The contributions of Italian Canadians in building up the foundation of this country are well known and a source of great pride for me as a member of that community, as I hope it is for all members of this House. Tout au long de la 20e siècle.
Throughout the 21st century, Italian immigrants have worked relentlessly in the mines of Northern Ontario, on the Ambassador Bridge at Windsor, and on the railroads. There are many other examples.
Blood, sweat, and toil that was sacrificed. Thousands of immigrants lost their lives while laboring in the most arduous of conditions. Thankfully, the community has come forward to commemorate those who fell. I am proud to announce that a monument honoring the Italian fallen workers will be officially unveiled in my riding at Columbus Centre in Toronto, Ontario on April 28th. 11 columns will bear the names of each fallen worker and memorialize them forever. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the committee and invite all members in this House to join the Ambassador and Consul General of Italy, along with other representatives, to commemorate the grit, resilience, and hard work of the Italian-Canadian community.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All small towns have community spirit, but a couple in the North Okanagan deserve special recognition. The first is Falkland, which will be holding the 98th annual Falkland Stampede on the Victoria Day weekend. Being one of the oldest and best rodeos in Canada, only shows part of the spirit of this small town. Falkland is also home to the largest Canadian flag in Western Canada. The flag is visible for over 7 kilometers away, showing Falkland's community and Canadian spirit. The second town is Lumbee, now known as Hockeyville 2016. With over 1.2 million votes, Lumbee outvoted all of competitors to bring home the $100,000 prize. Hockeyville events, including an NHL preseason game, are now being planned throughout the community to celebrate the victory. Falkland and Lumbee, two great small towns with big hearts and great big spirit in the North Okanagan area.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
We live in a great nation where we can all stand in the House to share our own cultural values, religions and beliefs, but still remain united as one country. It was made possible because of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which was signed into law on April 17, 1982 by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Charter is one of the most enduring legacies of Liberal Party under the Right Honourable Pierre Trudeau. It is the Charter that continues to make our nation the envy of the world. It guarantees Canadians the following, regardless of gender and ethnicity: the right to free speech, the right to vote and serve as members of legislature, the right to life, liberty and security of the person. And Mr. Speaker, it is the spirit of the Charter that has made celebration like Vaisakhi possible in this great nation of ours. Every Canadian should be proud of the Charter because it reminds our children and families that in Canada, better is always possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, April 30th will be the day of commemoration for the boat people. My parents and brothers are boat people who came to Canada, like thousands of others from Vietnam, with hopes and dreams of a better life. I want to celebrate Canada's generosity and remember that refugees and their children contribute so much to our country. They are models of success. And we can think about Kim Thuy, the famous Quebec writer. And she wrote Rue Matois Man and other books. I'm also proud of the people who won prizes in Toronto for exceptional and outstanding work. As the child of refugees, I'm proud of both cultures, Vietnamese and Canadian, and to be able to transmit these maternal traditions to my girl, my daughter, and enjoy the freedoms and liberties of democracy. I'll continue to fight to defend social justice for all Canadians and all refugees. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, World Theatre Day is celebrated on March the 27th around the globe. World Theatre Day is meant to honour and further UNESCO's goal of celebrating the power of theatre as an indispensable bridge builder for international understanding and peace. Theatre promotes and protects cultural diversity and identity throughout the world. Theatre reflects life. It speaks of love, passion, joy, anger, pain, and death. It can elevate us and inform us. In Vancouver, we have 70 vibrant theatre companies: the Arts Club, Bar on the Beach, Carousel, and Pacific Theatres and Freddie Wood at the UBC. We need theatre, Mr. Speaker. We need theatre that challenges us, opens us to diversity, and takes us to places we would never go. I am proud our government is restoring and adding funding to the performing arts across Canada. Let's make every day World Theatre Day. Attend a performance in your community.
Bravo. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this chance to rise to tell you a tale from Manitoba's blue skies. The Generals of Bentley are my subject today, who went undefeated in Allen Cup play. They faced the best teams from Canada-wide, winning each game, their fans beaming with pride. Stony Creek, Ile-des-Chênes, and Sunnybrook fell, The tournament hosts, Prairie Thunder, as well. It was a hard-played final between these last two. An overtime victory secured Bentley's due. 3 times in 8 years they've repeated this feat, and I could not be more proud to be their MP. Yeah. To Heemskirk, the goalie, who stood on his head, to Matt Stefanishin, tournament scoring he led. They all played great to ensure victory that day. Rigby netted that goal we all watched on replay. Thank you, Steinbach, Prairie Thunder, and the Army, our fans, for supporting the Generals, 2016 Allen Cup champs.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the fiercest warrior from my hometown, the legendary last mayor of Dartmouth, Gloria McCluskey. My 6 years on City Council would have been far less interesting, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't have the pleasure of being seatmates with Gloria. Gloria entered politics as an alderman for the City of Dartmouth back in '85, and then in '92 she became the last mayor of Dartmouth, and she's represented Dartmouth on HRM Council with passion and loyalty ever since. Known for never giving up and working tirelessly for Dartmouth, Gloria has gone to bat for numerous projects. To Gloria, it never matters how large or small a project is. If it matters to Dartmouth, it matters to her. Mr. Speaker, HRM Council will be far less colourful in a few months as Gloria McCluskey has announced her retirement from politics. On behalf of everyone in Dartmouth, I want to thank Gloria for her dedicated service to our community, and we wish her the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
As a member of Parliament for a riding with some of the highest poverty rates in Canada, I find our government's focus on innovation and poverty reduction refreshing and exciting. Low-income, single seniors will now receive a 10% increase in the GIS, and now we are introducing the New Horizons for Seniors program. Many of my constituents said our seniors live in poverty, and for that reason, I rise in the House today with particular excitement to stand beside the Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development to endorse funding for the St. John Public Library under the New Horizons for Seniors program. This funding will assist in creating education-based programming for seniors in my riding by having a rider in residence program. This will work towards creating a better standard of living for seniors through engagement, social participation, and inclusion in my great riding of St. John Rothsay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westall.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps there was something in the air yesterday. The Minister of Health was in New York championing pot policy, while the Prime Minister's pipeline policy continues to be half-baked. With tens of thousands of unemployed Western Canadians, this government is far too unmotivated towards Energy East and Trans Mountain pipelines at a time when international markets have a huge appetite for Canadian oil. Canadians are wondering, dude, where's my pipeline? If this Prime Minister was serious about supporting Canadian oil, he would seize this budding opportunity and end our addiction to foreign oil. And despite the paranoia, Mr. Speaker, pipelines have been far safest option to transport oil for 20 years or more. Mr. Speaker, let me be blunt. These families rely on the resource sector are watching their hopes for prosperity go up in smoke. I call on this Prime Minister to work jointly with the provinces to ensure that oil moves to market quickly and safely. Mr. Speaker, this government's priority should be pipes. Pipe!
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Honourable Peter Adams, Member of Parliament for 1993 to 2006, representing the riding of Peterborough, who turned 80 years old on April 17th. Peter represented his constituents well, keeping in touch with residents by regularly jogging through downtown Peterborough, and continues to serve in various capacities today. Peter's had a distinguished career as an academic, an author, school trustee, and MPP. In 2012, he was awarded the Order of Ontario. One of Mr. Adams' most significant contributions in this place was to found the Post-Secondary Education Caucus, through which he showed how backbench MPs can be change agents and to which he continues to provide sage advice. I'm pleased to count Peter as a new friend and mentor. Happy birthday, Peter, and thanks to Jill for sharing him with us.
I
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Governor-General awarded the 2015 Governor-General's Award in commemoration of the Persons case to 5 exceptional Canadians. The Honourable Monique Bégin, respected politician, activist, and academic. Marie-Thérèse Chicha, professor and advocate for sexual equality. Dr. Ruth Elwood Martin, family doctor and advocate for the rights of incarcerated women. Sheila McIntyre, legal activist, scholar, and educator, and the recipient of the Youth Prize, D.M. Dooley, a leader in her community.
1929, women in Canada were declared persons under the law. To commemorate this historic event and to remind Canadians that we must continue pushing for gender equality, these awards are presented each year. Along with all Canadians, I wish to say a heartfelt thank you to these outstanding individuals for helping to advance equality to all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abbotsford. Mr. Speaker, fishing season is here. So the Prime Minister first convinced Canadians to swallow hook, line and sinker his promise to run modest deficits. Then he flip-flopped, announcing huge deficits and breaking his promise to balance the budget. Canada's small businesses, hoping to reel in a tax cut, were betrayed by the Finance Minister, who wormed his way out of keeping that promise. The Justice Minister then took the bait and got snagged on a conflict of interest by attending a fundraiser at which lawyers angled for a trophy catch. The floundering Trade Minister was lured into swallowing $20,000 of taxpayers' money just to appear on the Bill Maher show, and we all know what a flop that was. Then casting her line directly at the premiers, the Environment Minister failed to land the big one, a national climate change plan. Mr. Speaker, the fishy smell is from the Liberal government which, like a fish out of water, has flipped and flopped on every promise it's made. Canadians can't wait to the end of fishing season.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, April 18th, 3 days ago, a major earthquake hit the coastal region of Ecuador. Early yesterday morning, Wednesday, a second earthquake hit the same area, causing further destruction. Over 550 are dead, including 4 Canadians. Thousands are missing, and the numbers, unfortunately, are increasing daily. 3 towns have been almost completely destroyed, and many have been left homeless. Canada stepped up immediately with an initial $1 million humanitarian contribution. The Canadian Disaster Assessment Team has been dispatched to do a critical assessment of the needs on the ground as the events continue to unfold, and additional resources to support embassy and consulate services were also sent. My riding of Davenport is home to many vibrant cultures, including Ecuadorians from the Latin American community. I want to let them know that we are thinking of them, and our hearts go out to friends, colleagues, and family members affected by this devastating earthquake. In the days and weeks ahead, I encourage all of us to be generous as Ecuador calls on the Canadian community for help and support as it heals and rebuilds the towns affected along its beautiful coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, next Thursday, April 28th, Canadians will be marking the National Day of Mourning for workers killed, injured on the job, and those who have become ill because of their workplace. The National Day of Mourning is not only a time of reflection and remembrance, it also is a day to rededicate ourselves to the goal of keeping workers safe at their work, at their jobs. And Canadian workers die at a rate of 1,000 per year because workplace safety is sacrificed to serve the interests of the bottom line. Often workers are killed because they've been pressured into doing unsafe work. This has to stop. Workers in Canada are actively campaigning to have the Westray Law, passed unanimously by this House over a decade ago, properly enforced so that corporations who kill and injure workers are held criminally accountable. Mr. Speaker, an injury to one is an injury to all. Let's protect workers, enforce the law.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on the occasion of her 90th birthday. I join with all Canadians to express our gratefulness for her selfless dedication in giving her life to service. No one has a better record than Her Majesty. I remember as a teenager when world leaders would come to North America, they normally would frequent New York or Washington, but the Queen always made a point to visit Canada because that was her priority, and I always appreciated that. Her inspiring role during World War II continues today as she emboldens all of us to become better citizens and global neighbors. In her own words, The true measure of our actions is how long the good in them lasts. Well, the good in her own actions will not only last a lifetime, but indeed will be timeless, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be one of her loyal subjects and greatly honored to be given this privilege. Happy birthday, Your Majesty, and may God bless.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleague in wishing Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II a happy birthday. She's celebrating her 90th today. The first reigning sovereign to have reached that age is in and of itself admirable, but the fact that Her Majesty continues after 64 years on the throne to devote herself entirely to the service of her people deserves all of our recognition and appreciation.
Devoted her entire adult life to service, a word so often scorned and yet so nobly lived by a sovereign who brilliantly reinvented the role to which she was born.
Whatever our beliefs may be, I think we can all stand together to congratulate our Queen, who has lived 90 such successful years in the service of the people of the Commonwealth.
Inspiring life. Happy birthday, Your Majesty. Thank you.
Great to see this nice tone and that we're all in good voice. And that was even in sync that time. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Mourning and to honor the memory of workers killed or injured at work. J'invite les députés à se lever.
I invite members to stand.
Merci. Thank you. Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, families relied on the Children's Fitness Tax Credit to help offset the cost of their kids' sports and fitness programs, but unfortunately the Liberals scrapped it. Shame. Now the Prime Minister can use those same families' tax dollars and fly to New York and work out in front of TV cameras while families are struggling to pay for their kids' sports. Instead of focusing on self-promotion, will the Prime Minister focus on promoting children's fitness and reinstate the Child Fitness Tax Credit?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in our budget, we came through with a real commitment to Canadian families. It's going to make a real difference for those families who want to help their children to lead better lives. We move forward on changing our tax system so the wealthiest are not advantaged, and in fact, we help those Canadians who need it most. The imposition of the Canada Child Benefit is going to help 9 out of 10 families with children with $2,300 more on average per year. This will help Canadian families more than anything else, putting more children on sports fields this year. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, millions of parents appreciate the tax credit for children's fitness to help them to pay for registration for soccer, hockey, and football. It's impossible. They can't go to New York City to practice their favorite sports in front of cameras. Instead of self-promotion, why doesn't the Prime Minister promote physical activity among young people by reinstating the tax credit for physical fitness? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, with our budget, we have been clear. It's much better for the middle class. It's much better for Canadian families across this country with the Canada Child Benefit. With this measure, 9 out of 10 families with children will be in a better position this year with, on average, $2,300 for each family. So it's much better for them.
The Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we introduced a motion to recognize the atrocities that ISIL is committing as a genocide. By rejecting the motion, the Liberals have confirmed to the world their naive idea of the threat of ISIL, and they've let down Syrians and Iraqis who are being slaughtered and tortured and raped. We know that ISIL is trying to wipe out entire cultural and religious communities, including Christians, Yazidis, and Shia Muslims. So for the Liberals to say that this isn't a genocide, Mr. Speaker, is deeply unsettling. So why do the Liberals refuse to call this genocide what it is?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition also rejected our motion, so she should stop to make partisan politics about it. We agree that awful atrocities and horrors committed by ISIL have the hallmarks of genocide. But official recognition of genocide is so serious that it should be only happen following a proper international investigation. That is what we are pushing for, and this is absolutely in line with our allies.
Sometimes there is partisan politics that's made of things around here. But maintenant on va écouter.
Now we're going to listen to the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the situation is troubling in the aluminum industry in Quebec. Americans are calling for the imposition of a 50% tariff on imported aluminum. Quebec produces 60% of aluminum imported to the United States. And yet, instead of tackling this problem, the Prime Minister is tending to his image in a boxing ring. Can the Prime Minister tell us why he prefers to fight in front of the cameras in a Brooklyn gym instead of fighting for our aluminum industry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade. Mr. Speaker, we support the aluminum interest, and we are defending the interests of business in Canada. Imposing restrictions on Canadian exports will not help address this issue of overcapacity. Canada and the United States must address this issue in a strategic manner and together and in the interests of all our workers.
Saint-Jean.
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the problem is exporting our products to the United States. The other problem is dairy producers in Canada. They have been for a long time calling on the Liberal government to solve the problem of dye-filtered milk. The losses for this industry account for millions of dollars per week, and it is more and more difficult for these people, and it is hard on the processing industry that has no respect for its industry partners. Can the Minister of Agriculture show us that he is taking this problem seriously and that in terms of international trade, and instead of talking, can they actually put in place solutions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. The Minister and myself, we're dairy farmers ourselves, and my son is the 5th generation on our farm. We are fully aware of what these farms represent for rural regions and their economy. I apologize. We are working with the industry so that we don't have just a temporary solution. We want a sustainable solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Outremont. I'll give them a solution for the dairy farms. All they have to do is enforce the law, Mr. Speaker. Dominique Anglade, the Quebec Minister of Economy, is asking the member for NDG Westmount to not harm the Quebec economy with Bill C-10. Can the member for NDG Westmount be kind enough to listen to the Quebec government and put a hold on his crazy project to retroactively excuse Air Canada? Will he respect the Quebec economy? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I think the Quebec Minister didn't know that we had invoked time allocation yesterday at second reading of this bill, exactly because the NDP wanted to kill the bill with an amendment on Friday. But there is good news, Mr. Speaker. There are still many stages in our parliamentary process. The bill will be submitted to committee, we'll hear from witnesses, and it will come back for a report stage and for third reading. And then we'll start all over again in the Senate. So there are still many phases in this process, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Outremont. He's absolutely right for once. We did want to kill his bill, and that's what the Quebec government is calling for, Mr. Speaker.
The Liberals blamed the Conservatives for letting the Catholic Church off the hook for millions of dollars in the restitution of residential schools, but it turns out that the minister had 7 days of briefings before she let the church off the hook. Is the minister suggesting that it's not her fault, that she didn't read her briefing books? Is she still going to blame the Conservatives, or is she going to stand in this House and explain why they let the church off the hook?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the headline of the story was wrong and has subsequently been corrected. Let me be clear. The agreement of release was signed October 30th, 5 days before the new government took office. The previous government initiated negotiations last summer, and the previous government agreed to withdraw the protective notice of appeal. The government continues to work with the Catholic entities to urge them to fill their financial commitments to their reconciliation with Aboriginal people in this country. This is not something the Government of Canada can do.
Member for Outremont.
It was actually on November 10th, 6 days after they were sworn in, that they signed those documents, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, if they don't really agree with it, why didn't they just reverse the decision, Mr. Speaker? Should Canada sell weapons to countries that oppress their own citizens, torture or kill their opposition, and treat women as second-class citizens? Well, yesterday we found out from the Member of Parliament for Kenora that human rights don't matter. So here's the question for the minister responsible. Why did he sign this deal with Saudi Arabia when he knows their human rights record?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP during the campaign said, I quote, "You don't cancel a commercial accord retroactively, it's just not done." So they say something during the election to get the seat, and after they say something after. I think they have a lot to explain, Mr. Speaker.
We're talking about signing an export permit after Saudi Arabia proceeded to a series of executions, including religious leaders, after Saudi Arabia used its weapons in Yemen. That's the context of that minister signing the export permits, Mr. Speaker. They have a real problem. They don't accept that they're the government. They keep looking at the former government. They're in charge. He signed the export permits. When does this government plan to start defending human rights around the world? When, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Cape Breton Council should know that I know his voice, even if he covers his mouth. He should restrain himself. The honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP is mad in it because, in fact, he knows that he has a double talk on this issue. And it's what his member have said when she has been elected. Well, I lost the quote. London Fan Shop. So what she said is that we would honor the contract. We don't renegade our contracts. It's a signed contract, and we will honor that contract.
Yes!
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Trade Minister claims that her Hollywood adventure was a trip to promote Canada and meet with trading partners. But we know...
Order. Let's have a little quiet. It's hard to hear the member's question. I know you all want to listen to the member's question. Apparently it wasn't the member for Cape Breton Canso, he tells me. Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Funny on that side. Squeaky wheel seems to be getting the grease today. But we know the minister was originally scheduled to appear on a U.S. TV program in October, but she rescheduled her appearance to November after she was sworn into cabinet. Now, the minister wants Canadians to believe that she was there to promote Canada, but Canadians aren't buying her story, even at a cost of $20,000. The real reason she was there was to promote herself. If she was really there for government business, why did Time Warner book her stay?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are trying to create a story where there is none. But since the members opposite continue to be so interested in this non-topic, let me remind them that it was their own leader who left taxpayers on the hook for a bill for $50,000, Mr. Speaker, to hire a consultant to try to secure American media interviews. The Conservative accusations about the expenses are false. All the rules were followed, and the details were publicly posted months ago.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, several times this week the Trade Minister or her Parliamentary Secretary have risen in this place and told us that it was her department and her department alone that handled all of the arrangements for her Fun in the Sun vanity trip to California. However, documents indicate that it was Time Warner who booked the 5-star Beverly Hills hotel rooms for her and her staffer. So something doesn't add up here. Mr. Speaker, the question is simple. Why should Canadians be paying for her vanity trip to Hollywood?
Hear, hear.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, are trying to create a story where there is none. Unlike previous Conservatives, the Minister of International Trade has a justly earned international reputation as a journalist and finance writer. In California, she appeared in the media with U.S. Senator Angus King of Maine and California Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom. And there, Mr. Speaker, she proudly defended Canada's leadership on the Syrian refugee crisis. The Conservatives should learn from colleagues like their former Prime Minister that even they sometimes need to appear in the media.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Trade Minister about her taxpayer-funded trip to LA to appear on the HBO show Real Time with Bill Maher. The Parliamentary Secretary claimed the purpose of the trip was to promote Canadian interests with one of our most important trading jurisdictions. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the minister didn't even mention trade or make any reference to Canada's interests during her appearance on the show. The minister's Hollywood meeting had nothing to do with her portfolio or government business. Why did Canadian taxpayers pick up the tab?
President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, our trade minister earned an international reputation as a global thought leader on economic and social issues well before she entered politics. That's why she is given the opportunity to appear before millions of Americans, millions of viewers on these high-profile panels. And it is good for Canada to have a trade minister with that kind of international stature. She should be celebrated for the work she's doing in defending Canadian values and defending Canadian interests.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, yelling raises Liberals to their feet. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the President of the Treasury Board why he and other ministers were violating rules obligating them to post their travel expenses by March 31st. Then about an hour later, some of his expenses magically appeared online. A few ministers are still missing, however. Mr. Speaker, when can we expect the rest of the Liberal ministers to obey the law?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals have led the charge on openness and transparency and proactive disclosure. In fact, there was a Liberal Prime Minister, Paul Martin. That government was the first to proactively disclose cabinet ministers' expenses. It was a Liberal leader, our Prime Minister, in opposition, who led the charge, being the first party in the House of Commons to proactively disclose members of Parliament's expenses, and we disclose our expenses. We will continue to expose our expenses because it is the right thing to do, and Canadians deserve openness and transparency, and our government will continue to deliver that.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, after having missed the deadline dictated by his own department, the President of the Treasury Board has finally made his travel expenses public. Too bad we can't say the same for some of his colleagues who still have not done so or who have posted incomplete information. Canadians deserve better than this pseudo-transparency. Mr. Speaker, when will we have full proactive disclosure, or will the Liberals only disclose information when they get caught breaking the rules? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, our government is completely open and transparent. We make our expenses public, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of Transport said that he had to act fast and therefore impose a gag on C-10. And he said this, because the government of Quebec decided not to litigate Air Canada. But now things are not looking so good for the minister, because the Quebec Minister of the Economy said this morning that the federal government must not harm her negotiations with Air Canada. So he says one thing, but the minister in Quebec says another. I'd like to bring the minister back to earth and ask him, why did he impose time closure? Why is he harming discussions? What does he have to hide? Mr. Transport. Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It allows me to say this a second time. The reason that we invoked time allocation yesterday is very clear, because on Friday, the NDP tried to kill this bill. And in our wonderful democracy, we know full well that there are still many, many stages left before all the C-10 debate process is complete. We're going to pursue with committee study. We're going to hear witnesses. We'll come back to the House for third reading and report stage. And of course, after that, it will be referred to the Senate. So there are still a great many phases and much time before everyone is heard. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to understand the Liberal strategy to fight tax evasion, because after the secret agreements that have allowed many millionaires to get off scot-free and luxurious evenings spent with representatives of KPMG, we now learn that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, when he headed up Bionest, regularly transferred funds to a partner established in a tax haven. In addition, at the same time, that company was receiving tax credits from the federal government. So can we please learn how much of the taxpayer, how many taxpayers' funds were directed to this corporation in Turks and Caicos? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to say that the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain is a colleague and a friend. There's absolutely nothing that he has done contravening the law from an income tax standpoint. To insinuate otherwise is categorically false. What I can say is the members opposite clearly like our budget so much that they are moving to talk about other things, non-stories, to move us off the topic. The fact is, we're helping Canadians with our budget, we're going after tax evaders, and we're going to continue to do so.
Number 4, Victoria.
Is this government serious? Is this government serious about tax havens, Mr. Speaker? The Minister of Finance and his parliamentary secretary busy explaining why companies they've left have links to Caribbean tax havens. The Minister of Revenue continues to defend sweetheart deals with millionaire tax cheats and privileged relations with KPMG. As Canadians are sitting down these days and doing their taxes, they're angry about one set of rules for the super rich and another for the rest of us. When will the minister just call an investigation into the KPMG tax evasion scandal?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, to insinuate any sort of wrongdoing on the part of the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance is categorically wrong-headed. What I can say is that our government is absolutely committed to dealing with tax evasion, to dealing with tax avoidance that's inappropriate. At the G20, we were a strong and loud voice for common reporting standards around the world. We're moving forward on the base erosion and profit shifting initiative to come to those deliverables, and we've committed $444 million to the CRA to ensure that we go after people who are evading taxes.
Over for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week at committee, I asked the Environment Minister about Canada's competitive advantage in carbon pricing. The only response I could get was that China was considering a plan to price carbon and that this was a game changer. A game changer? So we're left with a minister who turns to China for inspiration on carbon taxes and a prime minister who expresses admiration for the basic dictatorship that is China. So when will the Liberals abandon their plan for a carbon tax grab and focus on supporting Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the honourable member for the question. Canada's government is working actively with the provinces and territories to develop and implement a Canadian plan to reduce emissions and to further the clean growth economy. We welcome the discussion with respect to carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is something that will be part of the outcome of the discussions. And I would say that the honourable member should actually have a conversation with some of the leading Conservative members around the country, including Patrick Brown, the leader of the Ontario Conservative Party, Preston Manning, and Mark Cameron, who was an advisor to his former Prime Minister.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not only about a carbon tax grab. Earlier this week, in question period, the Minister of Environment was asked when she would make a decision on the $36 billion Pacific Northwest LNG project in BC. She flippantly said, "We will make a decision when we're ready to make a decision." When will the minister abandon her plan for a harmful carbon tax grab, get out of the way, and allow Canada's resources to be shipped to market?
Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that we will be working to ensure that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. We've also been very clear that we are going to base decisions on science and evidence. With respect to Pacific Northwest, as I've mentioned to my honourable colleague in the past, the proponent provided new information, substantive new information, during the public comment period, some of which had the potential to have impact on the second largest salmon run in British Columbia. We are going through the process of assessing that information to ensure that we understand the environmental impacts. That is the responsible thing to do. That is what we plan to do.
For Port McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, mining is the biggest provider of jobs in the North. The recent downturn in the natural resource sector had disastrous effects on each of the territories. Unemployment is now 6.9% in the Yukon, 9.4% in the Northwest Territories, and a staggering 16.2% in Nunavut. A carbon tax will only make things worse. When will the Liberals realize that a carbon tax will only weaken the northern economy and raise unemployment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in an earlier reply, we are working actively with all of the provinces and territories across the country to develop a pan-Canadian approach to address carbon emissions and to actually promote a clean growth economy. We intend to work constructively with all provinces and territories to ensure that we have a plan that has the support of all parts of the country, but will allow us to ensure that we are addressing what is a critical international issue.
For Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, Northerners want to work and support their families. Instead of embracing the resource industry, the Liberals have taken every opportunity to give it the cold shoulder.
Shameful.
They are making it more difficult for the natural resource industry in the North by introducing a carbon tax that will raise the cost on everything. Why are the Liberals kicking the Northerners down when the economy is down when it's already down?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to actually refer my honourable colleague to a number of elements in the budget which focus on actually innovation and driving clean technology into sectors such as the mining industry to enable the mining industry to become more carbon friendly but also more productive and more efficient. I would also note that People like Pierre Gratton, who is the CEO of the Mining Industry of Canada, last week came out and actively supported carbon pricing as part of the overall solution. And in fact, people in industries from oil and gas to mining to other industrial sectors have joined the modern age and understand that carbon pricing is part of what we must do in order to meet carbon emission targets and to ensure that we have a clean growth economy in the future.
Member for Churchill-Newcastle.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives disrespected Parliament through their use of omnibus bills, and the Liberals rightly joined New Democrats to decry them. But yesterday, the Liberals tabled an omnibus budget bill of their own. The bill runs more than 170 pages and includes a bill that's already before this House. It also contains the Liberals' inadequate EI changes that will leave most of the Canadians out. Are the Liberals really using omnibus bills like the Conservatives did to avoid proper scrutiny from Parliament?
Now the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our Budget Implementation Act is absolutely not an omnibus bill. Every measure in the Budget Implementation Act is, in fact, related to our budget. Unlike previous omnibus bills from the members opposite, who put things like the repeal of the Kyoto Implementation Act in 2012 or gutted the environmental assessment in 2010, we will continue on our message that our Budget Implementation Act is about budget measures and budget measures only.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nevet. Mr. Speaker, the more things change, the more they stay the same. The Conservatives put a lot of measures in their bills, and these Liberals are doing the same thing. Retroactive changes, the Conservatives did it, and the Liberals are as well. And there is an entire bill that is inserted in the budget bill that's already before the House. Is this the real change? So I think they should show transparency and divide the bill so that it can be adequately studied in committee. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Again, I'd like to be clear. Our Budget Implementation Act is, in fact, exactly that. It's a Budget Implementation Act that includes budget measures and budget measures only. It's an act that shows Canadians in an open and transparent way the way that we're going to make a real difference in their lives, both today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. Mr. Speaker, last Sunday, Ecuador suffered the worst earthquake in 40 years. There were hundreds of victims, including 4 Canadians. Moreover, tens of thousands of people there are in a desperate humanitarian situation. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence inform the House of what action can be taken to help Ecuadorians recover from this disaster?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for National Defence.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, for his question and the sharing of his deep concern, along with, I'm assuming, everyone else in the House on Ecuador's disaster. The Government of Canada immediately responded with $1.1 million emergency relief assistance. We now have a team down in Ecuador doing an assessment as to what further help can be made in order to make recommendations to the government, including the possible deployment of the DART team. So I thank again the Honourable Member for his concern, and indeed the concern of all members in the House.
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to equipping our troops, the Liberals are deliberately misleading Canadians. The budget says funding that is not yet allocated to specific projects can be moved forward to future years. But the Liberals are making a $3.7 billion cut to the defence budget. They're taking hundreds of millions of dollars from important military projects that are already underway. So who is misleading Canadians? Is it the Minister of Finance or is it the Minister of National Defence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's another day, Mr. Speaker, and it's another Conservative question on procurement. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
take no lessons.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives showed no leadership in the procurement file. And in fact, ironically, they now show a love for the parliamentary budget officer.
I remind them of the report with respect to the F-35 and see whether, in fact, they still appreciate the views of the Parliamentary Budget Officer.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in question period on March 24th, the Minister of Defence said that he would defer spending until it was time for major procurement projects. We know now that that statement was false. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being held back for projects to modernize our frigates, replace our fighter jets, and increase our research and our search and rescue capacity. So will he apologize for misleading Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, major funding has been set aside for future years in order to address the continuous mismatch left behind to us by the previous government. We are trying to match the fiscal cycle and the procurement cycle. And accordingly, as procurement comes forward, our funds will match those procurements. There has been no cutback in the procurement funding.
For Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, back to the question of genocide. The Parliament of the UK, the US Congress, Secretary of State Kerry, all have condemned the ISIS killings of Yazidis, of Muslims, of Christian minorities as genocide. This government, your government, had the chance to do the same thing in this House yesterday. You refused. You hid behind.
Order. The member knows that we don't use the word you unless you're referring to the Speaker. I don't think he means to refer to the Speaker. I hope not. So perhaps you can rephrase his question and complete it and get to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government had a chance to do the same thing in this House yesterday. It refused. It hid behind weasel words. So my question to the government is this. Why do they shamefully put Canada in outside the consensus view of our allies, turn a blind eye to reality? Why don't they come to their senses and realize exactly what's going on over there, which is, in fact, genocide?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this is what the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs of the UK, April 20th, said. Genocide is a matter of legal rather than political opinion. We as the government are not the prosecutor, the judge, or the jury. It is essential that these decisions are based on credible judicial process. Right now, our priority is to prevent atrocities from taking place, and that is what we are playing a leading role in the global coalition against Daesh. Replace UK by Canada, and it is very exactly what I have to say, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. For Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if all of the atrocities, war crimes, and crimes against humanity perpetrated by ISIS is not genocide, then what is it? We know, Mr. Speaker, that the UN Security Council is clearly incapable of instructing the International Criminal Court to act. But Canada should not hide behind international legal dysfunction. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals fulfill their moral obligation to call this what it is, genocide?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I just want to inform my colleague that indeed the government of Canada is asking for this international investigation on the atrocities, the horrors committed by Daesh, and to be sure that they will be prosecuted and also to investigate if it is a genocide. We are pushing for that, we are asking for that, because they are all the hallmarks of a genocide, and it's why this recognition should be done properly. Internationally, there is nothing more important than to recognize a genocide by the proper process, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, hundreds of dairy producers are in Ottawa, people from Montérégie, from Lanaudière and other regions, to demand that the government keep its word and, once and for all, solve the problem of diafiltered milk. The longer the government waits, the more our regional economies suffer. Producers have been asking for months for action, and the NDP is with them. But the government continues to drag its feet and just use rhetoric and promises that don't add up to anything. Will the Liberals?
The
Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for introducing the motion in the House today that we're debating. We inherited this problem from the previous government, which brought in new standards but did not enforce them. We are consulting the industry and working with them to find long-term solutions.
Mr. Speaker, after Volkswagen was caught illegally falsifying emission tests and lying about the performance of their vehicles, U.S. regulators, senators, and Congress wasted no time taking them to task. Reports today say the case in the U.S. will be settled with fines, recalls, buybacks, and cash for consumers. But Canada has no deal, as per usual. Even though tens of thousands of these vehicles and cars are in our driveways, highways, and roads, why are Canadian consumers once again condemned to second-class citizens and the doormats of recall?
The Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I share the member's concern for the safety of our roads. In fact, this past week we announced and told Fiat Chrysler that we considered that 4 of their models were dangerous, had defects in it, and we've gone forward. This is one example. We've done many other examples. We believe that it's important for Canadians to know when there are defects in different models of car, and we will continue to do that.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, it's widely known that tobacco products are deadly, and for decades, Health Canada has called for stricter policies against smoking. Marijuana has the same carcinogenic potential to cause harm to the body. Mr. Speaker, how can the Minister of Health, the minister responsible for promoting good health to Canadians, throw out decades of scientific research by Health Canada and promote recreational use of marijuana?
Good health.
Mr. Speaker, I had the honor yesterday of speaking at the United Nations General Assembly special session on drugs. I used that opportunity to talk about Canada's drug policy, which is grounded in scientific evidence, which employs a collaborative, compassionate, and comprehensive approach to drug policy. We are concerned about access to marijuana for young people. Therefore, we are going to be introducing a new regulatory regime which will keep our children safe, free from the potential harms of marijuana, and keep the profits out of the hands of criminals.
The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, like many people, I am disappointed that the government chose New York to announce its plan to legalize marijuana instead of doing it here in the House in front of the representatives that Canadians have elected. There are a number of questions that haven't been answered. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell us what he will do to keep drugs away from children? And how does he intend to equip police officers to be able to stop drug-impaired drivers?
Public safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Department is working very closely with the Justice Department and the Health Department to produce a regime for Canada in respect of marijuana that will, in fact, do a far better job in keeping our kids safe, keeping this product out of the hands of children and young people, and stopping the flow of illegal money to illegal gangs and organized crime. The regime in place today has failed miserably, and perpetuating the status quo is absolutely the wrong thing to do.
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, science has shown that marijuana is linked to serious health concerns, both mentally and physically, especially to our young people under the age of 25. Yet the Prime Minister still insists on pushing forward marijuana legalization. Mr. Speaker, with the Liberals admit to us that marijuana is in fact a causal factor for these illnesses and that their policies will not protect the Canadian children that we love.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite may be aware of the troubling statistics that show up to a quarter of teenagers are in fact currently using marijuana. This is a troubling fact. As my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, has already indicated, the current approach to marijuana is not working. Because of the potential risks, our government is introducing new legislation which will legalize marijuana, which will regulate it and will restrict access to keep Canadians safe and to keep them healthy.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, tourism is an essential part of the local economy. With sites like Canada's Wonderland, the Ontario Soccer Centre, Manyata Winery, the National Golf Club of Canada, and our unique conservation areas, tourists from America and around the world have plenty of attractions to choose from. Would the Minister of Small Business and Tourism tell the House what the government is doing to encourage more American tourists to visit Canadian destinations? Thank you, Mr.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his hard work, especially for his constituents, and also for highlighting the fact that the tourism industry benefits each and every one of our communities and our local economies. Each of us in the House, regardless of party, has something in our communities worth showing off. That's why Budget 2016 provides an additional $50 million to Destination Canada to promote Canadian brand in the U.S. and other key markets. This is a $90 billion industry, and the government's investment in the tourism industry will support small business, tourism operators, and help grow the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary Forest Lawn.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
More than 500 people killed by the devastating earthquake in Ecuador. Hundreds are missing, and thousands need emergency assistance now. Conservatives acquired the C-17 strategic airlift aircraft to enable the disaster response team to respond to disasters around the world. Ecuador is calling for more assistance from the international community, Mr. Speaker. Instead of using the aid money to buy votes at the UN, why doesn't the Liberals rise to the occasion and help the people of Ecuador by increasing Canada's commitment now?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have already provided over $1 million for immediate humanitarian aid after this earthquake, and we will be continuing to help the families who had victims there. We have 3 members from Foreign Affairs and from Defense. We will certainly listen to their recommendations.
Be having problems delivering on their promises to Syrian refugees. Some refugee families in Saskatoon waited nearly 3 weeks without money for food or rent. They had to rely on charity just to feed their families and to avoid being evicted. They said, and I quote, "We are frustrated, worried, embarrassed, and feel like we have to beg to survive. This is not acceptable." How many other families are in this situation, and what action will the minister take to ensure this doesn't happen to anyone else?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. As I have said many times, an operation of this kind is never perfect. There are always bumps along the road. There are always problems of various kinds. But overall, I am satisfied, and I just heard today 90% of the refugees now have permanent housing. And I wish those individuals to whom the member referred great success, but I am pleased to say that overall, thanks to the generosity of so many Canadians, this operation is going well.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Newfoundland and Labrador have been hit hard by the global downturn in oil prices, as reflected in the province's recent budget. I'm hearing time and again from my constituents in St. John South Mount Pearl that middle-class families are feeling squeezed. They're worried about what the future holds for them and what it holds for their neighbours. Will the Minister of Finance please share with this House the work that he is doing to help the people of Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government stands firmly with the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. I was pleased that we were able to deliver a $32 million stabilized payment to people in that province. More importantly, our Canada Child Benefit, our tax cuts, and our increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement are going to help people in Newfoundland and Labrador with more money in their pocket. Moving forward, our new Canada Building Fund will be more rapid and flexible in delivering infrastructure projects to the people in Newfoundland and Labrador, helping that province in the future.
Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, when you change the basic rules of democracy, everyone should get a vote. But the Prime Minister seems to think that only those who agree with him should get a say. He clearly opposes directly consulting Canadians through a referendum on fundamental changes to how we vote. He told students at the U of Ottawa that, and I quote, "The fact is that referendums are a pretty good way of not getting any electoral reform." So has the Prime Minister closed the door on a referendum because he thinks the only opinion that matters is his?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, we intend to use evidence and a complete consultation process with Canadians across this great nation so that when we propose changes in this House, we bring our democratic institutions in.
No. We're going to have some order, please. We're going to hear the answer from the Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we will base our decisions on evidence and a complete conversation, an inclusive and meaningful conversation with Canadians across this great nation so that we can bring our democratic institutions into the 21st century.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Mr. Speaker, this morning, even the Quebec government has asked the Minister of Transport to slow down with his unacceptable Bill C-10. The minister has been crowing for weeks about the agreement between Quebec and Bombardier and the creation of centres of excellence, but it's preparing to sabotage this agreement and cause even more job losses in the riding of his colleague in Saint-Laurent. Does the minister realize that the closure on debate is not only shameful but also risks the future of Quebec's aerospace industry?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Minister. Well, I have said again and again that we brought in time allocation specifically because the NDP wanted to kill the bill last Friday. In our federal parliament, and my colleagues should know this, there are a number of legislative steps. There will be committee consideration. There will be a number of witnesses that will appear to speak to the bill. Then there is report stage and third reading, then the Senate. So there's still a lot of time for people to express their views on the bill. Honourable Member for Joliette. This was an immoral closure on an immoral bill. The Quebec government never withdrew its legal case against Air Canada. It just suspended it to be able to negotiate to save Bombardier, which is being abandoned by the government, it seems. So why does the federal government want to take away Quebec's power to negotiate? The Honourable Minister of Transport, as you know, we want to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act because the Quebec and Manitoba governments dropped their legal cases against Air Canada. We want to clarify the legislation, and Air Canada does have to provide maintenance jobs in Ontario, Manitoba, and Quebec.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2015 Governor General's Awards in commemoration of the Persons case. Madame Monique Bégin, Madame Marie-Thérèse Chicha, Mrs. Madame Marie-Thérèse Chicha, Mrs. D. Dooley, Mrs. Ruth Elwood Martin, and Mrs. Sheila McIntyre. I believe the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has a point of order arising out of question period.
Speaker, during question period, the member for LaSalle Mars, the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade, mentioned that our leader had spent funds on a international consultant on U.S. media. So what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, last time I checked, I am the leader. I did not do this. I know I'm new, but the member has known me since he was elected. If he could please retract and withdraw that comment.
Well, it is debate. I see that. I don't see the member rising. Oh, yeah, I do see the member. The Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade rising to respond.
I said the former leader of the opposition.
No. Well, at any rate, I think the leader of the opposition has clarified that, and we'll leave it at there.
Now, point of order.
Order.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, I am the former leader of the opposition, and I want to assure you that I have nothing to do with what was said here. Well then, that's still a matter of debate, but I'm sure that the House appreciates all this clarification.
Time, of course, for the regular Thursday question, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now the moment everyone's been waiting for, the Thursday question. And I know that next week we'll all be hard at work in our constituencies, getting back in touch with the constituents who send us here to work on their behalf. But I was wondering if the Government House Leader could update the House as to what the business will be for the remainder of this week and for when we arrive back from our constituencies.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Today we will complete the debate on the New Democratic Party's Opposition Day on the Canadian dairy industry. Tomorrow we'll begin an important debate at second reading on Bill C-14, Medical Assistance in Dying. La semaine prochaine,
Next week, as my friend indicated, we will be back in our ridings to work very hard to meet with the people who elected us here. When the House resumes its work on Monday, May 2, we will continue debate in second reading of Bill C-14. I hope that we will be able to extend the Monday and Tuesday sittings that week in order to give the floor to all members who wish to express themselves on this important bill.
Second reading debate on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act 2016 number 1, and we will continue that important debate on Thursday. And Mr. Speaker, I hope you'll allow me to take this opportunity to wish Her Majesty the Queen a very happy 90th birthday.
Now, a point of order. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you ask, I think you will find consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put to a vote, and that a recorded division be requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 3rd, 2016, at the end of the period for oral questions. Is there unanimous consent to propose this motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel has, I understand, a short point of order.
Very short point of order. I neglected to do this in my Thursday question, but I too would like, on behalf of the official opposition, to wish Her Majesty a very happy 90th birthday. It's a very special day for all her subjects all over the world, and I wonder if we could just make a note, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the House did spontaneously sing God Save the Queen. I'm not sure how Hansard will capture that, but I hope it does mark the occasion, because it was a very special moment.
Orders of the day.
Business of supply, resuming debate. The opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Brosseau on the Canadian dairy industry. There were 3 minutes left before question period for questions and comments after this speech by the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Questions and comments? Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and maybe if I may pose the question in regards to why it is that we're actually debating this issue today, is because this is an issue that has been in the making for the last number of years, and because the Conservative government at the time chose to do nothing on the issue, we now find ourselves in this predicament. And what I find most interesting, Mr. Speaker, is we have the Conservatives on the one hand saying, we want to see action, and then and they did nothing when they were in government. And then we have an animated New Democratic caucus who didn't raise the issue when they were in the official opposition. And now, Mr. Speaker, everyone's taking an interest. Let me provide assurances that the Government of Canada is very much aware of the issue, and we're taking the necessary actions in order to protect the industry, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of Agriculture and others have said, that the Liberal Party and the Government of Canada is very supportive of supply management. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment in regards to why it is she might, or he might believe that the government, previous government and the previous official opposition kind of set it back on the back burner, and we're doing nothing on the issue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, in my speech, I referred to the cut in time and space continuum that the Liberals seem to be in. It seems my colleague also was in that time warp, because I can tell him the NDP certainly did raise the issue under the previous government. Now, one of the things that I find completely baseless is we have a situation here where the Conservatives could have acted, true, and they didn't do so, but we have a very simple solution here. Apply the law. It takes a few minutes, a few discussions. We don't need to come up with new regulations. We just need to have the law enforced. That's something the Liberals could have settled in a few hours, or at most a couple of weeks. This is something where they could have said, well, they didn't do anything for a long time, we will do something. This is something easily remedied immediately. But instead, they're hastily doing things that can be done fast, and then they're not even doing that. It's ridiculous. So I think it's important to mention that the New Democrat did raise this issue on many occasions, and now Conservatives seem to forget that they didn't act, and Liberals who seem to have forgotten that we did raise this and that they can take action quickly. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Is he not here? I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to speak on the subject of trade and agriculture, while underscoring this government's strong support for Canada's supply-managed sectors. I'll say right off the top that we are all well aware of the concerns regarding the use of dye-filtered milk in the making of cheese. Our government is working with all sides of the industry to ensure that we continue engaging everyone in order to find a long-term, sustainable, and agreed-upon solution to this issue. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is hugely important in my riding and has played an enormous role in my life. Having grown up on a large family-owned farm myself, producing seed potatoes, oil seeds, and small grains, as well as having worked both in the primary agricultural sector, farming myself for nearly 14 years, and food manufacturing prior to my new role as Member of Parliament. As a supply-managed egg producer for the last 6 years, along with my wife Tanya and our 4 children, through the MB Egg Producers New Entrant Program, I've had an opportunity to see firsthand the tremendous benefit that supply management plays within the dairy and egg sectors, and the tremendous benefit that it affords producers, allowing them to plan strategically in their investments with respect to their own agricultural enterprises, not only for themselves, but for their next future generation and the subsequent generations to follow. Canada's agriculture and agri-food exports exceed $60 billion a year, $61.4 billion. About half of the value of Canada's agricultural production is exported, which is why our government strongly supports free trade. The opportunities for Canada's farmers and food processors on a global stage are nothing short of breathtaking. The UN Food and Agricultural Organization has projected the global demand for food is projected to increase by 60% by 2050. Much of this demand will come from the growing middle class around the world, which is on track to exceed half the planet's entire population over the next 15 years. This is good news for farmers in my riding and across this great country. 2/3 of the middle class will be in Asia, with 250 million people alone in India. The Chinese middle class is growing by the population of Canada every year. It's projected that by 2030, almost 3/4, 70% of China's population could be in the middle class, consuming nearly $10 trillion in goods and services. Canada's economic prosperity is built on open trade. Trade translates into jobs and opportunities for Canadians all across this country. Canada is the 5th largest exporter and the 6th largest importer of agricultural and agri-food products in the world. With our small population and huge production capacity, Canada is the world's leading agricultural trader on a per capita basis. Trade accounts for 1 in every 5 jobs in Canada. As the Honourable Minister of Agriculture likes to say, Canada has the responsibility and the ability to feed this world. Our government certainly recognizes the importance that Canada's role plays in supply managed sectors and in the Canadian economy. In fact, it was our party that fought for and implemented the supply management system we see today, and we will continue to work for the best interests of all Canadians and Canadians' farmers. Canada's supply managed sectors are a major economic force in this country, accounting for close to 285,000 jobs. $2 billion, $32 billion in overall economic benefit. So we understand the importance of compensation for supply managed producers in the context of the Canada-EU trade agreement and the TPP, should it enter into force. Mr. Speaker, we are at a time of tremendous opportunity in Canada, and a tremendous opportunity for Canada's agricultural and agri-food sectors. Agricultural exports are at all-time record highs, and producer incomes and balance sheets are expected to remain at historic levels. Agriculture and food are one of the top 5 fastest-growing exports in Canada. It's estimated that up to 50,000 new jobs in agriculture across the country will be created in the next 5 years, both on and off farm, on top of the vacancies that already exist. Some estimate those vacancies will be in excess of 25,000 jobs. With our small population and huge production capacity, Canada is the world's leading agriculture trader on a per capita basis, as I mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, global demand is projected to be increased by 60%. Mr. Speaker, farmers and food processors, this is tremendous news. The future is bright for Canadian farmers and food processors, with growing demand for the products that we grow here in Canada. Our government will work hard to open new markets for them while doing the right thing and consulting with Canadians and farmers on the TPP. Mr. Speaker, this government's message is clear. We fully support free trade, and we fully support our supply managed sector. That is why we're committed to continuing to engage with the entire sector on this issue to ensure that we achieve a long-term sustainable solution. Once again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Berthier, Miskonich, for bringing this vital matter before this House, and recognize her for her tremendous work on behalf of agricultural producers from coast to coast to coast. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm a little surprised to all of a sudden figure out that the Liberals have figured out what agriculture is. I mean, after all, it was completely absent in their speech from the throne. Barely managed less than 2 pages in the budget, and even then was just reasserting previous Conservative policy. So I'd like to ask the honourable member from Tabik-Mactaquac how it is that all of a sudden they are these great supporters of agriculture and the agricultural industry, but yet their government has been completely absent from the policy up until this point.
The honourable member for Tabik-Mactaquac.
I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question, and I'd like to remind him that it was our party that fought hard for and implemented the supply management sector that we see today. True. And we continue to work hard for Canadian farmers because we, as a party and as government, recognize that rural economies depend on a strong agricultural sector. And if we're going to see agricultural producers and the rural economy grow, it's going to be through our farmers. Our farmers are the backbone of this country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask my honourable colleague if he is concerned at all that 2 government agencies regard our dye-filtered milk product differently. Is that a concern at all, that the Canadian Border Services Agency and the Canada Food Inspection Agency treat it differently?
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. As we all know, this is an issue that we inherited from the former government, and if it was a simple issue, it would have already been settled. And what I would like to say is that we are working hard to resolve this issue. And, you know, it's not simply an issue of two departments that can't agree on the same issue. There are greater factors that figure into this entire complex issue. And we are working hard on behalf of all Canadian farmers to resolve it as expediently as possible.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Madam Speaker, and I really enjoyed the remarks from the member from Etobicoke-Mactaquac, and I know he's worked hard in the farm industry himself over the years, and he understands how important supply management is and how important the dairy industry is to this country. I know he, in fact, campaigned on strengthening the farming sector, and I just can't accept the remarks from the member for the Conservative Party earlier that tried to denigrate what the Liberal Party does in agriculture. We have been the party of agriculture. We're the ones that put in supply management. And I wonder if the member could tell us how important the supply management industry is to this country.
Honourable member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And he's absolutely 100% right. I did campaign on a strong agricultural sector and building the sector within Canada. I grew up in agriculture, my friends are from agriculture, and I've traveled all over this country over the past years with various boards, working on behalf of the New Brunswick Federation of Agriculture, working with Canadian Young Farmers Forum, representing the views of young people in agriculture, and I'm committed to working with this government, with members just like the one that just asked me the question, to try to grow the economy in the rural sector. And the best way, the strongest way, and the most efficient way to grow the economy in rural Canada is through agriculture, and it needs to be in a sustainable manner that represents the needs of all agricultural producers, not just supply managed producers, but all agricultural producers from across this country, from coast to coast to coast. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In my riding, Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques, there are more than 180 dairy farms, and it represents some 700 direct jobs, not counting the indirect jobs. Now, I listened to my colleagues' remarks, and I'm trying to find a reference to the issue that we're discussing here. The problem is that there are two agencies involved, the CFIA and the CBSA. They have different definitions of the product. He said it was a complicated issue. The solution is simple, to unify the definitions. Why aren't they applying that simple solution if he knows so much about the industry?
For the member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I disagree with him on that point. I don't think it's a simple issue. I do agree that there are two agencies, like he said, but I don't agree that it's a simple issue. It doesn't just involve one sector. It involves the whole of agriculture. And as a party, we're committed to representing the views and best interests of all members of agriculture from across this country in all the different pillars of the agricultural sector. Thank you very much.
Resuming the debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to have an opportunity to rise to speak in favour of supply management in Canada. We are aware of the industry's concerns with respect to the use of dye-filtered milk in the making of cheese. We are working hard to find a long-term solution. We contact stakeholders in the industry on a regular basis on this very subject, and as we have said several times, the Canadian government fully supports supply management. Each day, thanks to poultry producers, dairy producers in Canada who are at the head of leading-edge technology, Canadian families benefit from healthy, safe food. And that, in passing, creates jobs and value added for the rural and urban economies in Canada equaling $32 billion from these agricultural products and the sale of processed goods. The dairy industry in Canada is innovative, and it generates, if you will, $23 billion in the economy through sales of product produced and transformation. The industry, in fact, employs thousands of Canadians. And we are defending supply management. The government is proud to be able to count on an innovative dairy sector. So as I say, we are energetically defending supply management. We're determined to invest in innovation and the processing of food. Canadian dairy producers have made remarkable progress with respect to production and efficiency. Saint-Jean is a riding which has 9 municipalities, and each has a rural area associated with it. Now, before the election, and since I've become a member, I have met with agricultural producers. And last week alone, I met in my riding office with a delegation of dairy producers to tell them about updates and to provide them with updates, rather, on dye-filtered milk. They understand that the government is working towards a sustainable solution. Over the years, supply management has proven itself as an effective tool for producers, processors, and Canadian consumers, and that's why this government wants to ensure that it is there for the long term. By applying our energetic trade policy and our action plan for exports, we will guarantee a good future for our farmers. Canadian farmers depend on international trade to maintain and create jobs, which generate wealth for all Canadians. The government and our farmers know full well that Canada's balanced trade position is working well. From poultry to pulses, the government will continue to support this strong agri-food industry in Canada. Our economy and our well-being depend on it. We are working in the best interest of all Canadian families, Madam Speaker. We will continue to work tirelessly to defend the interest of the supply-managed industries. And finally, Madam Speaker, we're doing all in our power to grow this important sector of the economy by supporting the commercialization of innovative dairy products. The government's 5-year plan, worth $3 billion, entitled Growing Forward 2, supports the Canadian dairy industry through a number of key initiatives, and also includes some $12 million, which is double our initial investment, which will make it possible to focus on the role of milk in human nutrition, sustainable dairy production, improvements from a genetic perspective. The Minister of Agriculture recently announced that the Canadian government would invest an additional $1.75 million in this sector of dairy research in order to enhance production and improve our knowledge of the effects of dairy fat on health. And this will be important because as part of our strategic framework for agriculture going forward too, this investment will enable dairy producers in the country to use the research conducted by scientists from the Department of Agriculture. So the total amount will be $13.75 million. And this assistance will help dairy producers respond to demands from consumers with respect to traceability, the animals, sustainable protection, the environment, and other issues. Madam Speaker, the message that I'm sharing with you today is that the government is resolved to maintain a strong supply-managed sector in Canada. We know that strong agricultural sector means a strong economy. And I move, therefore, Madam Speaker, seconded by the member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation, that the motion be amended by substituting, following the words "that," the following: The House acknowledged the importance of economic losses for dairy producers in Canada as a result of the import of diafiltered milk, which has considerably increased in recent years, acknowledged that the industry wants the problem resolved, and urges the government to work in conjunction with the industry to come up with a sustainable long-term solution.
Je dois informer les honorables.
I must inform the honourable members that a motion to amend an opposition motion can only proceed with unanimous consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé if she gives consent to the proposal contained in that motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Liberal Party for proposing an amendment to the motion that we are currently considering. However, I think that the motion being proposed by the member opposite goes too far. It removes too much from our motion, and unfortunately, I must deny unanimous consent.
Alors, étant donné qu'il n'y a
Since there is no unanimous consent, accordingly, pursuant to Section 85 of the Standing Orders, the amendment cannot be moved at this point. Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very intrigued by the member's mention of science with regards to diafiltered milk. I wonder if he's at all concerned that this new product, which is not actually milk, has a differential in calcium penetration. Is that at all a concern? And do you think that consumer awareness should be part and parcel with his arguments?
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, I am very familiar with the file. Many dairy producers in my riding have addressed it, and what I'm talking about is a very complex problem. If it had been so simple to resolve, it would have been resolved quickly, but the problem has existed now for several years. We know that members of the Liberal caucus are focused on finding a solution. All members in the House want to resolve this issue. There are two dairy producers, the Minister of Agriculture as well as the Secretary of State, who are fully aware of these problems, and we will be resolving it. But we want to find a sustainable solution, not a spontaneous one.
Questions and comments. The honourable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I heard the proposed amendment from the government. I listened to the member answer the question from my colleague, who was asking why we couldn't sit down and all work together on a solution. Well, that's exactly what we're doing at present. We brought in producers. With my colleague, I went out and met them earlier. And what they're calling for is not for us to sit down and talk endlessly about the issue. They want a solution. The solution is simple. Milk is milk, or milk isn't milk. Either the CFIA, it needs to recognize that diafiltered milk is not milk. Does the member agree with that? It's a simple question, yes or no. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The member opposite, if the member opposite believes in a long-term solution, then he would agree with us. That's what we're focusing on, protecting supply management and a long-term solution. This debate is part of a debate where there are a lot of overlapping issues across the country and in the United States. Mr. Trudeau, in his meeting with Mr. Obama, the Prime Minister, raised the issue with the President of the United States, and we are currently looking for a solution. So I will reiterate what I said at the outset. We want to come up with a sustainable solution. We don't simply want to put a Band-Aid solution on this.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Colleague for his impassioned speech on the subject matter here today. And I think I share his passion, as well as I think everybody in this House that's currently sitting here shares a passion for agriculture, for rural Canada, and seeing the rural economy grow. I was wondering if my colleague could share how he thinks that this government can support agriculture and help grow the rural economy.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you for highlighting my passion. I know that my colleague shares that passion. And I hold our producers, our agricultural producers, in high esteem. They're incredible entrepreneurs. And our government to date, I think that if we look at our investments in agriculture, in sustainable development, $13.65 million in research, and that over $1 million in research for the dairy industry. And we're also investing in traceability, which ensures the security of our products and allows our industry to be competitive internationally. That is part of what other governments are asking for, and all Canadians are asking for. They want to ensure that we continue to protect the quality of our products.
Prise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be splitting my time with the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Thank you. I'd like to start off by saying, since I'm hearing others who are speaking on this issue in the House are validating their informed comments with their lineage in agricultural history. So I would like to give a shout out to my agricultural family, from dairy farmers to wheat, you name it. Everyone's busy right now getting the machines ready and getting into the fields. This is a very busy time, and I salute them. And I also add that in my informal discussions, not in my political discussions with my colleagues here, but these are the same people who understand and are very disconcerted that there is no political will here, because there is a simple solution that must be addressed in the short term for the viability of family farms. And then a long-term solution can be finessed if this government chooses, with proper consultation. But we've seen this problem now for a few years escalating, and that political will that was not forthcoming is something that has made our dairy farmers specifically cynical. And I have to say that it is very disconcerting. Canadian consumers and those who worked in the farm and agriculture sector, including family dairy farms, are confounded by the Canadian government's lack of enforcement of Canadian cheese compositional standards. It's as simple as that. Dairy farmers, like the Jobins in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, hard-working, resilient, dedicated members of our communities, dairy farmers of Canada who are disappointed that there was no mention of the safeguarding of their industry in the throne speech or in the budget. These are the same people who are very confounded with the lack of action of this government in its time here, since it did make a commitment during the election phase that it did identify in their 100-day plan addressing this issue. There is an aligned and cohesive position on this issue of diet-filtered milk, which really is regarding food security and consumer awareness, as well as protecting a regulatory environment that Canadian dairy farmers accept and operate in. Canada's dairy farmers speak with one voice on diet-filtered milk. The Canadian government is allowing this responsible and important industry to be undermined. Ironically, this motion has been tabled to stress the point that it is not necessary for the government to take its time to develop and pass complex or new regulation and new definitions. The solution is actually very simple, and the Liberal government needs to enforce the very standards that do exist today, and it is that simple. Where is the conviction and the earnestness now that the Liberals hold government? It is very disheartening to hear the cries of our Canadian families who rely on the dairy industry for their livelihoods being ignored thus far by this government. During the 2015 election campaign, Canadian dairy producers called for the problem of dye-filtered milk to be solved within the first 100 days, and the Liberals promised, and I quote, to review the existing standards, rules, and practices regarding the import of food products, including dairy proteins, to ensure that they serve the interests of Canadians. They promised to solve the dye-filtered milk problem, which is costing our dairy producers millions of dollars, yet, unfortunately, they're continuing to drag their feet. Once again, we're seeing that it is political will. It's starting to look like a broken promise, but the solution is simple, and it's a matter of properly enforcing the compositional standards for cheese for all Canadian producers. The dye-filtered milk problem has been going on for at least 2 years, with dye-filtered milk, an American product that was exclusively designed to circumvent Canadian laws, surging. It's part of a larger family of concentrated milk proteins. No American processor uses dye-filtered milk in its products. None. It is imported, and it's used by Canadian processors in place of milk, leading to huge economic losses for our dairy producers. And I have to say, it is also misleading Canadian consumers. Canadian producers lose an estimated $220 million per year, or $15,000 per producer, from the importation of dye-filtered milk. Our producers are worried. Not only has Canada signed trade agreements that underline supply management and compensation, it's also letting the problem of dye-filtered milk drag on. What does this insinuate? That is a troubling question, and I could segue off and do a debate on softwood lumber at this point, but I'll keep it to dye-filtered milk. It is important that we are concise, that we are enforcing existing standards, even if you're going to identify a long-term plan. Here and now, we have to adhere to our enforced standards. We have to. This is sovereignty and food security issues highlighted in the most exemplary fashion. Our producers are worried, like I said, about our trade agreements that undermine supply management and compensation, and it's clear that here we have the Liberals following the Conservatives, they're trying so hard to differentiate themselves from at election time. This is the time for you to seize the moment and, as a government, give a real demonstrated effort with this opportunity to remove that cynicism that people are starting to have with more and more broken promises. Under the cheese compositional standards for Canada, it's required that a minimum percentage of the protein used in cheese making be sourced from milk. You see why I talk about the cynicism. We're splitting hairs here, and really who we're letting split hairs are American suppliers that are undermining a Canadian system. This is why you have to act now. Some processors have been taken to using milk protein substances as part of their required minimum percentage of milk when making cheese, instead of using it as part of their allowable percentage of added ingredients. This is inconsistent with its classification at the border, where the ingredients are not even considered under the dairy chapter of the customs tariff schedule, entering the country with a tariff fee. As a result, more ingredients are being used in cheese making than are allowed under the cheese compositional standards, and this is resulting in less Canadian milk being used and a loss of revenue for Canadian farmers. Now, just with having said that, we know that what is happening right now is very disingenuous. The use of dye-filtered milk, which is not really milk, is disingenuous, and it's surprising that this issue is being ignored and that it really has come to this. My colleague from Berthier Masquinongé has formulated an excellent motion, and this is something that our government can embrace confidentially, with confidence. These standards have been in place since 2008, and they continue to go on unenforced to the detriment of Canadian farmers. And well, today is our time to act. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity for this government to put their own words and their own hope into action, and I would urge you to do so today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Rather, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I'm sorry. No worries, Madam Speaker. It's a riding that is incredible, which is very, very big, and it's a riding that obviously has a large number of milk producers. And I'd like to reassure the House and our dairy producers that there is nobody in this House who is working as hard as us to find a solution in the long term for our dairy producers so that they can get the help that they need to be able to develop their farms. And I'm surprised. We had a great opportunity here this afternoon to agree with the NDP on a motion where we could work together, rise together in this House to find a solution, a long-term solution for the issues of our dairy producers. Unfortunately, the NDP decided to reject the request that we made. We were very open to working together with them. And my question is, why has the NDP refused to work with us to find a solution to this?
For Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually very disappointed with the turn of phrase in that question. Our motion is very carefully formulated so that this government can immediately effect the remedies that are needed.
Yes, hear, hear.
Whatever this government chooses to do long-term can take proper consultation. What we're saying right now is what is happening is eroding this dairy industry because of the semantics, the gray area, the lack of enforcement, the lack of management culture. What is happening right now is this is being eroded. So it will not be necessary for a long-term plan. You have to address this now if you truly believe there is any weight to having a long-term plan because this is so complex. I'm telling you, I'm suggesting...
I'm sorry, we got to go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, the motion is acceptable because, and we're looking at supporting it. So if the Conservatives are ready to support the NDP on something, that means that, well, there must be something good, something logical about the motion. So I don't understand the government's stubbornness in not wishing to work with us so that we can deal with this solution, not later, but right now, because we know what the solution is. I don't know what the people from the government are going to say to producers who are losing thousands of dollars a month by saying that, oh, we're going to study it a bit more. You can lose a bit more money. And then maybe one day we'll come up with something after some consultations. Why not fix this right now? What are the solutions that the government is putting on the table, Madam Speaker? We haven't heard any of those. I would just like to remind the members that if they have any follow-up questions, they can always rise and we'll maybe recognize them.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the honourable member's question. I believe I reiterated before that this is a very well-worded motion. It's a no-brainer to me. You can see what the solution is in the wording. A short-term solution that is very important, and it's actually becoming more and more urgent. There's no political will here, and we know what needs to be done. I think if I was being extremely cynical, and I'm trying not to be, I'm new in this House, but I believe that there's no political will because somehow there's a ramification or layers somewhere when we're talking about trade agreements, perhaps. And I hope that's not the case. I hope that those kinds of issues, if they recognize them, can be addressed in the long term, and that right now this government will begin to recognize the urgency of doing this, or there will be no industry to have to address for the long term.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to start off by thanking my colleague from Berthier-Mascon. No, James. I really murdered. But her motion brought in this House today, I think, is incredibly important. And as I start off, I want to give a shout out to the hardworking farmers in my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. For those of the members in this House who don't know, the Cowichan Valley is worded after the First Nations band that lives there, and it's referred to as the Warm Land. We have a beautiful climate on that part of Vancouver Island, and I am honored to be a part-time farmer myself. My wife and I have a small 3-acre farm, and it's very small scale compared to what some farmers go through, but it does give me a little bit of insight into just how hard farmers work. And I couldn't be more honored to be a member of Parliament that comes from a riding that supports farms, that has a very real link between the people who buy produce and the people who produce it. And when I look at the Liberal government's track record on this, I want to start off with the speech from the throne, because some honourable members have already mentioned that in the speech from the throne there was not one mention of the word agriculture. And that, to me, that signals a big omission. It signals that agriculture does not figure heavily in this government's view of going forward. And following up with that, the budget released on March the 22nd devoted only a scant 2 pages to agriculture. And one of those pages simply mentioned the existing Growing Forward 2 program, which was launched in 2013. So it devoted 1 out of 2 pages to mentioning a program that already exists, and that just doesn't signal to me that there is a serious commitment by this government. Now, I do acknowledge there are Liberal members of Parliament in this House, on Conservatives and the NDP, who do care very deeply about agriculture. And we have heard a lot of passion in this House already, but I think that when it comes down to actual action, that's what ultimately, for me, speaks louder than words. And we have heard the Minister of Agriculture in this House quite a few times. He has said that the government supports supply management, that it understands the importance of compensation, and that he is fully aware of the problem and that they are in discussions with the dairy industry. Well, that's all well and good, but this problem has existed for a number of years now. And with respect to the Liberal MPs who do stand passionately on this issue, I think that after 6 months of being in government, it's time to stop blaming the Conservatives and to actually own up to the problem. I think some Liberal MPs are having trouble distinguishing between the legislative branch of government and the executive branch. Yeah. And the Minister of Agriculture is in charge of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The Minister of Public Safety is in charge of the CBIA. We have 2 government agencies which have different views on the import of this substance. And I think nothing needs to actually be changed. We're simply asking on this side of the House that the government follow the rules that are already in place. It's a simple request. The Liberals did promise during the election campaign to review the existing standards, rules, and practices regarding the import of food products, including dairy proteins, to ensure that they serve the interests of Canadians. And so our motion is simply asking that they conform with that commitment made during the election. Now, I would also like to take some time into taking a closer look at the wording of our motion. Now, Part A of the motion calls on this House to recognize the magnitude of the economic losses to the Canadian Dairy Association, or Canadian dairy producers, from the importation of diafiltered milk from the United States, which totaled $220 million in 2015. So $220 million in just 1 year alone, or an average of $15,000 per producer. Now, it has been said already in this House that by my honourable colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh that diafiltered milk is designed to circumvent Canadian law, because when it comes into Canada, it is imported as a concentrated milk protein, and it is not subject to border fees. However, when producers of cheese use diafiltered milk in their product, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency regards it as the same milk. So it is treated by one agency as milk, but by another agency as not milk. We are simply calling for harmonization of these two views, and that it is well within the capacity of the executive level of government, so it is time to stop beating around the bush, to take some action, own up to the problem, and stop blaming the previous government for your issues. There needs to be a minimum percentage of protein used in cheese making source from milk. There are rules and regulations for how we make cheese in this country, but diafiltered milk and milk protein substances are less costly, and they come from heavily subsidized milk. The second part of the motion, it recognizes, we want to recognize that each day of government inaction contributes to the disappearance of a steadily increasing number of family farms across the country. This is very true. For losses of this magnitude, small family farms are the ones that get hit the hardest. It's the big ones that are able to absorb these costs, and that's been a trend in Canada. We have seen the disappearance of the small family farm, and often those are the cornerstone of our communities. They certainly are in my community of Couch and Malahat Langford. Not all producers of cheese have access to diafiltered milk, so there's an imbalance there as well. The overall effect of this policy, of not changing it, is that we are using less Canadian milk in our cheese and dairy products. It is not working well for those hardworking farmers, those hardworking dairy farmers across this country. They have an unfair, it's a very unfair regulation if we're not going to be changing it. I don't think, Madam Speaker, that we want to become a country where only the biggest farms are able to survive and that a family business is no longer profitable. The other part of the motion, Part C, recognizes that the entire industry is standing together to call for the problem to be resolved immediately. Now, earlier this year, when I was at the Canadian Dairy Association reception, I noticed a lot of Liberal members of Parliament there. I noticed the Minister of Agriculture, the Parliamentary Secretary. They were all well and good to stand with the association then to get their pictures taken, but they completely ignore what the industry is calling for. Wally Smith, who I am proud to say is from Vancouver Island, really close to where I live, said, and I quote, "All of Canada's dairy farmers speak with one voice on diafiltered milk. We are collectively disappointed with the lack of action on enforcement of the cheese standards. The government does not need to pass a new law or a new regulation, and the solution is simple. The government needs to enforce existing standards." End quote. It's quite simple to me on that. And Part D. Part D of the motion, Madam Speaker, calls upon the government to keep its election promises and honor the commitments made since the start of its mandate, now 6 months long, by immediately enforcing the compositional standards. Now, with respect to the Liberal MPs who moved an amendment to the motion, I agree with my colleague. It would have watered down what we are ultimately trying to do in this motion, and I agree that it was the right choice to disallow that amendment and go with what we are proposing on this side of the House. On a final note, Madam Speaker, I just want to note the importance in Canada of food security, and I would like to acknowledge the incredible work that the NDP has done on this issue for many years. We had Malcolm Allen and also Alex Adamanenko compile an important report called Everybody Eats, Our Vision for a Pan-Canadian Food Strategy, and we recognize the importance of treating food security of agriculture in a holistic approach. We can't be looking at it piecemeal, but we have to see the system as a whole. And that's what's been missing in Canada for many years. We lack a pan-Canadian food strategy. And one of the important parts of that is making sure that the government operates on a level playing field, that the law is equal for everyone, and that the laws that are in the books are actually being enforced, because that's what gives producers in Canada peace of mind. It gives them the ability to produce their goods, to know that they have an economic security. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I would just like to say that I couldn't be prouder of this motion coming forward, that I'm glad that the NDP was taking an initiative on this, and that we in this side of the House will be standing with our farmers. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've been listening to the debate all day between the Conservatives and the NDP, and many of the concerns that they raise. And I can't help, Madam Speaker, but think in terms of this is an issue that was not created by the current government. It was the former government. It was the Conservative government that allowed the issue to fester. And as a result, Madam Speaker, we find ourselves in the situation that we are in today. Back then, I don't recall the NDP raising the issue, and they were in the official opposition capacity. I don't recall the leader of the official opposition then, the current third-party leader, raising it back when it was starting to pick up ground. And where was the concern in regards to the farmers? I think the Government of Canada has been very very forward on the issue, Madam Speaker. And we're saying that, look, we support supply management. We're aware of the situation. We're working towards resolving it. And the question I have for the member is, he had the opportunity to support an amendment. Why did they not support the amendment? Very simple. Why not support it?
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I already answered that question during the course of my speech. I don't support a watered-down amendment. I think that what our original motion is calling for is the correct one. And with respect to the comments about not handling this issue and that we inherited it from the Conservatives, it reminds me of the old rhyme, Liberal, Tory, same old story. Those parties are great at blaming each other but not taking any responsibility. I don't care what was done in previous parliaments. I'm standing right here and now in the 42nd Parliament trying to take action, but I'm not on the executive branch of government. It's up to them to take action.
Yeah. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
Honourable member for Mégantic-Lira. Madam Speaker, I'm very disappointed with the speech by my colleague. His intervention wasn't that bad up to a point, but he must recognize that it wasn't the Conservatives who created diafiltered milk. It wasn't the Conservatives who did something that means that today our producers are stuck with the problem of a product created specifically to circumvent the rules. That's the problem here right now. And when I hear people on the same side of the House as me attacking us instead of the government, they've lost a good opportunity to try to convince the government opposite to take action immediately for our dairy producers. Why doesn't my honourable colleague put those questions to the government? We're no longer in government.
Pat Langford.
Madam Speaker, I will agree with my colleague. We do have to keep focus on the present government, and I am trying to keep my comments to that section. I think I have highlighted many times that 6 months have gone by. It's time to stop looking in the past and living in the present. That's what we're trying to do in the NDP, and we will continue to support that as debate goes on in this House today. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Passionate speech. I think there's been a lot of debate, great debate in the House today. I'm very happy we're having it, but I think farmers need action. They need action now. They're tired of promises. They're tired of talking about consultation and work that's being done. We all know the solution. It's not going to cost anything. It just means that the government has to do their job. I'm sorry. You guys have to stand up for Canadian farmers and make sure that they have a livelihood and a future. So I was wondering if my honourable member could talk about the importance of the government actually working and standing up for Canadian farmers, and it's something that they have to do.
Remind the member she's to address her questions to the chair and not you as the government. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the question. She knows very well she's done an excellent job on this file, and she's asked a number of questions to the Minister of Agriculture on this, but the answers we get are completely unacceptable. And there's no ownership of taking responsibility that no laws need to be changed, no regulations need to be changed. We just simply need to follow the laws that are in existence on the book. And we're just looking for the government side to own up to the problem, fulfill its mandate, and work on behalf of Canadian agricultural producers. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Even though I have many things to say, I will be sharing my time with the member for Richemont-Arthabasca. Madam Speaker, we heard all kinds of things today in this debate. It's the same cassette over and over, because when we heard the government's responses, we heard the same things. Prepared answers that say nothing, that mean that no decision is made. Unfortunately, that's the position of the government. They don't want to make a decision. You know, sometimes, as a member of parliament, we have to learn to keep quiet at times. Sometimes it's difficult, because we as parliamentarians tend to be voluble people. We like to talk. But I wanted to listen to the dairy farmers in my riding and let them talk. I asked them to explain how today I could defend their position. And they said this. I have 3 little letters I'm going to read. That is the reality of the producers. This is what they experience in Mégantic-L'Érable. The first one. Good day. Our problems are numerous. As you know, producers are busy people who work long hours per week. 80 hours a week is not rare. And because there are many dairy farms in our riding, together with maple production means that we work over 100 hours a week. Those are the people we're talking about here today. In addition to our workload and our families, we have to add stress, overwork, loss of revenue in a critical period because of the difficult situation we're in caused by diafiltered milk. We have to fight to have the federal government apply its own rules, which is inconceivable to me. Madam Speaker, this producer continues by saying, for many people, during the winter, we build up our money before the expenditures of the coming season. In some cases, it's not possible. There are many auctions in the spring because people can't pay or because they stop liking agriculture. That's serious, Madam Speaker. We defended our system, and now we have to be the law at the border. Who said that being a farmer was equivalent to making a vow of poverty? Well, you know, when people in my riding write things like this, I'm quite amazed. We want to take care of our animals properly. We are a sector that is very lucrative when it comes to creating jobs, but without any kind of subsidy. That's amazing. A system that allows people to work without needing subsidies. To her mind, she's lost over $15,000 in 2015, and it'll be just as bad in 2016. She says that's about the salary she allocates for herself, and that's not a very high salary. In addition, she says, I'm the succession. I have a lot of projects in mind that I have to postpone, unfortunately. Producers can't stand this anymore. Everybody seems to think that they can stick their hand in our pocket without asking permission.
We had been promised compensation for the losses because of the agreement with the European Union, but they're not in the federal budget. I predict an increase in depression cases among farmers. I continue to quote this farmer here. Producers are discouraged. Classifying diafiltered milk as an ingredient shouldn't be done after consultations at meetings. Classifying it as an ingredient must be done for yesterday. You drink a glass and you tell me if this is milk. I won't do that, Madam Speaker, but it's a good question. Perhaps we should have the processors drink a glass of the stuff to realize it's not milk. She concludes by saying the major corporations are grabbing the money and the consumers, the taxpayers, don't see it. Given their profits, I don't think they need any more to survive. But for us, that can be the last drop in the bucket, and it may make us lock the doors. This is an urgent situation. Thank you for defending us and doing everything you can to solve this problem quickly. This is Ms. Ruel from Saint-Ferdinand. That's the reality. Beyond the speeches, this is somebody in my riding. I asked her to explain her distress. She did so that members of Parliament can find out what's going on. Another piece of testimony here from Colbert Farm in Saint-Pierre-de-Brandon. In our farm, this is a loss of $4,000 a month since the beginning of the year. $4,000 a month. Needless to say, this situation creates a grave problem for our family finances. Some bills remain unpaid, projects are set aside. This protein will find some market within the country, and provinces have to do something too. Many farms are going to disappear. Do we still want family dairy farms? That's the question from Bertrand and Colette from Saint-Pierre-de-Broughton. Alain Brassard, another dairy producer in my riding, he and his brother Yves have a family farm with about 100 cows. They're the sixth generation to own that farm. And they will continue to invest this year. There's even a seventh generation of Brassard that are going to continue. I think that's worth congratulations, and we need to support people like the Brassards. I had a good talk with Alain. Mr. Brassard understands that in a global market, things have to change. For him, the situation is simple. We have to act on the composition of cheese. In cheddar, they can use two things, milk ingredients or cow's milk. Now, ingredients can be concentrates or what have you. They are all produced from milk, but it's not milk in the usual sense. In cheddar, it can go up to 17% of such milk ingredients. Normally, 83% would be real milk, but if consumers want to know whether the cheese they're consuming contains these milk ingredients or dairy ingredients, just look at the label. If you see on the label ingredients, dairy substances or some synonym of that, that means the cheese you're looking at, that you're preparing to buy, contains up to 17% of such ingredients. I urge you to read labels when you buy cheese. You'll see what you're eating. Some cheese producers exclusively use real milk in making their cheese, 100% Canadian milk. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, now the labels don't say everything because there's an obscure scheme to transform that diafiltered milk when it crosses the border. Let me explain. When diafiltered milk trucks cross the border, they're considered a concentrate, so they're not subject to supply management. The same truck, the same milk gets to the plant. No one's changed anything to that product, and that concentrate becomes milk all of a sudden. Imagine. Madam Speaker, the processors use it just like they use the milk that come from the farms in our villages. This is akin to an Asterix comic book. You call it milk in one case if you're the food agency, but not if you're Canada Border Services. So your cheese can contain up to 17% ingredients. Often it has to be American product, dye-filtered milk, with no mention whatsoever on the label. It's impossible to know now whether our cheddar is 100% Canadian milk or not, because milk is milk, but it's not milk according to the federal government. We don't know anymore. Seriously, to get back to Alain Brassard's farm, his requests are very simple, that we respect the composition rules for cheese as set out by the Conservative government. We're in a vicious cycle here. Dye-filtered milk is made from surpluses, and it's done under the same auspices of those who produce milk for lower prices. This is nothing but bad news for dairy producers.
So what they're calling for is to respect this 83% for cheddar and the makeup of cheddar. Period. It's simple. 3 witnesses saying the same thing. They're saying it's not just a random issue. We're not here to talk about it. We're here to defend our dairy producers, and I hope the government will take some action quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his remarks. It's such a good job of his remarks, respecting what people have said in his writing. But a member who comes in like that and who joins the ranks of a party that used to be in power, and he undoubtedly had some talks with the people in his party now before the election. And so I'd like to ask him a question. What would you do? What kind of changes would you make? Now, you must know because, A, you live in an environment where there are producers, you have colleagues who are in government, and the plants where this milk, dye-filtered milk, is being produced on the border weren't built overnight. They weren't built on October 19th either. So what changes would you make? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. What a beautiful question, Madam Speaker, because indeed, there are solutions. There are things that can be done. It's a very simple change. The Conservatives put in place a composition for cheese that said there shouldn't be more than 83, or their cheddar had to include 83% and 17% dairy products. And so that was a Conservative measure. That's currently in force, and it should be complied with. And we should ensure that people from the CFIA and the Border Services Agency talk to each other, calling milk milk because it's milk. If it's not milk or it's not milk. At any rate, you understand what I'm trying to say? Those two agencies don't seem to get it.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, I'm listening to the debate with interest today, and I thank the member for bringing it forward to the House of Commons so we'd have the opportunity to debate today. I represent the riding of Fundy Royal, which is considered the dairy centre of the Maritimes, and I've talked to farmers, and I understand this is a very significant issue, and as does our government. So I would like to ask the member opposite if he can explain to me why yesterday, I also sit on the Agriculture Committee, and yesterday we had witnesses that were there from the Dairy Farmers of Canada as well as young farmers that were there to testify. However, because of the conversation that was dragged on, I guess, by both the Conservatives and the NDP members of the committee, we didn't get to hear from those witnesses. So I'd like to see if you have an explanation as to why we're not able to talk to them when they are there.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. In baseball, Madam Speaker, we call this a ball that will enable me to hit a home run. Now, the reason why we couldn't talk about them yesterday, because the government muzzled the debate and nobody could do anything, and we had to turn back witnesses at Transport Canada as well, because we had to urgently come back to this House because the government was so quick to resolve a problem that doesn't exist, Madam Speaker. That's what happened yesterday.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague. This is a serious matter, and when constituents take the time to write to an MP you know it's a very serious consideration. And I'd like to say to my colleague, thank you for reading those letters out, because those are the people that we need to hear from. So thank you very much. I just want to maybe ask my colleague, how serious is it in your riding? Because when you get 3 letters, there's obviously a mountain of opposition towards this, that it's not being moved quicker than it is.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, this is a major issue in my riding. During the election campaign, after the campaign, and still today, producers talk about this every week, each and every week. And I set up a committee with them so that we could monitor the government to ensure that the government actually resolves the problem. Because we're here to represent our producers. We're here to represent the people who elected us, people who have placed their trust in us to find a solution to their problems. They don't want us to continue to import American milk. American milk concentrates that sidestep the rules to replace their dairy products. So I'm very proud, Madam Speaker, to represent the people of my riding, and each time I have an opportunity to do so, I will stand up and continue to protect them.
The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Colleagues, today I will use this time in the House to share with you a serious problem that affects dairy producers in Canada and a significant number of people who are in my riding, Richmond, Athabasca. From the outset, now I understand that this is a very complex file and that the government is working with the CBA and the CFIA, the Canadian Dairy Commission, to resolve the issue. However, the time has come for the government to take action to resolve the matter once and for all. The ambiguity surrounding this problem, which is the inappropriate use of certain protein-based milk materials in dye-filtered milk when making cheese. Now, perhaps I'm not a farmer, nor am I an agricultural expert like the member for Lévis-Lotbinière, who made an excellent speech and answered questions from other members here in this House. But one thing for sure is that I understand the scope of the repercussions stemming from the use of dairy protein on dairy producers in Canada. Since the last election campaign, and since my election, I have stepped up meetings with associations, producers, professionals, merchants, and citizens who are very interested in this issue in order to improve my knowledge of the matter. To the many stakeholders, I gave my word that I would do my utmost to bring pressure to bear on the government to resolve this issue once and for all. Now, I understand that it may be difficult for the Minister of Agriculture to see the importance of this and to promote and talk about the importance of this issue with the Prime Minister because agriculture didn't even make its way into the throne speech or the budget. This voluntary omission, combined with the government's lax attitude since it came to power, says a lot about the government's priorities. I'll try to be clear and explicit in making a concise summary of the reasons why the Prime Minister or the Minister of Agriculture need to show leadership in this matter. The negative impact linked to the use of dairy protein are destabilizing the dairy sector, which is a very important sector in our economy. It is eliminating some $3.6 billion in revenues each year and 215,000 full-time jobs. The dairy sector is a very important component in our economy. But the importation of dye-filtered milk is causing losses of some $200 million a year. In the Centre du Québec, some $15,000 has been lost by each of the 835 dairy farms. These are farms that are providing employment directly and indirectly to 5,600 people. Like most of you, when we listen to the Union of Agriculture Producers, the Dairy Farmers of Canada, we realize that what they're asking for is not exaggerated or unreasonable. I share their concerns and I call for quick action on this file. In fact, all they're asking for is for current regulations to be applied for dye-filtered milk to be treated as it is, a milk ingredient. At present, our system is robust thanks to supply management and is based on three pillars: the production prices, which ensure that producers receive a fair price for that based on their production costs. 2, that supply is in keeping with the quota, and thirdly, that there are import controls, tariff import controls. These 3 conditions will enable the sector to perform adequately and to survive in the long term without any additional funding from the government, especially when we think about the government's deficit. If one of the pillars is unstable, the system becomes vulnerable. And that's exactly what's happening in the current case, because the 3rd pillar, with respect to import controls, represents a breach. Now, as I mentioned from the outset, I understand that this issue is complex for some and that many stakeholders are involved. However, I think that the government has done enough in terms of consultations, and it's now time to act. The many producers and in addition to the many producers and to the representations that have been made, the Standing Committee on Agriculture focused on the matter on March 9th and heard from a number of witnesses, including Dominique Benoit, main vice president from AgroPure Cooperative, Alain Bourbeau, Director General of the Quebec Dairy Producers, Caroline Aymon, Director General, Dairy Producers of Canada, and Peter Gold, Director General of the Ontario Dairy Producers. And what we can conclude from this is that it's all fine and well to hold consultations, but now it's time to act. On behalf of all dairy producers in Canada, farmers in my riding, consumers, who in this case are misinformed by the government with respect to the products they are consuming, I urge the minister to quickly take action. Once again, and once and for all, in fact, we need to put an end to this unfair practice under supply management and ensure farm owners in Canada that the government is there for them and that they shouldn't feel afraid of being abandoned. As you know, Madam Speaker, in the very specific case of dye-filtered milk, why would we allow here at home dairy proteins to be used in our cheese when in the United States, where this protein comes from, they aren't even used? Imagine, it's not good enough for them, but we should eat it here. Madam Speaker, it's simple. It's all about common sense. I wonder really why I even need to stand up here today to defend this issue, because it seems so clear. All it requires to be resolved is the political will by the Liberal government. I came into politics to have influence and to take concrete action to develop our wonderful country, and I have confidence in our democracy. I set aside partisanship, and I act in the interest of people and my fellow citizens. They're all working hard for a strong and prosperous country, and it's important to do so. It's important to support agriculture. We need to give confidence to our farming families, to create, in the interest of all Canadians, a leading world-class agri-food economy. These individuals work very hard. They depend to a very large extent on government decisions, and for that reason, it's important for this link with respect to confidence not be broken. Having said that, it's time for the government to act and not hide behind consultations. A responsible government, whether certain groups like it or not, is in position to take action and not to simply go around in circles. Today, agricultural producers need to reach their cruising speed. They need the elected officials in this House to take action. It is in our power to do so, to enforce the rules as they currently exist. It's the responsibility of the government to do this, and as the proverb says, I would now invite the government to translate their words into action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the words from the member, and part of it, what he indicated is that he's here to advocate in terms of the best interest and do it in an apolitical fashion. One of the Liberal members brought forward an amendment that would, in fact, I believe, be in the best interest of the industry if, in fact, we could pass a motion where all members, or as many members as possible, vote in favor of the motion. So if he's true to his words and believes that this particular motion, as amended, would in fact receive broader support from the House, thereby giving more support to the industry, would he not recommend that the NDP allow the consent and allow us to have that vote on this amendment?
The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I don't think any amendment is necessary at this point. It's very simple. What we're looking for in the motion, it's to simply enforce the law and ensure that the CBSA and the CFIA do their jobs and comply with the standards that exist with respect to milk proteins. It's not a complex ask. What we're looking for is political will on the part of the government. It's a majority government. It has the power to make that change. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his answer. I'm happy to see the Conservative Party acknowledges that the amendment being put forth earlier by the Liberals has said nothing. It would have wiped out the motion and replaced it by what the government does best, empty words and rhetoric. Now, perhaps I was hard on some of my colleagues this morning, but now I'd like to congratulate him and thank him. Hoping that he won't in fact, suffer the repercussions of those comments back home. But why does the member think that? Why does he think that the Liberals have wanted to throw in the towel? Why don't they want to do what would be the simplest, what producers are calling for, and enforce the act as the regulations as they currently exist? The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Well, I thank the member for his kind words, for his question as well. I'd like to find an answer for you, an answer to your question, but we can't understand this here. The issue is very simple. We're just calling for an application of the rules. Everyone wants to ensure that our producers can make a living from their work, that these producers are important economic drivers across the country. They're at the basis of our society. They grow the food, they produce the food that we eat. They need to play on a level playing field, and all we want is them to the government to enforce the rules. There are so many other issues we also need to work on at this point in time, but we should not accept that motion from the governing party. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member for Richmond Athabasca for the excellent speech he made, his involvement with dairy producers in his region and Canada. He had an opportunity today to participate in the debate, which is a very important one, and he has listened to the government opposite, that's not listening to our concerns, that has never provided even the hint of a even bit of a solution. Now, Madam Speaker, can my colleague tell us how he has interpreted the speeches on this issue being made by the governing party? The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and at the same time, this gives me an opportunity to go back to the previous question as well, where I was asked why I thought the government wanted to move an amendment to this motion. I simply have the impression that they're managing this in a partisan way, period. They simply want to delay the issue, and they must be frustrated that this suggestion didn't come from them. So I think we're at a stage where we need to stop talking. We need to enforce the rules once and for all, period.
Please, the débat, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One of the joys of being a member of Parliament is that you always get to learn about issues that you may not otherwise have had you not been in this place. And for me, I've been learning a little bit about dye-filtered milk, having met with the Canadian dairy farmers earlier this year, and now on the occasion of this very well-worded, specific, concrete motion that's been brought to the House on how to actually fix this, Madam Speaker. So the problem, as I understand it, is that there are rules for composition for cheese in Canada, and certain milk proteins, like dye-filtered milk, are being used and counted against the allotment for actual milk, when in fact they aren't milk. How do we know they're not milk? Because the Canadian Border Services Agency says they aren't milk, and they don't charge duties on it as they charge on milk. And so this is really just an instance of government needing to appreciate and understand its own rules that are clearly written for the importation of milk proteins, and then recognizing that and following through on that when it comes to the way our cheese is being produced. And when they fail to do that, as they have been, what that means is that producers are, there's a competitive pressure to use the cheaper product, and it's cheaper because it's able to be imported without the same duties as other milk. And so when that's counted against the quota, Madam Speaker, for milk, that means that Canadian milk, which would otherwise be used for that purpose, is at a competitive disadvantage. So all we're asking is that the rules be fairly enforced so that Canadian producers can sell the milk that they produce that actually meets the requirements and can get the economic benefit of that. And so that those dollars that are being spent can be reinvested in Canadian communities instead of shipped out to the United States. And I think that's a laudable goal, Madam Speaker. It's why, incidentally, when we talk about larger trade agreements, and there's mention of those here, I'm often concerned because those agreements tend to tighten the noose on whether it's Canadian producers in the agricultural sector or Canadian workers. They, in similar ways, create competitive pressures that either price those Canadian goods out of the market or cause the work and the jobs to essentially leave Canada. You know, we're seeing something similar in the TPP, although it works in a different way with the provisions on temporary foreign workers, Madam Speaker, where you create pressures by allowing companies to bring in workers who can be sent back at any point by their employer and are therefore concerned about complaining about their wages and complaining about working conditions. You create downward pressure on the expectations of Canadian workers, and it's just one more way in which certain kinds of trade agreements end up not benefiting Canadians. And if they're not benefiting Canadians, or at least Canadian workers and Canadian producers, there may be some few Canadians at the top that make obscene amounts of money because of market access, but if it's not being spread around, I've always, well, not only wondered, but not been able to answer the question why we should get excited about supporting agreements that may that may produce enormous amounts of wealth for a select few Canadians while putting many other Canadians out of jobs or forcing them to work for lower wages and lower benefits, Madam Speaker. So, and I think it's important when the government says that it wants to support supply management. I mean, certainly we heard for a long time from Liberal members in the Canadian Wheat Board debate that they were supporters of supply management for Canadian wheat farmers. It's not just about what legislation you bring to the House. It's also about what else you're doing, you know, so to speak. Your right hand has to be talking to your left hand or vice versa, Madam Speaker. So here's an example where we have a government that says we support supply management, but then they turn a blind eye to the enforcement of their own regulations. The practical implication of which is to undercut Canadian supply managed producers. So if you want to say you support supply management, that's one thing. But if you want to do something about it, you could pass this motion and you could follow through on it, because that is what supporting supply management really looks like. It looks like undertaking to do things, particularly the easiest things, which are just to enforce your own regulations to make sure that you're not putting Canadian producers at an unreasonable competitive disadvantage, Madam Speaker. So that's why I was disappointed to see that Liberal members are not standing up to support this. My understanding is that it was an election commitment of theirs. They said within 100 days of being elected that they would solve this problem. It's an easy problem to solve. It just requires enforcing. Yeah, you can imagine how they came to have it as an election commitment, because it might have been the kind of thing that comes to a war room and people are discussing it and they say, oh, so all we have to do is enforce our own standards? Yeah, make that promise. That's an easy one. We can do that. That's no problem. I don't understand how it became so difficult to enforce just because they won the election. It was an easy commitment to make because it's the right thing to do, because it's a matter of simply enforcing regulations that are already on the books, Madam Speaker. And it's mysterious to me why it is that that we aren't already doing that. And in case members are worrying that I'm going on at length and they're going to have to listen to me for a full 20 minutes, I'd like to let you know, Madam Speaker, that I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from Windsor West. And, you know, so I'll put the members in the House at ease by letting them know that I will be splitting my time and that this is not a 20-minute speech. Although I could go on, Madam Speaker. I could go on. But I won't. I won't. I'm looking to see if there's someone who was with me in committee earlier today. They were starting to wonder if I might never stop speaking, Madam Speaker. But when you're making a good argument and you're making it about something important, you need to make sure that everything gets said and that it gets said well, and sometimes it takes time to do that. Thankfully today it won't take too long because I know the member from Windsor West is excited to make good arguments as well, Madam Speaker. So this is really the issue. It's one of those ones that just boggles the mind because it's simple. It was a clear election commitment. It's about enforcing regulations that are already on the book. We already have the capacity to do this. It means simply keeping money in Canada and standing up for Canadian producers instead of standing up for American producers and allowing that money to go elsewhere. We've heard from producers themselves that this is something that they want. My understanding is not only the producers who make the milk, but those who make the cheese. So if everyone is on the same page, the only people who aren't on this page that I can tell are the American producers and the Liberal government. And I just don't understand how they're the ones getting together on this. Why don't the Liberals stand up and vote with the rest of Canada that is concerned about this issue? And then we can move forward and we can talk about all the many other issues that there are to discuss, Madam Speaker. And with that, I'll finish. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Part of the challenge we face here is that for the last decade, the law has not been enforced. And the official opposition can cry all they want about this, but they're literally crying over spilt milk. If they had done anything on this file in 10 years, we would not be having this dispute today. So now we find ourselves in a situation where we have imports that are quite obviously in contravention of rules, and we are trying to figure out how to exit from that situation, which was what the promise was. If you read what the promise was, it was to resolve the issue. It was not as described by the member opposite. I understand how you can draw the same conclusion as to the result we're trying to get to, but the process we promised, which is important, was that we would resolve this issue. In light of the fact there are cheese producers in Quebec and other parts of this country that are currently under contract and involved in trade where this really wrong practice has been allowed to be moved forward. In light of the fact that those contracts are there, would you not recognize that exiting out of this situation, rather than just simply enforcing and cutting off supply to cheesemakers and to the people employed in that industry, requires us to evolve a solution to make sure that we don't disrupt every company in the process and get to the right place the right way so that we have a permanent solution to this rather than just simply throwing enforcement at the issue?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I would say two things in reply, Madam Speaker. The first of all is that I would think a little over 6 months ago, Liberals were saying, if they were saying anything about this, if the previous government wasn't enforcing it, that was the case for a new government, Madam Speaker. So Canadians got a new government now, and I think they want some follow-through. I would say with respect to the promise that from what I've seen, the Liberals have been masters. They were in the election campaign, and we're seeing the truth of it now that they're in government, of putting a promise on paper. We've heard it with the Prime Minister around save door-to-door delivery. Oh, well, you know, don't pay attention to what I said. Go read the fine print on the website. We've seen it with public servants where an expectation was made that they would be treated with respect. And although through C5 they're removing the legislative mechanism to enforce a solution, they came back to the bargaining table with the same offer. The Liberals have been masters of creating promises that in the letter are very limited, but in the spirit and in the impression that they made in the minds of Canadians were quite significant. And this would be another issue where I think they created an expectation, and now they're saying, read the fine print.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. That's a way to get yourself on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my friend from Elmwood-Transcona for his speech. And I know that you don't get to that stature without drinking a little bit of milk. So, you know, it is, and we've got to strengthen those bones. Now, I know a lot of people know me in here for the work that I do on the Defense Committee, but back in 2006 to 2008 in the 40th Parliament, I served as chair of the Agriculture Committee, and of course, am a beef cattle operator before politics. And before BSE ran a livestock export company that predominantly moved dairy cattle. And I can tell you that protecting supply management is critical to the success of our dairy farms right across this country. And that's why our processors need to work with our dairy farmers to get the products they need, rather than going the back door and trying to violate the import system and bringing in derivative products like we're seeing right now and undermining our overall supply management system. So I want to say that I'm proud to be supporting the motion that's before the House today.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna divine a question out of that, Madam Speaker, and proceed to answer it.
Choose one.
Well, and I appreciate it's better than trying to create a compliment out of a question. So I appreciate being in the position of having to create a question out of a compliment. And I would just say that that heckle worked. I don't know what you said, but it threw me off. So points to you, sir. Well, I'll say this, Madam Speaker. I'll say this, that the problem is that our cheese is being watered down, and the problem with the Liberal amendment was that watering down the motion isn't a way to solve the problem of watering down the cheese, Madam Speaker.
Before I resume debate, I just want to just remind the members that you need to talk to the chair, first of all. Second of all, there are people that want to get up and ask questions on this, and I would really appreciate if you could try and keep your questions short so we can get as many questions as possible on this. I see that there's a lot of interest, so if you could keep them as short as possible, otherwise I'll be starting to rise and you won't get a chance to ask your question. Okay, resuming, sorry. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Order pursuant to Standing Order 38. I must indicate to the House the questions which were brought up at the time of adjournment this evening. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, National Defence.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, the Senate, and the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Justice. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today on such an important motion for all of our country. It's not just related to the specifics of dairy farming, it relates to the trade agreement that we're actually entering into, but also to the welfare of Canadian citizens from coast to coast to coast. And Madam Speaker, I think it's important to note that we believe in trade, but it has to be responsible and fair trade. And that's a key element that's missing from the TPP on many fronts. It's also, Madam Speaker, one of those things that could undermine generations of contributions, planning, and infrastructure development to create an industry that could be exposed to a system outside of Canada at an advantage for them, a disadvantage for us, because we follow humane, environmental, and also issues related to contents that are the highest standards in the world. And we have a lot to be proud about that system, Madam Speaker. It's about a country choosing one of the basic nutritious products and converting it to goods that Canadians can purchase and rely upon those goods in a way that is healthy, stable, and predictable for how they go about their purchasing, how about they decide on what to buy and when to buy. Now, that could be all turned upside down, Madam Speaker, and likely will be under this agreement. I live in a border town, as you know, Madam Speaker. In fact, 40% of Canada's daily trade goes through my riding, 2 kilometers on the Detroit River, between the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel, the CP Rail Tunnel, the Ambassador Bridge, and a hazardous waste ferry that crosses as well, too. Ironically, Madam Speaker, some of the goods and services that we trade have to go through hazardous waste materials, even if they're empty, because they have remnants in those containers from that. And interesting enough, I'll talk a little bit to start with, and I'm going to go back to the motion in a little bit. but kind of the cultural experience that we have is some people do shop over in the U.S. when the dollar is an advantage, but they often don't know the differences, aside from taste, between American and Canadian milk. And what they don't understand as well, too, Madam Speaker, the milk industry in the United States is heavily, heavily subsidized by the U.S. government, by farming and contributions from development and marketing all the way to the grocery store. So it sounds attractive to go over there and buy cheap milk, but what you don't understand, Madam Speaker, or some Canadians don't understand, it's not the same as Canadian milk. With some of the additives that are put into it, preservatives, they actually extend differently than the ones on Canadian shelves. And they haven't been tested as rigorously and haven't gone through some of the approval processes in Canada that are necessary to ensure the health and vibrancy of the product. And again, Madam Speaker, milk as a kind of a signature one is very crucial for families across Canada. And it's interesting, Madam Speaker, because there's other industries that are at risk where many nations have strategic plans. And some of those plans and industries include the auto industry at risk, property rights, foreign takeovers, rights and internet freedoms, and affordability of prescription medicines. But this one, Madam Speaker, is also very important because quite literally, what's coming up between water and food supply in the future will be food security. And food security, at the end of the day, means the protection of good resources for Canadians to be able to purchase and to be able to raise their families on, versus that of right now, which could be a very short game to bring in other products at the expense of this industry that was promised protection, promised supports. We're supposed to get action within a series of quick days here in the House of Commons, never did so. And so we put at risk all that investment that we've had put forward. We put at risk of that investment being shortcutted in the short term, and we'll never recover it back for the long term. And I point, Madam Speaker, to other examples out there in the world where we've seen governments take the shortcut, thinking it's going to save consumers, it's going to save things, it's going to allow things to be better, and it hasn't been the case. Most notably, look at what's taken place in London, England, and other parts of other municipalities out there with regards to water. Privatization of water. And water is one of the key elements for many of the products that actually deliver at the end of the day. They have gone back to actually seeking and securing, after they privatized, those facilities and those elements back. And what I worry, Madam Speaker, is dairy farmers and others, once we lose these elements, how do we get them back? We have, and we know, a tough enough time to convince young people to stay into farming and carry the family legacy. We're talking massive investments for them and their family for the operations necessary to produce a product. And that product, at the end of the day, is crucial for the dependence of our Canadian citizens and our independence, not relying upon others for those resources. And so I give a quick example, Madam Speaker, from the auto sector, where I'm from. A quick example of how this poor lack of judgment excuse me, and the lack of competition can result in real problems. Most specifically being the Takata airbags. What happened, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is under the growth and development and the consolidation and lack of competition, the S airbag virtually became the airbag for North American automobile vehicles. And so hence, when they had problems Well, you didn't have the same problems in Canada, but they're produced the same places and the same logistics and same product going into those airbags. 6 people died when the airbags went off and shrapnel killed them. So now we're in a process of recall, and they're actually still putting defective bags sometimes in these in the cars because they don't have the solution to the situation just yet, and they can't replace all of them in the cars. So we've done that by dependence. So what happens if we lose this industry and we don't have the independence to resume it? And I think that's critical, Madam Speaker, because all that investment that we've made over the years doesn't seem to be worthwhile at the end of the day. And I've seen this before where we've witnessed some businesses and some economic development become what's called loss leaders for the full advantage of the overall plan. I've seen that with the auto sector. We've gone from number 2, Madam Speaker, to 10th in auto manufacturing because auto was the sacrificial lamb for NAFTA. And that's why we lost the auto pact, which was developed in the 60s, that created much of the prosperity and continues to be a cornerstone of the Canadian economy despite the challenges. And this can happen with the dairy sector as well, too. Excuse me. So we look at the motion. They want to recognize the mandate of the economic losses to Canadian dairy producers from the importation of defiltered milk from the United States, which totaled $220 million in 2015. And I know I have to wrap up soon, Madam Speaker, but there's a simple example of not fairness applied because CBSA at the border allows some of this through, and it becomes uncompetitive because of the laws that we have and the lack of interest to actually apply them. The government was good at promising a review and supposed to deliver a review and a solution, hasn't delivered. So how do you invest in this industry right now that is so critical when all they're going to do is bring uncertainty?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
There's nothing like sending an issue from the first stomach to the second stomach, regurgitating it to chew on the cud, sending it back to the second stomach, leaving it there, and then milking it for all it's worth, without ever letting it get to the last stomach to be digested. Indeed, while the Conservative record is an utter failure, the member's own retirement age New Democratic Party's intellectual mastication on such an important grassroots issue is entirely reminiscent of cow pie. The last government left its issue with so many holes in it, it might as well be Swiss cheese. It certainly isn't Canadian cheese, but we're working on a properly filtered solutions. The answers are coming. We need not ruminate on it until the cows come home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just embarrassed by that. We have real people that have invested generations on something that are actually wanting to voice an intelligent debate in this House of Commons, and that's what we get? That's the best you can do? Shameful.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll start right away saying that it is dairy producers who are paying the bill for the inaction of governments, plural. Foreign corporations are violating our regulations and circumventing Canadian law. Canadian law is not respected. The government does not apply Canadian law. Regulations on the composition of cheese are not applied either, and the National Assembly of Quebec has to bring the federal government to order by demanding that it does its job. What I've been hearing from the beginning is that the Liberal government is saying that it's the Conservatives say it's up to the Liberals. I don't know whether my colleague agrees to say who is controlling this, who's leading the show. Is it the Americans who have real power on this issue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And in this trade agreement, there's lots of things that we are going to give up. And the American interest was clear in many cases and has been exposed. And one of the things I'm most close to is the auto industry in this deal, and I'll give a quick example on that. They worked independently to get an exemption for automotive for 5 years. Canada had to do that alone, despite an integrated market, and we got 20 years. So the U.S. 20 years, 20 years of phasing in. Canada 5 years. Malaysia got 12 years. We were outdone by Malaysia. Figure that.
Kamata, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Part C of our motion recognizes that the entire industry is standing together to call for the problem to be resolved immediately. And I just wanted to draw my colleague from Windsor West to the quote from Mr. Peter Gould, who is the General Manager and Chief Executive Officer of the Dairy Farmers of Ontario. He said that effective border control is the foundation of successful supply management system and of a strong domestic dairy industry that's a pillar of supply management that the federal government has sole responsibility for. I'm just wondering if my colleague can comment on the fact that it's lamentable that not only is the Dairy Association standing up, but so is the legislative branch standing up to the executive and reminding them of their responsibilities.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the excellent question. And that's how unified this is with regards to the concerns, is because so much is at stake. And once we actually lose our competitive ability to have safe, viable products, we then become vulnerable from that. And there's also other side things that take place, and the member is right to point out the border. I would argue there's another one, and that's cheese. We've seen that for pizzas being shipped in and getting through the screens, and Canadian cheese producers have been losing a lot of money over the years because of this import element where they get a loophole and send it in at a cheaper and unregulated way.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. I just want to remind the member before I acknowledge him that at 5:15 I will have to interrupt the debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government of the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure that I rise today to address what is a very important issue. There's no doubt that there's very hard feelings and a lot of passion towards our dairy farmers. It is a very difficult time. And that difficult time hasn't just been in the last few days, Madam Speaker. This has been difficult for the last number of years as there has been certain activities, and we've heard a great deal about that all day today, Madam Speaker, that has been causing a great deal of frustration. I have had the opportunity to visit dairy farms in the past and believe in supply management. I believe in the quality of product that Canada produces and our dairy farmers have produced for many, many years, and would ultimately argue it is some of the, if not the best, product in the world, Madam Speaker. And in good part it's because of the whole supply management system, something in which the Minister of Agriculture and other members have stood in their place and talked eloquently about in terms of just how important it is not only to the Liberal Party but to the Government of Canada, Madam Speaker. I am very much in tune in terms of what is taking place and the threat to the industry, but I think it's important that we recognize that the issue that we are talking about today is before us today because 4 years ago, the then Conservative government decided to stand by and ignore, in essence, the law to allow for this to take place, Madam Speaker. And it's gotten to the point in which there is a lot of stress and anxiety within the dairy industry that they are wanting to see action taken. Now, yes, we were elected 6 months ago, and it took a month just to be able to do the transition of power. So, yes, we've been in government now for 5 months, and we've accomplished a great deal in that 5 months. Madam Speaker, you know, a month or so ago, I had someone that showed up, met in the restaurant, and said to me, you know, can't state my first name, saying that this current Prime Minister has done more in 5, or actually would at the time been three months, has done more in Canada than the previous Prime Minister did in 10 years. Well, Madam Speaker, I think that we are moving forward on a multitude of fronts. And we recognize that this is one of those issues that is very important because we truly care about our farming community and in particular the stress that's there for our dairy farmers, Madam Speaker. As the member from Vaughan had pointed out, that it's not as simple as just saying, yes, let's stop it right now. Today, it just can't be done. It is something that has to be worked its way through. We understand that, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe the Conservatives understand that. I don't know about the understanding of New Democrats. It can be very difficult to try to understand their thinking process at times, Madam Speaker. But what I do know is that they were the official opposition when this issue first came up, and not a word. I didn't hear the leader of the official opposition talk about it when it was there, and they had dozens of questions every day, and they had numerous opposition days, Mr. Speaker. But now we have the dairy farmers coming to Ottawa, and they're asking caucuses to get more engaged, and then they brought forward the motion. And I applaud them for bringing forward the motion. Let's have that healthy debate today. But don't try to give the impression that New Democrats are the only ones that care about the dairy industry, because that's a false impression, Madam Speaker. I can tell you that Liberal members in the Liberal caucus, this government cares about our dairy industry, and that's why we're working with the stakeholders to try to resolve the problem. And then when the government and the opposition, both parties, had the opportunity to listen to what the dairy farmers and the industry had to say just the other day in committee, what did they do? They filibustered and they prevented the industry reps from making presentation on those important industries. And my colleague is right. Shame on the opposition parties for doing that. And then, Madam Speaker, we had a member of the Liberal government bring forward an amendment that would in fact, hopefully, and I would have thought, would have been perceived as something that was good for the industry. It was something that actually makes a difference. It shows that all members of this House are in fact concerned. And I do believe that all members that are genuine, that have been debating on this particular issue, are genuinely concerned about the dairy industry. So what did the party do? What did the government do, or this particular member do, Madam Speaker? Brought forward an amendment. What was the amendment? It said, the House, A, recognized the magnitude of the economic losses to Canadian dairy producers from the importation of diafiltered milk, which has steadily increased over the last number of years. That's a fact. Every one of us agree with that, Madam Speaker. B, recognize that the industry is calling for the problem to be resolved. Madam Speaker, we know that on this side of the House, and if they would have allowed the representatives to speak the other day, Mr. Speaker, they would have heard.
We have a point of order. Point of order.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A point of order. I would like to ask my colleague to be honest with people and tell the truth. The motion before us, that is not a point of order.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed. The member might not like what it is that I'm saying, but at least allow me to say it. That is definitely not a point of order. B, recognize that the industry is calling for the problem to be resolved. Madam Speaker, had the New Democrats and the Conservatives in committee sat and allowed those representatives to present in committee, they would have heard some comments on regards to what we're debating today. But they chose to do the filibuster and not allow the representatives to state their concerns to the Government Standing Committee, which has members from all parties on the committee. C, call upon the government to work together with the industry to find a long-term sustainable solution. Madam Speaker, this is something in which ultimately
Sorry. Point of order. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
I believe that the honourable member is debating an amendment that's not on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker. If he'd like,
I just want to remind them. I just want to remind the members that there is some latitude when people are debating, when individuals are debating, and therefore the member is speaking to the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can appreciate the NDP used the word shame earlier. They should be shameful in terms of their behaviour, in terms of trying to be transparent and straightforward on what is such an important issue. We have recognized that, Madam Speaker. we have recognized that, and we have been advocating that what we need to do is to develop a long-term solution that is workable, Madam Speaker. And that is something in which, whether it's the Minister of Agriculture or other ministers of this government, in fact, the Agricultural Committee and others ultimately want to see, Madam Speaker. Because at the end of the day, we recognize the valuable contributions that our dairy industry provides to all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. As I indicated, the quality of product that comes from our dairy producers is second to no other in the world, and it is something in which Liberals, I can assure you, will continue to fight for to ensure that we do have a healthy industry going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to...
It being 5:15, pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, May 3rd, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House of Commons.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do believe if you were to canvass the House, you'll likely find unanimous consent to call at 5:30.
Do we have unanimous consent? Comme il est 17h30,
It is 5:30. The House will now proceed to the examination of private members' business, as indicated on today's order paper.
Consideration of private members' business. Consideration of the motion for second reading of Bill C-242, an act to amend the criminal code inflicting torture in the name of Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fragaskatos, seconded by Mrs. Shanahan, moves that Bill C-242, an act to amend the criminal code inflicting torture, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate? The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand today to formally address my private member's bill, Bill C-242, an act to amend the criminal code inflicting torture. After being drawn ninth in the private member's bill lottery, I felt a responsibility to take advantage of this good fortune by putting forward a meaningful reform. I might have sought for a particular cause to be given special recognition or to have a forgotten historical event commemorated. Such initiatives certainly have their place. Yet, I felt the need to go in a different direction. Madam Speaker, Bill C-242 is a human rights bill that aims to add a torture offence to the Canadian Criminal Code. As Article 5 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights states, no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. While a torture offence exists in Section 269.1 of the Criminal Code, it only applies to acts perpetrated by state officials. Equivalent acts that would otherwise be defined as torture, but committed by private individuals acting outside of state authority, are instead typically considered to constitute the offence of aggravated assault under Section 268. The proposed reform would pertain to those acts of brutality that may be life-threatening and far exceed instances of aggravated assault, a charge that can apply to serious and trivial acts of violence. Section 268 is therefore insufficient. Madam Speaker, torturers aim to rob individuals of their dignity. They do so through the intentional and repeated infliction of severe pain, suffering, and humiliation over a prolonged period of time for the purposes of intimidation and coercion. These actions have no place in a free, open, and democratic society such as Canada. For critics, the current charges available in the Criminal Code have been said to be sufficient. They believe that existing laws can adequately be applied when torture offences take place. I have already mentioned aggravated assault. Other possibilities include assault, assault with a weapon or causing bodily harm, sexual assault offences, and aggravated sexual assault. And judges indeed may have the ability to impose sentences that account for aggravating factors
when the offense had a particularly difficult impact on the victim. I understand this argument, but do not accept it. True, it does not deny that torture committed in the private realm can happen. Yet, it also implies the problem is exaggerated and that existing laws are good enough. Tell that to the victims of torture. Existing offenses are in place and can be used to prosecute perpetrators. I agree. But they are inadequate because they do not acknowledge that torture has been endured. Unspeakable acts, heinous acts, acts so terrible that everyone in this House would be left shaking their heads in absolute disgust. A gap in our criminal code, therefore, exists. Ignoring it does a disservice to the victims of torture. Madam Speaker, I will only point to a few examples. There are many others that have occurred in recent years. The details, while difficult, are important. In 2006, a Calgary man was made to take off his clothes and had his hands and feet tied with cables. He was then left to hang from ceiling joists while his torturers punched, cut, and whipped him with a belt before spraying him with butane. This happened over a period of 2 days. 2 individuals were found responsible. The first was a youth and could not be sentenced in adult court. The second pleaded guilty to assault with a weapon, and a mere 2-year sentence was given in what amounts to an example of torture. In 2008, a Brampton man had his toe cut off, was beaten with a bat, cut multiple times with salt rubbed in his wounds, and had a plastic bag put over his head. This took place over several hours and seems to have been done with the intent of obtaining information about a theft. The individual who carried out the action was found guilty of aggravated assault and forcible confinement and given a sentence of less than 10 years. The more appropriate choice would have been torture because that is what took place. In fact, the judge used the word torture to describe the victim's experience. In 2010, Dustin Paxton beat, starved, burned, and cut off the lip and part of the tongue of his victim in a well-known Alberta case. This seemed to have happened for perhaps as long as 2 years, Madam Speaker. While a dangerous offender designation was assigned by the courts, Paxton was charged with aggravated and sexual assault, even though torture more properly captures what happened. Madam Speaker, one final example. I received a call to my constituency office recently from a woman who told me she lived through some of the most despicable actions that anyone could imagine. Her childhood was so terrible that she felt the need to flee to the United States, where she now lives. This was necessary in order to gain the sense of security that she so desperately needed. In repeated acts of torture, this young woman was tied up, hung upside down, and had objects such as a cattle prod used against her. Though extremely hard to hear, the reality that our society requires a charge of torture to be put into the criminal code is evident from the cases I have described throughout. Madam Speaker, the need to call crimes what they are is not simply an academic matter. In order for victims to heal, their suffering must be acknowledged. Indeed, this fact underlined the truth and reconciliation process on residential schools and is a basic human rights principle. Using terms such as aggravated assault, which can be applied to the above cases just as easily as it can be to a fist fight, does not adequately speak to the grave human rights abuses that have been committed. This is why the bill proposes a sentence of up to life imprisonment for those who carry out torture. Some will criticize the bill on this basis because the existing state torture law, only offers a maximum of 14 years. It is true that this is inconsistent, and I believe strongly that a much stiffer sentence for acts of state torture is certainly warranted. However, rather than aiming to do everything, and hence nothing, I have placed my focus on a gap that has been almost completely disregarded by Canadian legislators until this point. I did so after consulting with victims, their families, Justice Department officials, and civil society organizations. The legislation was drafted by expert bureaucrats trained in the law, and I value the support they provided and the passion they show for their work every day. The same line of reasoning applies to the issue of aggravated assault. The maximum penalty for aggravated assault is 14 years. This is appropriate, I admit, for most violations. but when torture more properly describes the offence, a much harsher penalty is warranted. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it is true that torture from an international legal perspective has traditionally been understood as a state crime. I respect this, but add that the definition of torture has shifted. The Committee Against Torture, for example, which was responsible for monitoring the UN Torture Convention, of which Canada is a signatory, has said that torture in the private sphere qualifies as torture. This view has been accepted by other states. The proposed legislation shares much in common with existing torture laws in Australia and France. Both countries, extremely important allies, have strong torture laws that apply to state and private actors. Canada should follow suit. Recognizing a charge would acknowledge the ordeal experienced by those who have suffered torture and punish torturers accordingly. Mr. Speaker, cases of extreme violence and inhumane conduct have happened in Canada and could take place again. Canadians deserve a government that will stand up for the rights and safety at all times. Previous governments had an opportunity to make this change, but failed to do so. It's time to act and make positive change happen. This is not a perfect piece of legislation, and I'm not sure any piece of legislation is ever perfect. However, I want to ensure all of my colleagues in this House that I am open to any potential amendments that could be examined by the Justice Committee. This includes lowering the term of punishment and any other concerns that may exist. It would be a sincere shame to have this important bill defeated because of concerns related to technicalities that could easily be altered. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues before making a final decision that they consider these important factors. If you believe that human rights matter, if you believe that torture has no place in our society because it robs individuals of their humanity and of their dignity, if you believe that the way to ensure public safety is not by building more jails or through the politics of division and fear, but through enshrining human rights principles in the law, then I urge colleagues to vote in favour of Bill C-242 for all these reasons and allow it to go to committee where it can be further examined. To conclude, this bill is not about me and has never been about me. Indeed, this is the most important point that I want to make today. I dedicate this bill to all victims of torture. To them I say, your voice matters. To them I say, I have listened to you. Your suffering cannot go unacknowledged any longer, and I will continue to fight for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Colchester, Cumberland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I first want to start off by commending the member for London North Centre, who has worked really hard on this bill. He's truly motivated by the highest standards and his dedication to human rights, and I'm moved by his focus on this bill and his intent and determination, and I support the bill. And but I'd just like to clarify. He actually did say that he was open to amendments, but perhaps he could elaborate on that. The extent to amendments he would be, because there are people that don't support it. Exactly, it's a very meaningful bill. It has a lot of impact. And if there are people, our members with concerns, would the member consider amendments when it goes to the Justice Committee? And I hope to participate in the debate later on, but I just wanted to clarify that one point on amendments, potential amendments. Thank you.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Indeed, I am open to amendments that could be made, and I would invite colleagues to allow this bill to move to committee where it can be studied. In particular, concerns around sentencing. Yes, I'm open to having the sentence lowered. I have called for in this private member's bill of a punishment of up to life in prison because that, I believe, is warranted in these cases, and you heard the examples that I described, Mr. Speaker. There's obviously very egregious acts of violence that, in my humble opinion, do warrant a term of up to life in prison. But if that is not the view of colleagues, I'm open to certainly having that amendment made and having the Justice Committee look at that. Beyond that, definitional issues around the issue of torture, I'm even open to that, Mr. Speaker, as long as the underlying principle of the offence is understood and recognized.
And comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
my colleague in congratulating the member for London North Centre on a passionate and vital initiative today before us, and I'm very pleased to hear him just reiterate his willingness to have the amendments considered at the Justice Committee, because like him, no piece of legislation, I would agree, is perfect, and there often can be changes made at Justice Committee. And I sit in that committee, and I'd be very, very happy to assist in any way I can to make sure that this is palatable. He mentioned one amendment in response to my colleague's question concerning harmonization of sentences, but I'm wondering if there are problems in harmonizing this initiative on domestic torture with state torture, whether he would be prepared to perhaps even remove the word torture should there be any ambiguity in simply reiterating the definition of torture, but maybe not using that word, should that give any cause for concern to the government of the day.
The honourable member for London North Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. As long as the underlying essence of the offence is recognized, in other words, the infliction of severe and prolonged pain and suffering for the purposes of intimidation and coercion, I am open to the Justice Committee looking at the definitional issues. I know that there are concerns around having this offence classified as torture and perhaps that impacting upon our international legal obligations. I respectfully disagree with that view, but I think it's something that the committee can examine, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member opposite for having taken the bull by the horns and brought such an important issue to this House as his first bill. I congratulate him. This is a fundamental issue that he has raised for us in the House today. Now, I'm not a legal expert myself. I'm not a lawyer. What is the charge that would be the closest to what you're trying to cover off with this bill?
Centre. Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Speaker, in my view, there isn't a charge that comes close. There is Section 269.1 of the Criminal Code, but that of course applies only to acts of state torture, acts committed by state officials for the purposes of extracting information, for example, or for some other purpose. Aggravated assault, it is true, is on the books, but it does not, for the reasons I outlined in the speech, it does not nearly capture what is happening and what has happened to these victims of torture. And that's how I would answer the question in that particular regard. To follow up on what I mentioned earlier, for me, there is no...
Resuming debate, the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to commend the honourable member for London North Centre for introducing this well-intentioned piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-242 seeks to establish a criminal code offence for acts of torture committed by non-state actors. As the honourable member for London North Centre pointed out, the only section of the criminal code that establishes a specific offence for torture is Section 269.1, and Section 269.1 only deals with acts committed by state actors. Now, at the outset, it is important to acknowledge, as the honourable member did, that those who commit torturous acts who are non-state actors are not given immunity in Canada. On the contrary, there are any number of criminal code offences that apply to torturous acts depending on the nature and the scope of the act. Those sections include offences such as aggravated assault, attempted murder, kidnapping, and so on. Mr. Speaker, the offences that are presently on the books in the criminal code are long-established offences They are well understood. There is a wide body of case law, and for those convicted of any one of those offenses, those individuals may spend a very long time in jail. Take, for example, aggravated assault. Someone convicted of aggravated assault may spend 14 years in jail. And, Mr. Speaker, in the most serious of cases, someone convicted may be designated a dangerous offender, rendering them ineligible for parole. Being designated as a dangerous offender is tantamount to being sentenced to life in prison. That's precisely what happened in the case of a Calgary man that the honourable member alluded to, who had committed horrendous acts of torture. That man's name is a name I won't mention in this House because it's unworthy of being mentioned in this House or in any other public forum. But the fact is that that man took someone for up to 2 years, confined them, beat them, burned them, and starved them. And that individual, that heinous, despicable individual, was charged and convicted and designated as a dangerous offender and will very likely spend the rest of his natural life behind bars where he belongs. So, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that simply to say that there are laws on the books at present, and in general, Mr. Speaker, it's my observation that they are largely working. But the honourable member for London North Centre says that the laws on the books just aren't good enough, that torture is a specific crime worthy of a specific criminal code offence. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians, all decent Canadians, find torture to be abominable. Torture is vile, it's inhumane, it is evil, Mr. Speaker, and the victims of torture, those who suffer at the hands of their torturers, endure physical and emotional pain that is probably unimaginable, and they live with that legacy likely for the rest of their lives. To be tortured is tantamount to a life sentence for their victims. And so, when the honourable member for London North Centre says the current laws are not good enough, I take it that he has a point. And, Mr. Speaker, we as parliamentarians have a duty to ensure that the laws on the books do justice by holding perpetrators of heinous crimes accountable and do justice to the victims so that they can begin the process of healing. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is on that basis that I believe that this bill, Bill C-242, deserves to go to the next step in the legislative process, to go to committee for further review, further study, and further amendment. And I want to thank the honourable member for London North Centre for acknowledging that, like all bills brought before this House in the early stages, that there are modifications that often need to be made and amendments that need to be made to improve the bill. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not a perfect bill. In fact, there are areas that I do have some concerns with. Mr. Speaker, for example, the definition of torture in Bill C-242 is a different definition than the definition of torture under Section 269.1 of the Criminal Code. The definition in Section 269.1 of the Criminal Code is the same definition that is provided for in Article 1 of the United Nations Convention Against Torture. The definition, as I read it at least, in Bill C-242 seems to be more restrictive. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the sentencing in Bill C-242 is different than the sentencing in Bill under Section 269.1. So what we have is a situation that if Bill C-242 passes in its current form, we could have two different definitions of torture in the criminal code, two different tests for torture in the criminal code, and two different sentences under the criminal code, depending on whether the torturous act was committed by a state actor or a non-state actor. So that is a problem. But as I say, I will support this bill so that it can move forward because it is a well-intentioned bill. And I think, as the honourable member says, the victims of torture deserve to ensure that the criminal justice system and the criminal code fully provides the remedies that are necessary to hold their perpetrators of those crimes fully accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to say at the outset that I'm proud that the New Democratic Party members will be fully supporting this important initiative at second reading. I want to thank my colleague initially, my colleague from London North Centre, for bringing this issue to the attention of the House. And I want to also salute him for taking the time to meet with members on all sides of this House to try to explain his reasoning in bringing forth this important bill. The bill responds to the fact that torture, as it appears in our criminal code in section 269.1, applies only to the conduct of state actors like police and military personnel. And he intends, through this initiative, I assume, to create a parallel within domestic torture, events that he's described with such clarity that deserves society's opprobrium without any doubt at all. I want to also salute my colleague from Edmonton, St. Albert, who a moment ago pointed out that there were these overlapping sections of the criminal code, but like myself, he wishes to let this bill go to the Justice Committee where it can be studied and improved, because as the member so modestly pointed out, it does deserve to be amended in a few key areas. Sometimes it's important to use words in a criminal code to show society's disdain for certain conduct. You know, we could charge people with aggravated assault, and do currently, for things that he's described, but they amount to torture, and everybody knows it's torture. Yes, it's true the words are slightly different in the International Covenant. They're a little different in the criminal code from what my colleague has put in his bill. Those are technical points that can be readily addressed through review at the committee. You recall, Mr. Speaker, that several years ago, a politician was charged with gangsterism. They didn't need to charge that individual with gangsterism. They could have charged him with fraud and breach of public trust, a whole bunch of other sections of the code. But that word will never be forgotten. Similarly, many of the things we call terrorism are nothing more than criminal offenses. But by calling them terrorism, we attach to them the weight that society needs to have attached to them because they are of a different caliber than simply crimes like assault, kidnapping, or the like. We call them terrorism for a purpose. We call it gangsterism for a purpose, even though they amount to other crimes under other sections of the criminal code. And that's why I think the bill is so important, Mr. Speaker. Let's call a spade a spade. It's not aggravated assault when you hear the heinous acts that were described by my colleague. It's torture. Mr. Speaker, if we want to say that because of some technical reason and our international commitments somehow not squaring perfectly with this domestic bill my colleague has brought forth, and we don't even want to use the T word in the bill, who cares? The public will call a spade and they will call it torture. So to not let this bill pass because of technical concerns that can be readily addressed at the Justice Committee would be very, very, very unfortunate. I've consulted with criminal lawyers about this bill, and I've looked at case law, and the fact situations are just chilling, as you know. We're talking about victims of the most prolonged and sadistic physical and mental abuse. For those who survive, the physical and mental consequences can be permanent, PTSD, etc. In some cases, the possibility of bringing other charges, such as kidnapping, forcible confinement, or assault with a weapon, can ensure that the offender faces a lengthy sentence, even a life sentence. In other cases, however, the sentences has not seemed to many to meet the gravity of the crime. This bill would ensure that the gravity of the crime is matched by the appropriate sentence. And in all cases, Mr. Speaker, survivors and their families may question why the acts of torture they endured are not acknowledged as such by the law. That's what I said earlier when I say we as a society should call a spade and attach terms that match what the public says about them. And it's up to us to make the criminal code be our servant, not our master. There are many dimensions to this issue beyond the name change or the severity of a sentence. Canada is party to the United Nations Convention Against Torture, and as such, we're obliged to take effective measures against non-state torture within our borders. It's certainly worth debating whether the existing offences in our criminal code, which do not mention torture by name, are the most effective and appropriate means to prosecute these crimes. But this international dimension, Mr. Speaker, also gives rise to some technical concerns that have been raised about this bill. Again, specifically, it's vital that any amendment we make to the criminal code under the rubric of torture not create discord, even in definition or sentence, with our international commitments under the Convention, with our domestic criminal prohibition against state torture. I know the member for London North Centre is familiar with these concerns, and I thank him again for taking the time to educate all of us on the initiatives that he has taken and the work he has done. Of course, as we consider what more Canada can do to eradicate torture, I'd like to take this opportunity to call on the government once again to ratify the optional protocol to the UN Convention Against Torture. Despite promises in 2006 and 2009 and repeated calls from Canada and international NGOs, the government has yet to take this crucial, concrete step to affirm our commitment to upholding human rights at home and around the world. There's simply no excuse. We can't condemn torture and ignore effective measures to prevent it. As ever, the world's going to judge Canada by our actions and not just our words. Of course, this bill speaks to the reality that acts of horrific and repeated abuse and violence don't just happen in foreign jails far from Canadian shores. They take place within our borders, in our communities. And as organizations like the BC Child and Youth Advocacy Coalition and the Canadian Federation of University Women have rightly pointed out, Mr. Speaker, these abuses disproportionately target women and girls. I'm thankful to those organizations and others for their advocacy on this issue. And as we sit here and debate this bill and its connection to gender-based violence, we must recognize that far more action is needed to not just reduce but to end violence against women and girls in Canada. My colleague, the member for Churchill Kiwatanuk Aski, proposed a motion in this House to develop a national action plan to end violence against women. She came and presented a wonderful town hall in my community of Victoria where we addressed these issues about violence against women and girls. And that action plan, I commend to this House to this day, is still being vitally necessary. And this motion would have led to better policies to prevent violence and to support survivors, and more action to address socioeconomic factors that contribute to violence, among many other things. Despite the defeat of that initiative at the hands of the last Conservative government, I assure you, Mr. Speaker, we're going to keep pushing for that action plan to end violence against women in this House, and hope the new government understands the necessity to take that action. and make the investments such as shelters and affordable housing and emergency resources so no woman is denied the help she needs to escape an abusive and sometimes, yes, torture situation that she faces. So there are many steps we can take to uphold our international commitment to eliminate torture, to prevent the most horrific acts of violence within our communities, and to support the survivors. In my view, this bill is an important step along that path. It definitely merits further consideration in this House. And with the help of the member for London North Centre, I'm sure we can do a better job to make sure this bill meets our international obligations, does not contradict sections of the Criminal Code, is appropriately harmonized with the sentences, and that we can get it right. Technical amendments should not stand in the way of justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to private members Bill C-242, an act to amend the Criminal Code inflicting torture. I'd like to begin by thanking the member for London North Centre for his advocacy on this very serious issue. We can all agree that torture and all forms of violence have no place in our society. The bill before us seeks to amend the Criminal Code to create a new offence specifically prohibiting any person from inflicting torture on any other person, i.e. private torture, for the purpose of intimidating or coercing that person. And this new offence would be punished by a maximum term of life imprisonment. As I've said, we do condemn all acts of torture. However, the government has issues with this particular bill. Briefly, this bill aims to prohibit torture committed by non-state actors. The new offence would be punished by a maximum term of life imprisonment. In contrast, the existing crime of torture found at Section 269.1 of the Criminal Code is restricted to state actor torture, which is torture committed, instigated, consented to, or acquiesced in by a public official. Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to specifically denounce the worst kinds of assaults, those which cause severe pain and suffering over a prolonged period of time. Victims of such attacks could include women victimized by the most abhorrent kinds of sexual assaults. And our hearts go out to anyone who has suffered these deplorable acts. Mr. Speaker, the amendments proposed by this bill, while put forward with good intention, are already addressed in our criminal justice system and create an inconsistency by proposing a punishment that is not consistent with how the Criminal Code already addresses torture. And it overlaps with the already existing crime of torture set out in Section 269.1 of the Code. The Criminal Code currently has numerous assault provisions. For example, there's the basic crime of assault in Section 265 of the Criminal Code, which has a maximum penalty of 5 years imprisonment. There's the crime of assault with a weapon or causing bodily harm, which has a maximum punishment of 10 years imprisonment. Bodily harm is defined in Section 2 of the Code to mean any hurt or injury to a person that interferes with the health or comfort of the person and that is more than merely transient or trifling in nature. And there's the crime of aggravated assault, which has a maximum punishment of 14 years imprisonment. Aggravated assault is defined as wounding, maiming, disfiguring, or endangering the life of the victim of the assault. And there are offences of sexual assault in the Criminal Code. For example, there's the crime of sexual assault in Section 271 of the Criminal Code, which has a maximum punishment of 10 years in prison. There's the crime of sexual assault with a weapon or threatening or causing bodily harm to the victim, which has a maximum punishment of 14 years imprisonment. And there's the crime of aggravated sexual assault found in Section 273 of the Code with a maximum punishment of life imprisonment. Aggravated sexual assault is defined as when committing a sexual assault, wounding, maiming, disfiguring, or endangering the life of the victim. And as well, there is the crime of state-sanctioned torture set out in Section 269.1 of the Criminal Code, which has a maximum punishment of 14 years imprisonment. Furthermore, the Criminal Code contains sentencing principles that can apply to non-fatal violence inflicted on victims. For example, Section 718.2 of the Criminal Code sets out a number of aggravating factors that must be considered by a judge before imposing a sentence in relation to any crime. Among these aggravating factors are evidence that the offender, in committing the offence, abused the offender's spouse or common law partner, and evidence that the offence has had a significant impact on the victim, considering their age and other personal circumstances, including their health and financial situation. In other words, the Criminal Code already contains crimes that capture the kind of conduct that Bill C-242 wishes to specifically catch, perhaps most notably the crimes of aggravated assault and aggravated sexual assault. And existing sentencing provisions do already provide a range of aggravating factors that could apply in a case of private torture. In effect, I believe there is no gap in the criminal law that requires the creation of a new offence of private torture to provide for a remedy. The proposed torture offence in Bill C-242 is therefore not necessary. It's also useful to know that these existing laws can and do work effectively to address these types of cases. Next, let me address the issue that this would create an inconsistency in punishment. The proposed penalty for this new offence of private torture would be a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. I start with a basic proposition, that similar crimes should be dealt with similarly. As I have previously outlined, the crimes of aggravated assault and torture in sections 268 and 269.1 of the Criminal Code have a maximum penalty of 14 years imprisonment. Even if the crime of aggravated assault is omitted from this equation, leaving us to compare just the offence of torture in section 269.1 of the Code to the offence proposed in this bill, the stark contrast in punishment remains. 14 years maximum punishment in relation to section 269.1 versus life imprisonment in relation to the proposed offence. Creating an offence of private torture could have the unintended effect of seriously weakening Canada's contribution to the focused global effort to prevent torture under the Convention Against Torture. This could cause confusion as to what Canada considers to be its international obligation when it comes to the effective prevention of torture. This is because, as was indicated earlier in debate, there would be two definitions of torture, one of which, in the private torture offence, would be narrower than the internationally accepted definition of torture set out in section 269.1. States that are reluctant to abide by the obligations set out in the Convention could argue that they need not accept the internationally accepted definition of torture because Canada has enacted a private torture offence that contains a narrower definition. It could be argued that this inconsistency can best be resolved by increasing the maximum punishment for torture in section 269.1 to life imprisonment. However, such a change would result in yet another inconsistency being created. The maximum punishment for aggravated assault would no longer be the same as that for torture under section 269.1 of the Criminal Code. It would remain at 14 years imprisonment. So the result would be that someone who maims another by, for example, cutting off his or her hand would be seen as less blameworthy than the state official or private individual who whips someone repeatedly. In my view, it's far better to have the norm for maximum punishment for the most violent forms of non-fatal violence to be 14 years imprisonment, rather than to erode this norm by seeking higher maximum punishments for such conduct. Now let me address the final effect that the proposed offence would have on the Criminal Code. It would not complement the offence of state-sanctioned torture found in section 269.1. Instead, it largely overlaps with section 269.1 and thereby undercuts the exclusive jurisdiction of section 269.1 to address state-sanctioned torture. This is because it is defined so broadly that it captures anyone who commits the conduct defined as torture by the offence, whether private citizen or public official. Put another way, it is not restricted to torture committed by a private citizen. The effect is that if a case should arise where a public official commits torture as defined by the bill, a prosecutor would have the choice of prosecuting either under the new offense or the current offense found in Section 269.1. Such a result is possible, especially if the prosecutor wishes to obtain the most severe sentence possible. He or she could avoid the 14-year maximum punishment for torture under Section 269.1 of the Code by prosecuting under the proposed offense, which has a maximum punishment of life imprisonment. In my view, creating this crime would likely have immense symbolic value to some of the most vulnerable persons in our society. However, symbolism alone is not enough reason to add yet another offense to the vast array of offenses and sentencing procedures that already catch the most harmful kinds of assaults and that already speak to Canada's ongoing efforts to protect the most vulnerable among us. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to this bill, and I call on other members of the House to also oppose it. I do wish to say in closing that the goal of this bill and the intent of the member is to advocate against violence, and that is a goal which we can all support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the honourable member for his speech. I think he demonstrated an impressive familiarity with the relevant with the relevant laws in question. I think what I would say in response to his great technical speech is that I think the symbolism does matter here, Mr. Speaker, and it may not, I mean, I agree that more than symbolism is important, but we're here to debate the principle of this bill, and if we deem the principle of the bill worthy, then we should send it on to committee, and then hopefully at committee those two things could be reconciled, the technical aspects as well as the symbolic aspects. So I would say that at this stage of the debate, that symbolism is sufficient for me, certainly, to be able to say that I support the bill. And I think that with all of the intelligence and resources of the House, Mr. Speaker, if we decide together that it's important to have language in our criminal code that reflects the strong feelings that heinous acts of torture compel in us, that we have the capacity to find technical solutions that allow us to be able to express those feelings properly in the law and attach consequences that are in keeping with those feelings. So it's my confidence in the House that allows me to say what we need to decide today is whether we affirm the principle of creating a separate offense within the law, and if there are problems with the bill in its technical aspects, that we should at least give it the due consideration at committee to see if those can't be resolved, and they may well be resolved, Mr. Speaker. Language is very important, we've come onto this theme a couple of ways already in this House. One, we've heard from in question period, for instance, Mr. Speaker, regardless of what side of the issue you fall on, because I don't want to complicate it too much, but we've talked about the word genocide and the importance of giving a proper name to things. Now, whether on that issue, what's proper, that's certainly the subject of debate, but we have had other debates, I guess is what I'm trying to highlight in this House, where language is very important. And I think what this bill does so well is highlight how important it is to the people who experience terrible acts of torture that go above and beyond what would be a kind of typical assault, I guess you might say, but are particularly cruel and long-lasting. That there's an importance to call it what it is, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's difficult to understate how much that can mean to victims and to their families to feel that what actually happened to themselves or to their family members is recognized in the language of the law, that it's recognized for what it is at court. There have been other times in my life in various roles where I've been dealing with people across a range of issues who feel that an injustice was committed, And sometimes the worst part isn't so much what happened or the consequences of what happened, but it's when they feel that government or other authorities aren't recognizing in the language that they feel it needs to be recognized and to the fullest extent that they feel it needs to be recognized, because the language doesn't match up with the reality of what happened to them. So I think changing the law to have an offense called torture can go a long way when we think about victims and the effect after the terrible event. This is something that we can do if we get the details right to help alleviate those effects after the event, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's the most laudable aspect of this bill. It's important to any victims, but I think my colleague earlier, he spoke to the fact that when we talk about instances of torture, unfortunately, predominantly, they tend to happen to women, and so it becomes an issue of also making sure that we have the right language to address something that is happening to women in Canada, including Indigenous women, and being able to call it what it is, so that people, when they hear it, even if it's just, a kind of passing report on the news, as is the case so often when we hear about terrible things, that the word being used really captures what happened, and it's not passed by as another case of aggravated assault, but that people realize in that 15-second clip or whatever it's going to be that what happened actually was worse than that, and was actually an act of torture, Mr. Speaker. So, again, I want to emphasize the extent to which I appreciate the arguments about the technical aspects of the bill, but that I really think on second reading what we're concerned about is the principle of the bill. I think making this change can do a lot for victims and their families, and that it's worth going to committee to see if we can't hammer out those technical details. And that's why I'm pleased to be supporting the bill today. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I first want to commend the honourable member for London North Centre for his work in bringing this bill forth. He's been very determined and committed on this, and perhaps a lot of people have not heard of the term of non-state torture, but I was introduced to the term non-state torture by two incredible women in my riding, Linda McDonald and Jean Sarson. They're both nurses, and they are the founders of an organization called Persons Against Non-State Torture. They came to my office years ago, and since then I've tried to help them in any way I could to raise public awareness, but they are tireless, they are committed, and they will leave no stone unturned to make progress in this mission. But just some of the things I know about that they've done, these two incredible women, in the interest of raising awareness about non-state torture and trying to make progress on it. They've come to this Parliament and made presentations to our Standing Committee on Human Rights right here. They've spoken at, I know, several universities. They've been invited by the United Nations twice in two different locations to make presentations on non-state torture. They've made presentations in several states in the U.S. They've been to Geneva, Switzerland to make a presentation. In London, they spoke at the Feminism in London conference about the non-state torture aspect of the impact on women and girls. They've made submissions to the federal U.S. State Department. They've been on CBC and many other media. They've made submissions to Australia, New Zealand, and Edinburgh. They've been on op-eds and news articles. They are tireless in this. This is mostly at their own expense over many years. But the fact that all these organizations are interested in hearing from them seems to me it justifies us in hearing about this bill in our committee. Both these women have spent their lives helping others as nurses and volunteers and advocates for victims of torture. They're incredible people, and I'm grateful to them for teaching me about non-state torture. But they pointed out to me that victims of non-state torture know that torture is distinct from assault in its deliberate, prolonged, and dehumanizing nature. Impact of non-state torture, the impact is usually on women and girls, and it's usually permanent. It's different than almost any other. So I call on the government to work with the honourable member for London North Centre to acknowledge the unique and terrible impact of non-state torture. He says he's open to amendments, so let's get it to Justice Committee, and I support that. I support the position of it going to non-state, to the Justice Committee, and I thank the member for bringing this forth. I thank Jean Sarson and I thank Linda McDonald for their tireless work in this aspect of this very, very, very focused human rights issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll pause for a second while the clerk. Yes, resuming debate. No, we're. Resuming debate? No. The honourable member for London North, for London Centre.
London North Centre, Mr. Speaker.
Right of reply.
No offence taken. I would like to echo the statements of my honourable colleague who just spoke and speak about, yes, Jean and Linda have been tireless advocates. Linda McDonald and Jean Sarson have been tireless advocates on this issue. But I would also like to thank, in addition to Jean and Linda, the Native Women's Association of Canada, Amnesty International for supporting the bill in principle, the Canadian Nurses Association of Canada, and the Canadian Federation of University Women. All have voiced support, either complete support or support in principle in the case of Amnesty for this bill. And I urge colleagues, better to pass a bill, better to put forward a bill to committee that is flawed, and I'm open to definitional issues, difficult as it is for me to accept, because these are acts of torture, but I'm open even to definitional issues. Better to pass an imperfect piece of legislation than to leave an unjust status quo in place. That's the message I would like to deliver to colleagues.
Very good. Is the House ready for the question? Yep. The question is as follows. Mr. Frageskakos, seconded by Mrs. Shanahan, moved that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Criminal Code inflicting torture, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor? I believe all those in favor say yea. Yes. All those in favor say nay. I believe the yeas have it. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Very good. Okay, very good. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to revisit a question I asked in the House back on December 7th related to the speech from the throne. And in that first part of the question, I talked about the comment about having a leaner military, which was almost prophetic for what we saw later in the main estimates and in the budget. And in the second part of my question, I talked about that only out of 1,700 words in the budget, only not one of those 1,700 words was ISIS, ISIL, or Daesh. So I want to just revisit those two issues because the replies that we've been getting from the government have been incoherent. Now, as we saw, the government says leaner. We all know that leaner means cuts. It means a smaller military. It means less capabilities. And what we're seeing is ongoing decisions by the government to withhold money from the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. If you look at the main estimates that were subsequently tabled, leaner translated into $300 million of money being cut from the main estimates. That's $300 million total that has been reduced from the main estimates. And then in the budget that was presented by the government, we saw defense procurement cut by $3.7 million, whereas the parliamentary secretary will probably say that the money has been delayed, it's been put off for the next 5 years, but we all know in this place that any money that is deferred is potentially up for grabs by other departments, or for paying down the national debt, or reducing the deficit, or, of course, special projects that the government may take from time to time. So what we have here is a situation, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal government is repeating itself. And as we know, that during the 1990s and early 2000s, we lived through what was called the Decade of Darkness. And that was confirmed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer in his report of 2015, that he said the most significant cuts under program review occurred from 1995 to 2004. The cumulative expenditure over that period of time was roughly $13.4 billion below what our modeling showed was required to maintain existing force structure. Now, he went on to say that as a result of the underinvestment through the 1990s and affordability gap that existed until the early 2000s, the model shows that it was only with the significant spending increase seen in the latter half of the 2000s that the affordability gap was closed. That, of course, affordability gap was closed by our Conservative government of the day. So we are dealing with a situation where not only did we see the $3.7 billion, which was supposed to be for future defense procurement, what we're seeing is actually that they've reduced current procurement projects that are ongoing. So the upgrades to our Halifax-class frigates are going to be potentially slowed down. Through the National Shipbuilding Program, the Arctic offshore patrol vessels, the Harry DeWolf-class ships, are also now, which are already starting to build, are now also, according to reports in the Ottawa Citizen, are up for grabs. The not the retrofits, but the certification of our Cyclone maritime helicopters are also being slowed down. So my question back to the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence is, why aren't they giving our troops the equipment they need right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to some amusement from my colleague, who is the critic for the Conservative Party on this matter, and he starts off his question by saying, "We all know." Well, I don't know who the "we" is, but maybe he knows. But certainly on this side, Mr. Speaker, we, meaning the government, have not cut anything at this point, and do not intend to. And then he says this is all a code word for cuts. Well, he should know something about cuts because he was a member of a government that ran the national defense budget down from about 22, 23 billion down to what it is today, which is about 18.6 billion. So over a course of about a 4-year fiscal cycle, they ran it down about $3.3 billion. So the honourable member certainly does know something about cuts, and possibly when he is concerned about those cuts, he should look in the mirror as to what his government did. His government also was quite artful in its cuts, because over that similar period of time, it lapsed something in the order of $2 billion. And that, Mr. Speaker, is money that is not available for future procurements. That's just money, as he rightly says, can go to other priorities. And, of course, they were very keen for the purposes of this last election to show that they had a bogus balanced budget. And so in some respects, that bogus balanced budget got put onto the backs of the men and women in uniform in order to be able to get to this magic number that they thought would take them to some sort of electoral nirvana. Mr. Speaker, our approach is far different. Our approach is to try to match when funds are available and when the procurement cycle is available. So match those two cycles. It has been a bête noire of all governments that the procurement cycle and the fiscal cycle don't necessarily always match up. And so the last budget, the budget that was presented by the Minister of Finance, actually tried to redress that core problem of matching procurement cycles with fiscal cycles, and hence the forwarding of a substantial sum of money, somewhere in the order of about $3 billion, for future procurements. That does not follow, Mr. Speaker, that that money is lost to D&D. In fact, the Minister of Finance said it's not lost, the Minister of Defense said it's not lost, the Prime Minister said it's not lost, but there is a concern here that the previous government left us in a procurement and fiscal mess, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that since we took government, we've actually allocated $1.6 billion to the Middle East operations over the next 3 years. This is something that we debated in this House, those monies have been set aside. We've also allocated $200 million over 2 years to undertake infrastructure projects at the Canadian Forces bases, both of which I assume that my honourable colleague would agree with. So, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to bring a fiscal cycle in alignment with a procurement cycle so that the men and women in uniform, that both he and I agree should have the equipment that they need, that those two cycles will match. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. I'm sorry. The Selkirk the honourable member for Selkirk Interlaken.
I'll take us 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary, who's been here for a long time. He actually predates the Paul Martin government. So he was there for the decade of darkness, and our spending as a Conservative government was double that of what we saw during the decade of darkness. For 10 years, we never saw spending go above $10 billion. When we left office, it was over $20 billion, and that's all it is today under this new budget. What they're doing is punting $3.7 billion down the road. It's a cut. And it's actually kind of interesting that it's not going to even be looked at again until after the next election cycle. And I'm glad that he actually brought up the Middle East operations, which is, of course, the ISIS mission, which we still believe should be a combat mission. And it's interesting to note, and I'd like to point out to the House, is that Denmark just actually had a vote on April 19th, just earlier this week, and they are putting back into the fight against ISIS. They brought their planes home, brought their equipment home, and they put back into the fight against ISIS 7 F-16 fighters, plus a refueler, and 60 Special Operation Forces, plus another 400 members to fight ISIS in Iraq and Syria. And it's because, as according to the well, okay, I'll just wrap up with that, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just say that it's time for Canada to take ISIS serious.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
I feel badly for the honourable member and his fixation on jets, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have reprofiled this mission so that there's a far greater involvement by our troops in this mission. And it has been applauded by our allies, most particularly the United States and Great Britain, because we need intelligence, Mr. Speaker, if in fact those jets are going to be effective. We need assisted, advise and training missions if those jets are going to be effective. And Canadians are doing it, and Canadians are stepping up to do it. Now, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member talks about the Martin years. We're going to go back quite a little ways here. We could go to Mulroney for that matter. But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that when Paul Martin became the Prime Minister, he set the defence budget on a fiscal path of ever-escalating numbers, to the point where when the Conservative government took over, they did not deviate from the path that was set by the Martin government in the previous instance. The only deviation has been subsequently where they cut $3.3 billion from the budget. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to inquire about or to follow up on a question I raised back in January on the subject of Senate appointments. And I understand that the honourable member from Mississauga Centre, my good friend, will be doing the responses tonight. So when I place my questions about going back to I'll have to place them in the form of going back to the government, since he obviously is not actually formally assigned this portfolio. In the question I raised in January, I pointed out that the government is inaccurate when it says that it's necessary to make appointments to the Senate as opposed to having Senate elections. And the argument that is presented by the government regularly is that, well, the Supreme Court has ruled that Senate elections are not permissible, abolishing the Senate is not permissible, etc., without one of these very difficult to obtain 750 amendments to the Constitution, in which 7 provinces must agree as well as the federal parliament. That is actually not true, Mr. Speaker, with regard to Senate elections. It is impermissible, according to the Supreme Court, and we have to take their decision on this, to sponsor federal elections of senators. That is, to actually hold federal elections in which nominees would then be presented to the Prime Minister for appointment to the Senate. But it is permissible to have elections on the model that have produced a number of elected senators, some of whom still sit in the Senate. Betty Unger, for example, Scott Tannis in the Senate. They are there after having been elected by Alberta voters under a provincial statute, the Alberta Senatorial Selection Act. And so that was one of the points I was trying to make, and I do hope that that message will get back to, through the Parliamentary Secretary to the government, that Senate elections are still permissible, and indeed there is an elected senator in waiting in Alberta who ought to be appointed when the next Alberta vacancy arises in another 3 years. Another 2 years now, actually, Mr. Speaker. So the other thing I wanted to address, and this is what I want to actually pose the question about, is this. There has been inadequate transparency with regard to the appointment process. There's a board that's now been appointed. The board makes recommendations. The recommendations are presented to the Prime Minister. The rule that has been set up by the Prime Minister is he gets 5 nominees for each vacancy. He then selects from among those 5, or can choose someone else who is not on that list. And if that's the case, the board can't report back to us about that. That's a source of enormous frustration, which I would like to see changed. And I want to encourage my colleague to go back to the government and urge them to be more open in that regard. There's a further problem with regard to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee on which I sit. We have been attempting to get members of the board before our committee so that we can ask them questions about the first round of Senate appointments and about what they plan to do with future Senate appointments. There is some lack of clarity as to how they are acting and to what the rules under which they're going to operate will be now that the first phase of appointments is over. I've been blocked at every turn in attempts to bring them forward. The Liberal members continually vote down any attempt to bring the board members forward, and this effectively means that in place of transparency, we have opacity. Will the Parliamentary Secretary commit to going back to the government and encouraging them to allow these members of the boards to come before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to answer questions about their mandate? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Let me address his points. His first point about his opinion on what the Supreme Court has said. If that is the case, dare I remind him what the former Prime Minister and his former leader went around the country saying after the Supreme Court decision that, sorry, we tried our best, and the Supreme Court said we couldn't do anything about it. So if his opinion is he's so confident in his opinion, why did this former leader, after 10 years of promising the entire country of reforming the Senate, why didn't he go ahead and appoint those elected senators? This is a question that poses itself. And I think it's worthy of this member to really respond to that point. If he is so confident, why didn't his former government do anything about it? The reality, Mr. Speaker, is the Supreme Court's decision was loud and clear. They said any significant and substantive changes to the Senate appointment process requires constitutional changes. But, however, Mr. Speaker, our government was happy to commit to Canadians that we would introduce an open and transparent process to appointing our new senators. So we have been very clear throughout this process, and each step of the process has been as transparent as possible. First, when the government process was announced, the government published the merit-based criteria for senators online so that all Canadians can see what qualifications and skill sets the advisory board is expected to assess in its deliberation. Second, when the advisory board members were appointed, the government published their terms of reference. Third, the advisory board established a public website to call for nominations during the transitional phase and was mandated to reach out broadly in their consultations with organizations. Now, the next step And the next phase, Mr. Speaker, of the process will entail an open application process through which any qualified Canadian can submit an application to be considered for the Senate. And following each cycle of appointments, the Advisory Board will provide a public report to the Prime Minister that contains information on the process, including on the execution of the terms of reference, the costs relating to the Advisory Board's activities, and statistics relating to the applications received. The Board's report on the transitional phase was published April 5th, 2016. So I don't know about my colleague, Mr. Speaker, but in the past I have applied for jobs. I really didn't want the entire world to know I applied for which job, because I really didn't want to be embarrassed if I got rejected for that job. And because we want to attract the best and brightest for these jobs, we need to respect the privacy of those applicants. So I hope my colleague can respect the privacy of those applicants, particularly if we want to attract the best and the brightest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe what I should do, actually, since I actually got asked a question in the first part of the Parliamentary Secretary's response, is to actually respond to that question. He said, why didn't the former Prime Minister, following the Supreme Court's ruling, go ahead and have elections if there were fill vacancies with elections? And the reason, of course, is this. Only one province, Alberta, actually has a senatorial election act. There were no vacancies in Alberta. The next one occurs in 2018. He had previously made appointments from those selected in the Alberta, under the Alberta Senatorial Selection Act. No one said that was unconstitutional. The Supreme Court certainly did not. What the Supreme Court did say with regard to the prime ministerial monopoly on appointment that the government seems to regard as being constitutionalized, they said it is purely a constitutional convention, Mr. Speaker. So in fact, the current government could make appointments from the Senate to the Senate from Alberta based on the elections, and I encourage them to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, again, the question remains posing itself. Why didn't the former government do anything? They haven't been able to implement any of the reforms. Where for 10 years in office, they have promised Canadians every election, every opportunity. They have, in fact, continued to damage the reputation of the Senate, but offered no solution. Our government is very proud to rehabilitate the image of the Senate. We all admit the fact that the reputation of the Senate has been damaged, but our government is committed to rehabilitating that image, to making sure that we appoint nonpartisan, substantive individuals who will be effective in performing their duties as providing sober second thoughts to the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are dealing with a lot of confusion on the marijuana file because this government is refusing to have a clear conversation with Canadians. I hope sincerely that tonight we can get to the bottom of what actual action will be taken on this file without hiding behind smoke and mirrors. I want to just bring up a few facts that add to the present confusion. The Parliamentary Secretary has previously stated that the only control in place is the current criminal sanction for the production and trafficking of marijuana. He did not mention possession, although he probably did wish that he had. The Minister of Health has spoken to the United Nations and did not once say that Canada will legalize marijuana, but I suppose that it was strongly intimated. When the Parliamentary Secretary was asked in this House last week about the Prime Minister saying that he would legalize marijuana, there was a quick shift in his answer. He spoke about replacing the current existing criminal sanction with a more effective regulatory regime. The criminal sanction is presumably not seen as effective. Mr. Speaker, I had the great opportunity to speak with police members from Vancouver, Saanich, and Victoria during the recent Canadian Police Association reception, and they too are very confused over the government's plan. Police are justifiably uncertain on whether to enforce against small marijuana infractions, knowing that the laws are set to change. The confusion continues with local governments in British Columbia, some of whom have issued business licenses for marijuana dispensaries. The Minister of Health has stated that the government will work with law enforcement partners to encourage appropriate and proportionate criminal justice measures. In light of the plan to legalize, what exactly are appropriate and proportionate response to stopping a young person in possession of marijuana and having them live with a criminal record for the rest of their lives? Marijuana possession of 30 grams or less can result in up to a $1,000 fine and/or 6 months in jail. Even if the maximum penalty is not imposed, that person still has the record, and it can have profound consequences for the rest of his or her life. Both the Liberals and the NDP realize, to quote the Minister of Health again, that it is, quote, impossible to arrest our way out of this problem. This is a fact, and yet Canada today continues under existing punitive marijuana laws that harm Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The status quo is morally unacceptable and does nothing to effectively confront the problem. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is the federal government to take some leadership on this issue, decriminalize the possession of small amounts of marijuana while we wait for it to eventually bring forward legislation for legalization. The Prime Minister has previously stated that there have been many situations over history when laws that have been overturned by previous convictions. There will be a process for that which we will set up in a responsible way. However, the Parliamentary Secretary has since stated that they are not looking at a system of pardons or amnesty. These comments conflict with what the Prime Minister has said and give rise to questions on who is actually speaking for the government. With this as context, I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary some clear questions. Will the government decriminalize possession of small amounts of marijuana immediately as we wait for legalization next year? If yes, when can we expect it to happen? And if the answer is no, will the government be pardoning those who get criminal records for possession? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the opportunity to provide some clarification that he clearly requires with respect to this file. I'd like to speak at some length to this, but I want to be very clear on his questions. He asked me very specifically if the Government of Canada will decriminalize marijuana immediately. No. The answer is no, Mr. Speaker. He also has asked if there is, at the present time, any contemplation of pardons or amnesty, and the answer, and I want to be very clear for him so that he's not further confused on this, the answer is no. Now, with respect to the suggestion of decriminalization, this has been a matter of some discussion over a number of years, and I would simply point out to the member opposite that in 2012, the leader of his party, the honourable member from Outremont, was asked very directly in a televised interview, would you decriminalize marijuana? And I think, Mr. Speaker, that his reply is very helpful and may assist the member in understanding some of the issues associated to his recommendation. In response to the question, would you decriminalize marijuana, the member from Outremont stated, no, I think that would be a mistake. He then went on to say that before ever contemplating any changes to the current control regime of marijuana, the criminal sanction, we needed to get the best medical experts, the best legal experts, and the best law enforcement experts around the table to see what's realistic. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely what this government is doing. But the member from Outremont went on to say, but to decide in advance that it should simply be open, I think it would be a serious mistake. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the comments of the member from Outremont in 2012. It would be a serious mistake. Decriminalization would only achieve one thing. It would make it easier for the police to enforce the existing sanctions against the possession of marijuana. It would do nothing to protect our children. It would do nothing to keep marijuana out of the hands of our kids, and this is a serious health and safety problem in our communities. It would do nothing to remove the profits of organized criminal activity associated to the marijuana trade from organized crime. It would do nothing to keep our communities safer. And what it would do is it would make it extremely difficult the implementation of an effective regulatory regime that would enable us to control the production, the distribution, and the consumption of marijuana.
Mr. Speaker, our government is absolutely committed to working with the scientific community to base our regulations on the best evidence, the best science, and the best advice of experts. I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that currently what the police are dealing with, and I will tell you that my knowledge of what the police are dealing with in this country with respect to these laws is based on more than simply a conversation at a reception. For over 40 years, I was a police officer. For 10 years, I was the chief of the Toronto Police Service. And I can tell you that police officers across this country know their responsibilities and know the law. They know their responsibilities to keep their communities safe. They have the discretion to exercise their authorities according to what is in the best public interest and the interest of keeping their community safe. And I, for one, have confidence in their ability to do the job we've asked them to do.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very disappointed to hear that kind of a response from a supposedly progressive government. The fact of the matter is in my province of British Columbia alone, marijuana is worth $6 billion a year. The current laws are not effective. All of that money is going to criminal organizations, and the people who are getting their lives ruined, who are getting the records, are people who are innocent. They get caught with small possessions, and they have to face that sentence, that charge that profoundly impacts the rest of their life. If I understand the parliamentary secretary correctly, that means that we have more than a year of waiting while we continue with needless arrests and wasteful trials. The Justice Department has confirmed it's going to cost taxpayers as much as $4 million a year. It is not what a progressive government should be doing with marijuana laws. At least the Liberal Member of Parliament from Beaches, East York, yesterday had the courage to come out and publicly say that prosecution for marijuana possession is patently unfair in light of the government's future plans on this matter. So I was wondering if the parliamentary secretary could take direction from that member.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government takes its responsibility for the safety and the health of all Canadians very seriously. We are not introducing legislation to legalize and regulate marijuana to improve the profits of any enterprise. We are doing it to fulfill our responsibilities to keep communities safe. I would urge all Canadians to respect and uphold the laws of Canada as they exist. And we will work diligently to the development of an effective regulatory framework that will help us achieve our public purpose aims. And we are looking forward for the opportunity to work with provinces and territories, with Canadians coast to coast, to find the best way to do that.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajoute.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. Therefore, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.